Summer in the outskirts of Beijing. The cicadas droned on until my nerves were frayed, and the heat had me drenched in sweat. I lay in the shade of a tree, lazily waving a palm leaf fan back and forth. My good friend Lin Kai stood beside me, worry written all over his face. Nanjo, aren't you even a little excited? I rolled my eyes without even glancing at him. Excited about what? What's there to be excited about? He got frustrated. Look, I know your life in the village isn't terrible, but doesn't it make you the least bit angry? Your real parents are officials at the Ministry of Metallurgy. You got swapped at birth and grew up out here in the countryside, while the Fu family's youngest son is living the high life with your real dad at the Zhang household. I wasn't as furious as he imagined, and I certainly wasn't excited. Lin Kai looked like he wanted to shake some sense into me. Didn't your real parents say they were coming to get you? Don't you want to go to the city? Anything's got to be better than this place, working the fields year-round. And your adoptive parents are way out of line. They moved to the city for work years ago and didn't even take you with them. The truth was, I'd awakened my memories 2 years ago. In my past life, I'd been a doctor in the 21st century. I'd just been promoted from resident to attending physician. A few more years and I might have made deputy department head. But then came a major trauma case. I worked 48 straight hours in the OR, and it literally worked me to death. Then I crossed over into a parallel world, waking up back in the 1960s. When I was 13, I awakened my memories from that past life, along with an all things card system. Once a day I could draw a card. Braised pork, medical texts, tools, you name it. On holidays there was even a special draw, with more lavish prizes. Draw today's card, I thought. A few cards spun around, and after some cheesy special effects, one flipped open. Congratulations. You've received 5 servings of mouse-style braised pork, 5 pounds of golden honey cherries, and 1 set of surgical instruments. A major twist of fate has been detected. Bonus special draw awarded. I froze. What the heck was this? What twist of fate? Well, it was free either way, might as well take it. Draw. The card spun again, and this time they had a golden trim. Well, this really is different. Here's hoping it gives me a little surprise. For the past 3+ years, I'd drawn a card every single day. Food, fruit, grain, vegetables, I ate most of it. The tools and such all went into a storage space I'd pulled during my first ever critical hit. That space wasn't big, about 3,200 square feet, 16 feet high, roughly the size of a warehouse. But it was plenty. Over the years I'd built a few shelving units, divided into 3 tiers, and I still hadn't filled them. Lin Kai was still fretting on my behalf. You're really not worried at all. You're not even curious about it. Over these 3 years, I'd already made complete peace with my situation. Staring at the spinning cards, I said slowly, what's there to look forward to? A kid nobody wanted. Am I supposed to believe they'll suddenly cradle me like treasure once I go back? I've got it good right now. In a few more years, the college entrance exams would be reinstated. That's when I'd start thinking about my future. For now, there was nothing to worry about. With the all things cards, I'd never go hungry. Just then, the cards stopped, and a brilliant golden light burst out. Congratulations. You've drawn a portable farm, 4 plots of land, each 1 acre. What the heck? I bolted upright. A portable farm? This thing could actually be drawn? So all those past years, whether it was my birthday or the new year, the best I ever got was slightly fancier prizes. What was that all about? Lin Kai frowned. What's wrong with you? I lay back down and started fanning myself again. Nothing. Just thought of something. Lin Kai was still worried. Why do you keep saying nobody loved you? But then he thought about it. These past few years, my adoptive parents had moved to the city and hadn't taken me. They'd left my household registration in the village. They never sent money. They only came back after the autumn harvest to take grain. If I hadn't always swapped the fine grain for coarse grain, which that couple turned their noses up at, and made a huge scene every single time, they probably would have hauled off all my grain. That was true. It wasn't love. But what about your birth parents? They're your flesh and blood. Surely they love you. Lin Kai looked confused, and I couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush. I shot back. Do you remember when my adoptive parents landed their city jobs? And when they started treating me badly? Lin Kai froze. It was someone else's family business, but as my best friend, he remembered the big change in me. When I was little, that couple had actually treated me pretty well. It was when you were 8, over 8 years ago now. His head snapped around, stunned. You mean, they knew 8 years ago that you weren't their real son? But your birth parents. So you think a couple like the Fuss had the connections to score city jobs on their own? Lin Kai was completely floored, and he finally understood why I felt absolutely nothing at the news of my birth parents showing up. But he still didn't get it. If that's the case, why are they coming back for you now? I gave him a meaningful look. They've all got urban household registration now. So tell me, what time period is this? Lin Kai blinked, then it hit him. You mean, they're about to be sent down to the countryside? My face was full of scorn, not at him, but at those 2 couples, the Fuss and the Zhangs. Exactly. They both love their adopted sons, and neither of them wants me. But right now I've got a rural household registration in the Beijing suburbs, so suddenly they're all coming to beg me. So why should I be anxious? I've got no expectations, sure, but I won't let a single ounce of what's owed to me slip away. As I was saying this, a girl came running up, gasping and drenched in sweat. Little brother, hurry back. Your real parents are here. This was Fu Nanshu, my adoptive parents' second daughter, a name I'd given her. Her original name was Fu Area, second girl, or Fu Zhaodi, bring a little brother. I also had an older sister who'd gotten married 2 years ago, to a match I'd set up, a soldier who made deputy battalion commander last year and took her to live on base with him. My second sister's engagement was settled too, also to a soldier stationed in Suzhou. These were all connections I'd built up over the past 3 years. I might not hustle much, but you've still got to have connections. Both my sisters were nearly married off. The Fu couple only cared about money and never bothered with any of this. I took my time. Don't rush. Let them wait. If I didn't make them anxious, how would they ever cough up the goods? Fu Nanshu was gasping for breath. Seeing me still lounging in the shade fanning myself, she stamped her foot in frustration. Little brother, why are you still lying there? They're right at the front door. Second sister, relax. I sat up unhurriedly, pulled a plump, juicy peach from the basket, and handed it to her. You ran the whole way here. Eat a peach first and cool off. The peach was a Fenghua jade I'd drawn a couple days back. Thin skin, thick flesh, sweet as honey with every bite. Lin Kai had eaten one before, and now he was eyeing the peach with fresh longing. Fu Nanshu couldn't stomach a bite. She pushed it away. I don't want it. Just hurry back with me. Your real parents came in a car, so fancy. The whole village went to gawk. A car. I raised an eyebrow, my lips curving up, though there wasn't a trace of a smile in my eyes. They're certainly willing to spend. Lin Kai couldn't help asking. Nanzhou, are you really going back with them? Whether I go or not, we'll see. They came all this way. I've got to at least meet them. I stood up leisurely, brushed the dirt off my clothes, and picked up my fan. Come on, second sister. Let's not keep our guests waiting. I put heavy emphasis on the word guests. Fu Nanshu paused, opened her mouth, then finally just sighed. She knew full well that I held zero expectations for these so-called birth parents. On the way I told her, in a bit, don't say a word. Just follow my lead. She nodded. After our older sister went off with her husband, it was just the two of us leaning on each other. Our parents had been in the city for 7 or 8 years and had come back only a handful of times, always to demand grain or money, never with a kind face for me. If I hadn't had my own means, who knew how much I'd have suffered? Even though she was their real daughter, she felt nothing for that couple or that so-called older brother either. We cut through the village road, and before we even reached the door, I could see a big crowd gathered in the distance. A black Volga sedan was parked at the village entrance. In those days, that was a rare sight indeed. Adults and kids alike had formed a ring around it, chattering away. I hear it's the Fu boys' real parents. Big shot officials from the capital. Tisk, TSK, so fancy. That Fu boy's about to hit it big. No kidding. That car, even our commune secretary doesn't get to ride in one like that. At the center of the crowd stood 2 men and 2 women. One middle-aged man wore a crisp Zhongshan suit, his hair combed without a strand out of place, an air of authority in his brow. The woman beside him wore a linen jacket, her hair in a bun, a lady's watch on her wrist, dignified and respectable. These were my birth father, Zhang Huayuan, and my birth mother, Zhou Shui. The other couple looked far shabbier. The man wore a nearly new blue cotton jacket. The woman, a plain floral blouse, her face plastered with forced warmth. That was my adoptive father, Fu Dihao, and my adoptive mother, Wang Guilon. The 4 of them stood together, normally at odds, but now all putting on a show of concern, glancing toward the road every so often. Why isn't Nanzhou here yet? Zhou Shui dabbed at her sweat with a handkerchief, her tone anxious. That child's had such a hard time all these years. My heart just aches. Her eyes reddened as she spoke. Wang Guilon jumped in. His mother, don't worry too much. Nanzhou's been sensible since he was little. He's taken good care of himself all alone in the village. Even after we moved to the city, we never stopped thinking about him. Not a leak in that speech. It expressed concern while washing her hands clean. Zhang Huayuan frowned at Fu Dihao, but said nothing. Fu Dihao gave a simple grin and scratched the back of his head. That's right, Nanzhou's a good kid. Just then, the crowd parted to make way. I strolled over, fan in hand, ambling along. A faded blue short-sleeved shirt, black trousers rolled up to my calves, a pair of worn cloth shoes on my feet. Standing next to the well-dressed Zhang couple, I looked like I was from another world entirely. Yet strangely, I didn't come across as shabby at all. Instead, I carried an air of composure I couldn't quite put into words. Though I was only 16, I walked at an unhurried pace, my gaze sweeping over the crowd. Neither the nervousness of a country kid meeting city folk, nor the excitement of reuniting with family. It was like looking at a group of familiar strangers. The moment Zhou Shuyi saw me, tears came pouring down. She rushed forward, reaching to grab my arm. Nanzhou, my son, your mother has missed you so terribly all these years. I turned slightly, quietly dodging her hand. Comrade, I said, my voice neither loud nor soft, just enough for everyone around to hear. You're my birth mother? She froze, her hand stuck in midair. Yes, yes, it's me. I'm your real mother. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Back then, you and the Fu family's child were swapped at the hospital. We only found out later. We've been searching for you all these years, and we never gave up. My expression stayed flat. I even gave a little smile. Oh, and how long did you and this comrade? I looked at Zhang Huayan, spend searching. Zhang Huayuan hadn't expected the question. He pondered. From when we discovered the swap until now, it's been. Before he could finish, Zhou Shi cut in. 3 years. We searched for you for 3 whole years. 3 years. I sneered inwardly, though nothing showed on my face. When I was 8, my adoptive parents had learned the truth, gotten their jobs, and moved to the city. Now I was 16, a full 8 years, yet these birth parents claimed they'd only been searching for 3. In other words, from when I was 8 to 13, all 5 of those years, both families knew the truth, and not a single one of them came to look after me. Not one. 3 years. Huh. You must have gone through so much trouble. My tone was as casual as if I were discussing something trivial. But if it took the 2 of you 3 whole years to find me, I guess you're not such big shot officials after all. Surely it wouldn't be hard for real big shots to find someone. The moment I said it, the villagers immediately started whispering. Right? The man was an official at the Ministry of Metallurgy. The woman was the union chair at a textile factory, both people of standing. 3 years to find one kid? Nobody believed that. Zhang Huayuan's expression shifted slightly. He hadn't expected this son raised in the countryside to be so blunt right out of the gate. Zhou Shi's face stiffened for a moment before she quickly welled up with tears again. Nanzhou, are you blaming us? We really did our best. Back then there were personnel changes at the hospital. The records were incomplete. We pieced it together bit by bit. I'm not blaming you. I smiled amiably. Just asking. Don't read too much into it. I turned to Fu Dihao and Wang Guilan, my tone still gentle. Uncle Fu, Annie Wang, what brings the 2 of you here as well? Being addressed as Uncle Fu left Fu Dihao looking sheepish. Wang Guilan was quicker on her feet. She sidled up with a big smile. Nanzhou, what's all this uncle and auntie business? Call us mom and dad. We may not be your birth parents, but we still raised you for 8 years. That bond can't just be cut off. That's right. That's right. Fu Dihao chimed in with a nod. You'll always be our son. I didn't take the bait. I swept a glance over both parties, a faint smile playing on my lips. What a coincidence. Both families showed up today. I wonder which of you found me first. Let me thank you in advance. Zhang Huayuan and Fu Dihao exchanged a look, and neither said a word. It was Zhou Shi who spoke up. We found you first. Last month we got word you were indaxing on the city's outskirts, so we hurried to contact Uncle Fu and Annie Wang and arranged to come see you together. Oh, I drew the word out. The 2 of you are so thoughtful. I paused, then suddenly asked, by the way, did you 2 bring me a gift? Zhou Shi blinked. What? A gift? I said it as if it were the most natural thing in the world. You're my birth parents. After all these years apart, on your very first visit, surely you didn't come empty-handed? The whole village is watching, you know. I smiled sweetly, my tone almost coaxing. But my eyes were crystal clear, not a shred of expectation, only cool scrutiny. The villagers chimed in one after another. That's right. Haven't seen your own son in all these years. You've got to bring him something. Zhang Huayuan frowned. He hadn't expected this son to start asking for things the moment they met. But with so many people watching, he couldn't very well say anything. He pulled out his wallet and peeled off a stack of bills. Here's 50 yuan. Take it and spend it for now. Once you're in the city, buy whatever else you need. I looked at that 50 yuan and didn't take it. I tilted my head, the picture of innocence. Dad, are you brushing me off like a beggar? Zhang Huayuan's hand froze. Zhou Shi's face darkened too. Nanzhou, watch how you speak. I'm just telling the truth. I blinked, wide-eyed and guileless. I'm your own son. I've suffered 16 years in the countryside. You're a big-shot official. The car you drove here is worth tens of thousands, and you're giving me a mere 50 yuan? If word got out, wouldn't people call you a cheapskate? That's bad for your reputation too, isn't it? The words were airtight, even laced with a touch of, I'm looking out for you, thoughtfulness. Zhang Huayuan's face went ashen, but he couldn't blow up. The villagers around him were pointing and murmuring, and he cared most about saving face. How could he stand this? He pulled out another 150, making it 200, and handed it over. Take this for now. I'll wire you more later. Only then did I accept it. I counted it, and my smile turned a shade more genuine. Thanks, Dad. I looked at Zhou Shui again. Mom, what about you? Zhou Shui gritted her teeth and pulled a handkerchief bundle from her pocket. She opened it to reveal a stack of small bills. Counting it up, it came to just over 20 yuan. I glanced at that 20-some yuan and sighed, my voice neither loud nor soft. Mom, this is really a bit. I shook my head, leaving the rest unsaid, and pocketed the money. Fine. It's better than nothing. Zhou Shui's face burned. She whipped around and glared at Zhang Huayuan. Zhang Huayuan turned his face away, annoyed. I turned to Fu Dihao and Wang Guilan, still smiling sweetly. Uncle Fu, Auntie Wang, what about the two of you? Wang Guilan played dumb. Us? What about us? A gift. I said it again. You raised me for 8 years. Sure, you barely looked after me after I turned 8, but in name at least, you're my adoptive parents. Today's a joyous occasion. Shouldn't you show a little something too? Fu Dihao's face turned ugly, and Wang Guilan's expression flat out changed. They hadn't come today to genuinely claim a son at all. They'd only tagged along after hearing the Fu family was coming to take someone, afraid of losing out. And now here they were. They hadn't even reclaimed the son, yet, and already they were being hit up for money. Nanzhou, what a thing to say. Wang Guilan gave a dry laugh. Everything you ate, wore, and used all these years, which of it didn't come from our hard work? And now you're asking us for gifts? Where's the sense in that? Exactly. A young voice suddenly rang out. A man in his early 20s shoved his way out from the back of the crowd. Army green jacket, hair slicked back and shiny. It was Fu Dihao and Wang Guilan's eldest son, Fu Jianbao. He squeezed to the front and jabbed a finger at my nose. Fu Nanzhou, don't push your luck. My mom and dad raised you for 8 years. It's bad enough you're not grateful, but you've got the nerve to ask for money? A son shaking down his parents for cash. Where's the sense in that? I looked at this older brother, in name only, and just found it funny. Fu Jianbao had been cradled like treasure since childhood. Never had to lift a finger. All the white flour buns and eggs he could eat. Every good thing in the house was his. And me and my 2 sisters? Coarse grain and backbreaking labor. And now he had the gall to say, our parents raised you. Big brother, I said slowly, with more than a hint of mockery, you're right. A son really shouldn't ask his parents for money. Fu Jianbao brightened, thinking I'd caved. Then you should still. So, I cut him off, smiling with utter sincerity. When are you heading back to the village? Our parents fed you and clothed you here for 18 years. Surely it's time you paid them back. Fu Jianbao's face went stiff. Think about it, I said, counting on my fingers. You ate fine grain and wore fine cloth from the day you were born, even got new clothes for the new year. I was working the fields at 8, while you're 18 and still kicking back at home waiting to be fed. Now you've got no job in the city, and our parents have no grain there either. So shouldn't you come back to farm, earn work points, and support them? And besides, when our parents grow old and want to return to their roots, they'll have to come back to the village to live. Won't you have to come back and take care of them? I have urban household registration. Fu Jianbao panicked. Why should I go back to the village? Oh, I nodded in mock realization. So having urban registration means you're off the hook for being a good son? The villagers roared with laughter. Fu Jianbao flushed crimson, his mouth opening and closing, unable to get a single word out. Wang Guilan, aching for her son, hurried to smooth things over. Jianbao, hold your tongue. Then she turned to me and forced out a smile. Nanzhou, you're right. We're all one family. No need to talk like strangers. Here's a little something from your dad and me. She pulled out a cloth bundle and opened it. 2 Great Unity, 10 yuan notes, 20 yuan. I glanced at it but didn't take it, letting out a sigh. Auntie Wang, you raised me for 8 years, and that's only worth 20 yuan? Wang Guilan's smile couldn't hold. Well, what do you want then? I won't make things hard for you. I said it slowly and pointedly. I've done the math. Over 8 years, coarse grain and fine grain combined, it had come to a few £100s at least. When you 2 moved to the city, you hauled away every bit of the family's grain and left me all alone in the village. If it weren't for the villagers helping me out, I'd have starved to death long ago. You're handing me 20 yuan now? If word got out, people would call you ungrateful. Worse than an adoptive parent ought to be, wouldn't they? Wang Guilan's face went ashen, and Fu Dihao looked thoroughly uncomfortable too. The surrounding villagers had long since had enough, and they broke into a chorus of comments. That's right. Back when this couple moved to the city, they carted off all the grain. Nanzhou was an 8-year-old kid, and with his 2 sisters, all 3 of them nearly starved to death at home. If you ask me, this couple's got no conscience. Got their jobs and stopped caring. Now that his real parents have shown up, here they come scurrying back. What are they after? Everyone can see it. The chatter grew louder and louder, and Wang Guilan and Fu Dihao's faces got uglier by the second. Zhang Huayuan and Zhou Shui, standing off to the side, didn't look good either. They'd meant to quietly whisk the kid away, but now the whole thing was blown wide open, and they'd lost face both inside and out. Finally, Wang Guilin gritted her teeth, pulled out another wad of bills, counted it up to 200, and shoved it hard into my hands. Take it. This is for all the years we raised you. From now on, you go your way and we'll go ours. I took the money, nodded with a smile. Thank you, Auntie Wang. Thank you, Uncle Fu. Then those 8 years of raising me. Consider us square. What I didn't say was this. After they moved to the city back then, the house, the private plot, the grain rations, all of it got seized. Alone out in the Beijing suburbs, if I hadn't awakened the all things cards, the coarse grain the village allotted me never would have kept me alive till today. These 200 yuan were just settling a fair score. Fu Jianbao was shaking all over with rage, jabbing his finger at me. You ungrateful wolf. I wasn't fazed. I only smiled brighter. Big brother's right. I really am an ungrateful wolf. But don't you worry. I'll remember your name forever. What's that supposed to mean? Fu Jianbao blinked. Jianbao, root treasure. What a fine name. I sighed. Good thing I named myself. If I'd gone by the Fu family's naming customs, what would I be called? Fu or Bao, second treasure? Fu Chaojian, cheap as grass? And my sisters? Fu Dia, first girl? Fu Zhaodi, bring a little brother? Now that would be too shameful to show my face. Another round of laughter swept through the crowd. Fu Jinbao's eyes went red with fury, and Wang Guilin had to hold him back with all her strength. I turned to Zhang Huayuan and Zhou Shuyi, my smile fading a little, replaced by something more serious. Dad, Mom, you came here today to take me back to the city, didn't you? Zhang Huayuan nodded, his tone softening a bit. Yes, you'll come back with us, transfer your registration to the city, and live there from now on. And what about that adopted son of yours? I asked bluntly. The one you two raised from childhood, the Fu family's youngest son. What happens to him? Zhang Huayuan and Zhou Shuyi exchanged a glance. Zhou Shuyi quickly said him. He's still the Fu family's child. He's got nothing to do with us anymore. Then where's he living now? At our place, but… Zhou Shuyi paused. Once you come back, he'll definitely move out. I lowered my eyes, hiding the mockery in them. Move out. Move where? It was true my home was in the Beijing suburbs, but that was a rural registration. And what time was this? The mid-1960s, with the up to the mountains, down to the countryside movement right on the horizon. Every unemployed urban youth was going to be mobilized to go down to the countryside. The Fu family's fake young master was also 16 this year, exactly the age to be sent down. Without me, he'd have to go to the frontier or settle in some village. But the moment I came back, he'd become the Fu family's own son, rural registration, and naturally exempt from being sent down. And me? Urban registration, no job lined up, perfectly positioned to take over his quota, legitimately, and be shipped off to the hardest, most grueling place there was. Quite the clever little scheme. I saw right through it, but I kept my face composed, even wearing a touch of naive anticipation. That's wonderful. Ever since I was little, I've wanted to see the city. Dad, Mom, when can I go back with you? The two of them exchanged a glance, both breathing a sigh of relief. We'll head back tomorrow. Pack your things today, Zhang Huayuan said. Sure. I nodded readily, then suddenly seemed to remember something. Oh, by the way, what about my second sister? Her registration's still in the village. Zhou Shi paused, about to speak, when I added another line. Mom, my second sister's always been so good to me. When we were little, she saved every bite of food for me. If you don't bring her along, I won't feel settled living in the city on my own. The words dripped with tenderness, but they were really putting her on the spot. Zhou Shi hesitated and looked at Zhang Huayuan. He frowned and shook his head. Nanzhou, Zhou Shi said carefully. Your second sister is, after all, the Fu family's daughter. She's got nothing to do with us. It wouldn't be appropriate to bring her along. Later on, once we've… My smile faded a shade. I didn't say much, just nodded. You're right, that makes sense. Never mind then, I won't go. What? Zhou Shi blinked. I said I won't go. I took a step back, my tone flat. My second sister, all alone in the village. I can't be at ease about that. If she's not going, then neither am I. You two go back to the city. Just pretend you never had this son. With that, I turned to leave. Wang Guilin and Fu Dihao watched, stunned. Fu Jinbao actually broke into a gloating grin. Zhang Huayuan's face went ashen. Zhou Shi grabbed my arm in a panic. Nanzhou, don't be rash. Let's talk this over some more. I stopped, turned to look at her, my eyes slightly red, my voice carrying a suppressed grievance. Mom, it's not that I'm being unreasonable. My second sister has been so good to me. I couldn't live with myself leaving her behind in the village all alone. If you truly care about me, bring her too. I promise she won't be any trouble. She can find work in the city and support herself. The words rang with sincerity, and quite a few of the villagers around us got misty-eyed, chiming in on my behalf. That's right. Nanzhou here is a boy who values loyalty. Can't you too, as his real parents, show a little flexibility? That area girl is a good one too. Bringing her to the city is nothing to be ashamed of. Zhang Huayuan took a deep breath, looked at Zhou Shui, and finally nodded. Fine, fine. We'll bring her. But the registration business will have to be handled slowly. At once I broke into a tearful smile, my eyes curving into little crescents. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. But inside, I was calculating. My second sister's marriage was already settled. In 2 more months, she'd be married off to Suzhou, and her registration would naturally transfer then. All I wanted was that promise from Zhang Huayuan. There was no need to actually process any registration at all. This was nothing more than my bargaining chip. Both my birth parents and my adoptive parents thought I was some country boy they could push around. Little did they know that I, Fu Nanzhou, was never an easy mark. Since you all want to put on a show, then I'll play along. It's just that by the time this play ends, who's outmaneuvered whom is still anyone's guess. That evening, both families, plus my second sister and me, crowded into the old Fu house for a meal. My sister cooked, and the ingredients came from my storage space. Eggplant, green beans, pumpkin, plus some pickled vegetables, a full table's worth, just no meat. Zhou Shi took a bite with her chopsticks, and her eyes lit up. Nanshu, you're really skilled, getting all these vegetables to taste this good. But the smile didn't reach her eyes. She was clearly unimpressed with the spread, and her tone even carried a hint of sarcasm. It's my second sister's skill. I gave the credit to my sister, then added, well, that figures. We country folk are lucky to get a table like this. Not like you big-shot officials, feasting away in the city. And Uncle Fu and the others became workers too. 8 years now. Wonder how they ever landed those jobs. The moment I said it, several faces changed color, but no one dared say much. I looked up and asked again, by the way, when I go back to the city, Dad, Mom, have you got a job all set up for me? Zhang Huayuan looked like he'd swallowed a fly, thoroughly disgusted. In the end, all he could do was force a smile and change the subject. You just got back? No rush, no rush. The job was for the fake young master. How could it possibly go to me? That couple never had any intention of sending the fake young master back. The registration issue was just an excuse. As long as they got me sent down to the countryside, the fake young master naturally wouldn't have to go. I even suspected they were planning to sign me up for some frontier posting to make themselves look ideologically progressive, maybe even use it to score a promotion. The corners of my mouth curled up, and I thought to myself, we'll see how this plays out. When the time comes, let's find out who's really outmaneuvering whom. My second sister kept her head down, her ears burning red. It was true she'd cooked the food, but even she didn't know where I'd gotten these ingredients. Normally I'd occasionally pull out some meat, but today there wasn't a trace of it. No doubt because I wasn't willing to let them have a taste. My second sister didn't dwell on it. Either way, she was on my side. After the meal, Zhang Huayuan and Zhou Shui went back to rest in the car, while Fu Dihao's family crammed into the room next door. I pulled my sister aside and said in a low voice, Second sister, come to the city with me tomorrow. Don't be afraid. In 2 months at most, you'll be married off to Suzhou. Once you're gone, I've got my own way to slip free. She was stunned. You're not actually going back with them? Why would I go back with them? I chuckled softly. They just need someone to send down to the countryside. That's all. I'm not that foolish. I looked into her eyes and said earnestly, Second sister, remember, once we're in the city, no matter what they say, don't respond. Follow my lead in everything. She nodded, gazing at me, her little brother, 3 years her junior, with a complicated expression. She'd probably started sensing I was different that one winter. Heavy snow had sealed the doors shut, and with most of the family's grain hauled off by our parents, she, our older sister, and I were so hungry our stomachs stuck to our spines. From somewhere I'd produced a wild hare and a few pounds of white flour and made rabbit meat dumplings. It was the most delicious meal she'd ever eaten. From that day on, I was like a changed person, steady, calm, never stumped by anything. She didn't know my secret, but she knew this little brother of hers would never let her down. After seeing my sister off, I went back to my room alone, lay down, and closed my eyes. Just past midnight, I opened them. All things cards, I've still got one daily draw today. The card spun and came to a stop. Congratulations. You've received 1 copy of the Rural Educated Youth Survival Guide, 2 bottles of Erguota liquor, and 3 pounds of soy-braised beef. I looked at that copy of the Rural Educated Youth Survival Guide, and the corner of my mouth lifted. A fine thing indeed for those who plan ahead. I flipped through a couple of pages and spotted a line. How to exploit policy loopholes to avoid being sent down to the countryside. My smile deepened. Want to send me, Fu Nanzhou, down to the countryside? Then let's see just who really ought to be sent down. Outside the window, the cicadas droned on as noisily as ever. The summer night in the Beijing suburbs was stuffy and long, but my heart was heavier than the darkness, more unpredictable than the summer wind. Tomorrow, I'd be heading into the city. A fine drama was waiting there for me to perform. Early the next morning, I climbed into that black Volga with my second sister. Fu Dihao and Wang Guilin stood at the village entrance, their expressions complicated, part resentment, part some indescribable schadenfreude. Fu Jinbao grinned with delight. Just before we left, he leaned toward my ear and lowered his voice. Once you're in the city, you're in for it. I looked at him with a sweet smile, my voice pitched neither loud nor soft, just enough for everyone around to hear. Don't you worry, big brother. Once I'm in the city, I'll be sure to live a good life. You just stay in the village and be a good, filial son to our parents. Don't let down all those 20-some years they spent raising you. For the first 18, our parents toiled in the fields while you never had to lift a finger. You've no idea how hard that was. The grin on Fu Ginbao's face froze instantly. The villagers burst out laughing again. I settled into the car, rolled down the window, and waved to the folks seeing us off. My eyes were a little red, and my voice caught in my throat. Uncles, aunts, I'm leaving now. All these years, I've had you all to lean on, and I'll never forget it. Once I'm settled in the city, I'll be sure to come back and see everyone. The words rang with heartfelt sincerity, and several of the aunties teared up on the spot. Nanzhou, live well in the city. Don't forget your fellow villagers. I nodded. Only when the car slowly pulled away did I draw my gaze back, leaning against the seat, the expression on my face turning cool. My second sister, Fu Nanshu, sat beside me, clutching a small bundle that held nothing but a few changes of clothes. She stared at the fields flying past the window, then glanced at me resting with my eyes closed, and felt a bit more at ease. The car drove for nearly 2 hours before it entered the capital. I looked out the window. The 1960s Beijing was a far cry from the one in my past life memories. Not many tall buildings. The streets were wide enough, but hardly bustling. Buses and bicycles filled the roads, with the occasional car passing by. But compared to the rural outskirts, it was already a world apart. The car turned into a large compound. There was a sentry post at the gate, and inside stood rows of neat tube-shaped apartment buildings, along with a few standalone little Western-style houses. Zhang Huayuan's family lived in one of those, 2 stories, with a small courtyard. I got out of the car and sized up the house, sneering inwardly. An official at the Ministry of Metallurgy, the perks certainly weren't bad. Nanzhou, come on in. Zhou Shui warmly pulled me inside. This is your home now. You'll live here from now on. I let her lead me along, my eyes sweeping over the room. Rosewood furniture, a leather sofa, calligraphy and paintings on the walls, carpet on the floor, and even a radio and a grandfather clock. Things like these could feed a rural household for 10 years. Nanzhou's back. A voice came from the staircase. I looked up to see a boy about my age walking down. White shirt, army green trousers, black leather shoes, hair combed neat and tidy, delicate features, an air of privilege in his brow and eyes. This was the fake young master who'd been swapped with me for 16 years, Fu Mingyuan. He walked up to me, smiled faintly, and extended his hand. Brother Nanzhou, welcome home. These years have been hard on you. Polite in tone, proper in manner, not a single fault to find. But I noticed there wasn't a shred of guilt in his eyes, only a kind of condescending scrutiny, like he was sizing up an outsider who'd intruded on his turf. I reached out and shook his hand, smiling with equal propriety. Brother Mingyuan, you're too kind. You lived the good life in the city in my place for 16 years. That must have been hard on you too. The smile on his face stiffened ever so slightly. The words sounded polite, but no matter how you tasted them, something was off. Zhou Shui hurried to smooth things over. All right, your brothers, family. Nanzhou, go on up and take a look at your room. Mingyuan, you'll move out today. Uncle Fu's place is all set up. Fu Mingyuan nodded without saying much, turned, and went upstairs to pack. I raised an eyebrow, watching his retreating figure, lost in thought. Sending the fake young master off this quickly? Even more urgent than I'd expected. Zhang Huayuan explained from the side. Mingyuan is, after all, the Fu family's child. Now that you're back, it's only natural for him to return. We've arranged a place for him over at Uncle Fu's. Don't you worry. Worry? Of course I'm not worried. I smiled sweetly, my tone sincere. With you handling things, Dad, what would I have to worry about? That Dad left Zhang Huayuan a little uncomfortable. He gave a dry cough and said nothing more. Zhou Shui led me to a small room on the second floor. It wasn't big, but it was tidy. A single bed, a desk, a wardrobe, a south-facing window with the sunlight just right. Nanzhou, get yourself settled in. If you need anything, just tell Mom. She patted my shoulder, her tone gentle. Mom's going to make dinner. I nodded. After she left, I closed the door and took a turn around the room. The bedding on the bed had been freshly changed, but it was clearly old, washed until it had faded. The wardrobe was empty, and the desk drawers held nothing at all. Compared to the rosewood furniture downstairs, this room was pitifully shabby. I leaned against the headboard, closed my eyes, and worked it all out. My situation was crystal clear. Zhang Huayuan and Zhou Shuyi bringing me back had nothing to do with guilt, nothing to do with family affection. They needed a son with rural registration to take Fu Mingyuan's place going down to the countryside. Once I was sent down, Fu Mingyuan, no, Zhang Mingyuan, could legitimately stay in the city, join a factory, earn wages, and live the good life. I, Fu Nanzhou, was just the pawn to be sacrificed. As for a job, Zhang Huayuan's no rush last night had said it all. Since you're without conscience, don't blame me for being without loyalty. I opened my eyes, the corners of my mouth lifting slightly. That very afternoon, Fu Mingyuan moved out. As he left, both Zhou Shuyi and Zhang Huayuan stood at the door to see him off. Zhou Shuyi's eyes went red, and she held his hand, giving instructions for a long while. Mingyuan, take good care of yourself over there. Anything you need, just tell Mom. Mom, don't worry. Fu Mingyuan said gently. I'll come back to see you often. Zhang Huayuan patted his shoulder and said nothing, but the reluctance in his eyes couldn't be hidden. I leaned against the second-floor window, watching this scene, a faint smile playing on my lips. This was how a real son got treated. Too bad the real son here could only stand upstairs and watch. After Fu Mingyuan left, I went downstairs and saw Zhou Shuyi sitting on the sofa, dabbing at her tears. Mom, don't be sad. I walked over, my tone obedient. Brother Mingyuan may not be my real brother, but he's Uncle Fu's child after all. Uncle Fu and Auntie Wang won't treat him badly. She wiped her tears and forced a smile. You're right. I'm overthinking it. Oh, by the way, Mom. I sat down beside her, all curiosity. I heard from the villagers that Brother Mingyuan already has a job. What kind of job? Her expression froze, then quickly recovered. Oh, him? It's at a factory under the Ministry of Metallurgy. He hasn't officially started yet. He's still processing the paperwork. That's great. I nodded, my tone innocent. Once my registration transfers over, can I get into a factory too? Dad's an official at the Ministry of Metallurgy. Arranging a job shouldn't be hard, right? She gave a couple of dry laughs. Let's discuss it when your dad gets home. Just stay here at home for now, no rush. No rush again. I sneered inwardly while beaming on the outside. Sure, I'll do as you say, Mom. That afternoon, Zhang Huayuan wasn't off work yet, and Zhou Shuyi said she had something to handle at her work unit, and went out too. That left just me and my second sister at home. After my sister finished tidying up the room, she came downstairs and, seeing me flipping through the newspaper in the living room, said quietly, Little brother, why do I feel like something's off with them? What's off? I didn't even look up. I can't quite put my finger on it. It's just... She hesitated. They're way closer to that Fu Mingyuan than they are to you. And your room is nothing like the one he used to have. I got a peek at his brand new bedding, a radio, a desk lamp, plenty of clothes hanging in the wardrobe. I set down the newspaper, looked at her, and smiled. Second sister, remember one thing. If you don't have expectations, you won't be disappointed. She froze for a moment, her eyes stinging. Little brother, all right, don't overthink it. I stood up. Come on, let me take you out to look around, get a feel for the streets. The two of us headed out and strolled around the compound. It was a fair-sized place, mostly home to the families of Ministry of Metallurgy officials. I had a sweet tongue, calling out uncle and auntie to everyone I passed, and before long I was on familiar terms with the neighbors. So you're the son the Zhang family lost, a middle-aged woman with permed curls said, sizing me up, her eyes curious. I hear you grew up in the countryside. That's right, auntie. I nodded and sighed, my tone self-mocking. 16 years of hardship in the countryside. Started working the fields at 8. Didn't even have a pair of cotton shoes in winter. My feet were covered in frostbite. Now I'm finally back. My mom and dad are so good to me. They gave me the best room, and they even said they'd find me a job. That west-facing room on the second floor. I said all this with a radiant smile, the very picture of someone content with his lot. But every word, in and between the lines, was a soft blade. The curly-haired woman frowned. The best room? Which one are you staying in? That little north-facing room on the second floor. I scratched my head and grinned foolishly. It's really nice. Back in the countryside, I didn't even have a room to myself. She'd been the Zhang family's neighbor for several years. How could she not know what the north-facing room on the second floor was like? It had originally been a storage room, later converted into a guest room. Small, dark, freezing in winter, and stifling in summer. Meanwhile, the big south-facing bedroom Fu Mingyuan lived in was spacious, bright, and fully furnished. That old Zhang is really too. She stopped halfway, glanced at me, and swallowed the rest of her sentence. I acted as if I hadn't noticed and kept smiling. Auntie, where around here can I buy clothes? I want to get my second sister something new. She's had it hard all these years, always wearing hand-me-downs. It pains me to see it. Her heart softened, and she took my hand. Good boy. Auntie will take you to there. There's a department store on the street up ahead, good stuff. And so I made a full circuit of the compound, telling everyone I met about my bitter days in the countryside, while slipping in praise for how wonderfully my birth parents treated me. By the time these words reached Zhang Huayuan and Zhou Shi's ears, the flavor was something else entirely. When Zhang Huayuan came home that evening, his face was already dark. Nanzhou, tell me honestly, what did you say to people outside today? He sat on the sofa, his tone somewhat heavy. I put on a face full of innocence. What did I say? I just chatted with the uncles and aunties, told them about my old days in the countryside, and praised how good you and mom are to me. He took a deep breath. You told them you're staying in the best room? That's right. I blinked and looked at him earnestly, then asked in confusion. Didn't you fix up that room for me to stay in? Back in the countryside, I wouldn't have dared even dream of it. I think it's great. What's wrong, Dad? He was so choked up he couldn't get a word out. What could he say? That he'd put his real son in the storage room and the adopted son in the best room? Wouldn't that be slapping his own face? Zhou Shi hurried to smooth things over. All right. The boy just got back. He doesn't know any better. Don't hold it against him. Nanzhou, tomorrow mom will take you to buy some new clothes, so you'll have changes to wear. Those words had been forced out of her. All afternoon, several neighbors had come to ask her, why's your Nanzhou living in that little room? The poor child, all those years of suffering in the countryside, and you don't even set him up with a few things when he comes back. The smile on her face could barely hold. Hearing this, I nodded happily. Thank you, Mom. Oh, by the way, could you get a few things for my second sister too? She hasn't worn anything new in years either. She gritted her teeth. Fine. The next day, Zhou Shi took my sister and me to the department store. I didn't hold back one bit. From head to toe, inside and out, I bought 2 full outfits for myself. Then 2 outfits for my sister, plus a wool coat and a pair of leather shoes. As I browsed, I said, Mom, this color's lovely, it'd suit you. Why don't you get one too? Coaxed by me, she had no choice but to buy one for herself. But looking at the pile of things in my arms, her heart ached with every twinge. At checkout, the total came to over 120 yuan. On the way back, I deliberately swung by the quilt cover counter, picked out a new peony-patterned quilt, and said with a grin, Mom, my quilt's too old. It's not warm enough at night. This one's pretty, don't you think? The smile on her face nearly froze, but she paid up anyway. My sister held the new quilt, her eyes red. It wasn't that she was touched, it was that she ached for me. She knew that I was fighting for myself, and for her too. These things were mine by right in the first place. Back at the compound, I carried the new quilt and clothes and greeted every neighbor with a beaming smile. Hello, Auntie. My mom bought me a new quilt. Pretty, isn't it? Hello, Auntie Zhang. My mom bought my second sister new clothes too. Look at this fabric, isn't it nice? The neighbors praised her one after another. Old Zhou's being generous this time. That non-Zhou's had a hard life. Now he's finally enjoying some comfort. That's right, blood is blood after all. Zhou Shi stood off to the side, her smile uglier than a grimace. Over the next few days, I found new ways every day to pour out my sorrows around the compound. To Auntie Lee, you know what? In the countryside, I could only wear thin shoes in winter. My feet were covered in frostbite, and at night, they itched so bad I couldn't sleep. To Uncle Wong, I could plow a field by the time I was 8. That ox was 2 heads taller than me. I couldn't pull it along, and my foster father would stand at the edge of the field watching, then whip me. To Grandma Zhao, when I was little, I was so hungry I had no choice but to dig for wild greens in the fields. Once I dug up a snake and was so scared I didn't dare go outside for a whole month. I said each of these things lightly, even with a smile, as if none of that hardship was anything at all. But not a single listener remained unmoved. Word spread fast. Within 3 days, the whole compound knew that the Zhang family's real son had suffered 16 years of hardship in the countryside, and that he'd come home only to live in the storage room, wear old clothes, and not even have a decent quilt. Zhang Huiyin and Zhou Shi's dignity was, at this point, utterly in tatters. On the evening of the 4th day, Zhang Huiyuan finally couldn't take it and called me into the study. Nanzhou, tell me honestly, are you unhappy with your mom and me? I stood in the study, head bowed, my voice muffled. Dad, I'm not unhappy. I know you and mom are busy with work and couldn't look after me. I don't blame you. Then those things you said outside. Everything I said was the truth. I lifted my head, my eyes red, my lips trembling. Dad, these years really were bitter for me. I said those things not out of resentment, but because I've finally come home, and I wanted people to know I have parents now, that I'm not some orphan without a mother or father anymore. At this point, tears rolled down my face. I wanted people to know that my parents are officials, that they treat me well, that they bought me new clothes and a new quilt. I wasn't complaining, Dad. I was showing off. Zhang Huiyuan was stunned, looking at my tear-streaked face. For a moment, he genuinely couldn't tell whether it was heartfelt or an act. Those eyes were too sincere. So sincere it left one unwilling to doubt. All right, stop crying. He sighed, his tone softening. It's Dad who overthought it. Go get some rest. I wiped my tears and nodded obediently. Then you get some rest early too, Dad. I turned and walked out. The instant I closed the study door, the tears on my face vanished, replaced by a faint, cold smile. Acting. I spent 10 years as a doctor in my past life. What kind of patients' families haven't I seen? What situations haven't I handled? These two were still a bit green to be playing games with me. In the study, Zhang Huayuan and Zhou Shi sat there, both looking grim. We can't drag this out any longer, Zhang Huayuan said, lowering his voice. The registration has to be dealt with as soon as possible. The countryside quota is finalized next month. Zhou Shi hesitated. But that Nanzhou is sharp as a tack. What if he catches on? So what if he does? Zhang Huayuan gave a cold snort. With his rural registration, where else could he go but down to the countryside? We're helping him, giving him an urban registration. We've already done more than enough. She fell silent. She knew full well this wasn't help. It was a scheme. But she knew even more clearly that Fu Mingyuan absolutely could not be sent down. That boy had been pampered since childhood. How could he ever endure life in the countryside? As for me, I'd grown up rural, well suited to country life. So wasn't this perfect? Then it's settled. Zhang Huayuan made the call. Tomorrow I'll find old Li and bring back the countryside application form. As for the registration, I'll have the work unit issue a certificate and transfer it to the neighborhood office first. Then reporting him for the countryside will follow naturally. She nodded and said nothing more. What she didn't know was that I hadn't heard a single word of this conversation. But I didn't need to hear it. I'd known all along they'd do exactly this. So I was waiting too. Waiting for the right moment. A moment to make their clever little scheme fall completely to pieces. Over the next few days, I was especially well behaved. Every morning I got up early to help Zhou Shi make breakfast. After eating, I'd take my sister for a walk in the courtyard, chat with the neighbors, come back at noon for a nap, read in the afternoon, and return to my room on time each night. Obedient as a model son. But Zhang Huayuan knew in his heart this son was no simple matter. At dusk on Friday, I was sitting in the courtyard enjoying the cool air when a military jeep pulled up at the compound gate. A tall, powerfully built middle-aged man hopped out. He wore a military uniform, 2 bars and 4 stars on his shoulders, his features resolute, his brow and eyes bearing some resemblance to Zhang Huayuan. Yet his bearing was entirely different. This was Zhang Huayuan's elder brother, my uncle, Zhang Jingguo. He worked at the General Staff headquarters and was away from the capital most of the year. This time he'd taken leave specifically to come back. Big brother. Zhou Shi hurried over, all smiles. How come you're here? You didn't say anything ahead of time. I'd have sent Huayuan to pick you up. No need to pick me up. Zhang Jingguo's voice was booming. His gaze swept past her and landed directly on me in the courtyard. So this is Nanzhou. I stood up, dipped my head slightly, and said in a measured voice, Hello, uncle. Zhang Jingguo walked over, looked me up and down, and his brow furrowed slightly. I was wearing the new clothes Zhou Shi had bought a few days back, clean and neat, but I was far too thin, my complexion sallow, clearly the mark of long-term malnutrition. Looks like Huayuan when he was young. He nodded, reached out, and patted my shoulder, neither too hard nor too soft. Good boy. These years have been hard on you. I lifted my head, my eyes slightly red, my lips moving as if I wanted to say something, but swallowed it back down, and in the end I just nodded hard. He took it all in, and it sat even worse with him. He turned to Zhou Shi, his tone sinking a few degrees. Sister-in-law, is Nanzhou's room ready? Let me have a look. Zhou Shi's smile froze for an instant. She quickly said, It's ready, on the 2nd floor. I'll take you up. No need. Let Nanzhou take me. I walked ahead obediently, led him up to the 2nd floor, and pushed open the door to that little north-facing room. The room was small, a single bed, a desk, a wardrobe, and a north-facing window that the afternoon sun never reached, leaving it dim. The quilt on the bed was new, with a peony-patterned cover, the very one I deliberately asked for a few days ago. Beyond that, the room was bare. His brow furrowed deeper. Without a word, he turned and pushed open the big south-facing bedroom next door. The room was spacious and bright, sunlight spilling across the large rosewood bed. An elegant lamp sat on the nightstand, and a waist-high bookshelf stood in the corner, stacked with all kinds of books. The solid wood wardrobe was a good 2 meters tall, and when opened, revealed several pieces of clothing still hanging inside, left behind. This was the room Fu Mingyuan had lived in for 16 years. His face turned thoroughly grim. Who's living in here? I bowed my head, my voice muffled. Brother Mingyuan used to live here. He moved out, so it's empty. Then why aren't you living in this one? I looked up and smiled cautiously. Uncle, this room is too nice. I'm not used to it. That little room is fine. Back in the countryside, I didn't even have a room to myself. He took a deep breath and turned to head downstairs. In the living room, Zhang Huayuan had just gotten home from work. Seeing his elder brother sitting on the sofa with a stony face, his heart lurched. "Big brother, how come you're here?" he said, forcing a smile. "How come I'm here?" Zhang Jingguo snorted coldly. "If I hadn't come, I'd never have known how you two treat your own flesh and blood." Zhou Shi hurried to pour tea. "Big brother, how can you say that? We treat Nanzhou very well. We bought him new clothes and a new quilt." "New clothes and a new quilt." He cut her off, his voice rising. "And you stick him in the storage room? Your own son in the storage room, the adopted son in the best room. What kind of nonsense is this?" Zhang Huayuan's face went red, then white. "Big brother, that room was fixed up on short notice. We'll switch him over later." "Later?" Zhang Jingguo sneered. "If you really wanted to switch him, you'd have done it already. I've been at the general staff for 20 years. What kind of people haven't I seen? Your little schemes might fool others, but they don't fool me." Zhou Shi grew so anxious her eyes reddened. "Big brother, hear me out. No need to explain." He waved a hand, his tone easing, though the weight behind it didn't lessen. "Nanzhou's had a hard life, 16 years of suffering in the countryside. He's only just made it back, and if you two aren't willing to treat him properly, I won't force it. I'll take him back to live at the general staff compound. The conditions there are no worse than here." Zhang Huayuan and Zhou Shi exchanged a glance, and their faces changed. If Big Brother took me away, their whole plan would fall apart. The countryside quota was being finalized next month. The registration couldn't be delayed any longer. "Big Brother, don't misunderstand," Zhang Huayuan said quickly. "We're sincere about Nanzhou. He's our own flesh and blood. How could we mistreat him? We didn't think the room arrangement through. We'll move him into the big bedroom tomorrow." Zhou Shi nodded again and again. "Yes, yes, we'll switch it tomorrow and set him up with everything he needs." Zhang Jingguo looked at them, then at me standing head-bowed by the staircase. He was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. "Fine, I'll trust you this once." He paused and added, waiting his words, "But let me say the unpleasant part up front. I'll be keeping an eye on Nanzhou. If I find out you've mistreated him, don't blame me for setting brotherly ties aside." The couple agreed over and over, sweat beading on their foreheads. He turned to me again, his tone much gentler. "Nanzhou, come here." I walked over and stood before him. "Your other uncle is coming to the capital tomorrow too." "I called him," he said. "The relatives on your mother's side are all reasonable people. With us here, we won't let anyone wrong you." I froze for a moment. "My other uncle?" Zhou Shi froze too. "My elder brother is coming?" "That's right." Zhang Jingguo shot her a glance. "I filled him in about Nanzhou. When he heard you'd brought Nanzhou back, he was overjoyed, said he wanted to come see his nephew." Zhou Shi's expression turned rather odd. Though she and her elder brother, Zhou Zhengguo, shared the same mother, they weren't especially close. Zhou Zhengguo was the director of an arms factory in the northeast, upright and blunt by nature, and he'd never approved of the way she'd carried herself over the years. If he caught wind of anything, "That's wonderful." She forced a smile. Perfect timing for the family to get together. Zhang Jingguo didn't stay long. After a few more words of instruction, he hurried off. Once he left, the atmosphere in the living room turned delicate. Zhang Huayuan sat on the sofa, his face dark, saying nothing. Zhou Shi sat beside him, gripping her teacup tightly. I stood off to the side, obedient as a little lamb. "Nanzhou, go back to your room for now," Zhang Huayuan said. I nodded and turned to head upstairs. But I didn't go back to my room. Instead, I stopped at the bend in the staircase and cocked an ear to listen. "Now this is trouble," Zhou Shi said in a low voice. "You know how my elder brother is, the most exacting person there is. If he finds out what we're planning, he'll raise the roof. What's there to be afraid of?" Zhang Huayuan said gruffly. "Nanzhou is our son. How we arrange things is no outsider's place to meddle. But my elder brother isn't an outsider. He's Nanzhou's own uncle. So what? The household registration book is in our hands. We call the shots." Zhou Shi was silent for a while, then suddenly said, "The registration book? Where did you put it?" "In the study drawer, locked up." "Is it locked properly?" "Don't let Nanzhou get his hands on it. What could he find? He doesn't even know where the key is." Hearing this, the corner of my mouth lifted slightly. "The study drawer? Locked up?" I smiled soundlessly and crept back to my room. Early the next morning, sure enough, they moved me into the big south-facing bedroom. And not just the room. They added plenty of things too. A new lamp, a new radio, a new bookshelf, and there was even a pot of asparagus fern on the desk. Zhou Shi tidied up as she smiled. "Nanzhou, this room gets good light. You'll live here from now on. Just tell Mom if you need anything." Looking at the freshly made-over room, I sneered inwardly. If not for that one visit from Uncle, I'd probably never have gotten to live in this room. "Thank you, Mom." I smiled radiantly, though there wasn't a trace of warmth in my eyes. A little after 10 in the morning, my other uncle, Zhou Zhengguo, arrived. He was half a head taller than Zhang Jingguo, broad-backed and burly, dressed in a set of faded blue work clothes and carrying a large canvas bag, travel-worn and dusty. Clearly he'd come a long way. Nanjo. The moment he stepped through the door, he recognized me, striding over and pulling me into a hug, his voice so booming the whole building could hear it. Good lad, look how big you've grown. Your uncles missed you like crazy. He hugged me so tight I could barely breathe, yet a wave of warmth surged up inside me. This hug was real. It wasn't an act, wasn't a scheme. It was genuine, heartfelt family love. Uncle. My voice came out a little hoarse. He let me go and looked me over, his eyes reddening. Thin, too thin. What kind of parents are they? The boy suffered all those years in the countryside, and they can't even fatten him up properly after bringing him home. Zhou Shi gave a dry laugh from the side. Big brother, we've been building Nanjo back up. We bought quite a lot of good things. He turned, his gaze sharp. I heard all about it on the way here. Nanjo came back and got put in the storage room. Without even a decent quilt? Shui, you're my own sister, and I don't want to say anything harsh, but search your conscience. Can you look this child in the eye? Zhou Shui couldn't hold her expression, her eyes reddening. Big brother, Enough, don't explain. He waved a hand and pulled several packages out of his canvas bag. These are pine nuts and hazelnuts I brought from the northeast, plus 2 pounds of deer antler, to build Nanjo back up. And this. He pulled out an envelope and pressed it into my hands. 500 yuan. From your uncle's heart. Take it and buy whatever you want. Don't shortchange yourself. I looked at the envelope in my hands, my heart a tangle of emotions. 500 yuan was no small sum in the 1960s. Even my uncle's monthly salary was only a little over 100. This was what family was supposed to look like. Zhou Shui's face turned even uglier. She hadn't expected her elder brother to be so generous. 500 right off the bat. By comparison, the few things she and Zhang Huayuan had bought were simply too paltry to mention. Thank you, uncle. I tucked the envelope away, my voice a little choked. He patted my shoulder, then turned to Zhang Huayuan, his tone neither warm nor cold. Brother-in-law, I came this time for 2 reasons. 1, to see Nanjo, and 2, to have a few words with you. Zhang Huayuan forced a smile. Please, go ahead, big brother. Nanjo is your own flesh and blood. He suffered outside all those years, so now that he's home you'd better treat him right. Zhou Jingwo's voice wasn't loud, but every word landed heavily on the heart. His job, his registration, all of it has to be properly arranged, no shortchanging him. As for that adopted son, send him back wherever he belongs, and don't go getting muddle-headed. The couple exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. Rest assured, big brother, we'll arrange everything properly. Good, I'll trust you. He nodded. But let me warn you, policies are tight right now, and you know all about this business of being sent down to the countryside. Nanjo has rural registration, so by rights he shouldn't have to go. But since you've brought him back, you ought to transfer his registration into the city and arrange a job for him. If you make Nanjo take the fall for it just to keep the adopted son from being sent down, I'll be the first to refuse. The words were blunt and cutting, and the smiles on the couple's faces couldn't hold it all. Big brother, these words of yours. Zhang Huayuan gave a dry cough. How could we ever do such a thing? Mingyuan has moved out. He's got nothing to do with us anymore. Nanjo is our own son. Of course we'll prioritize arranging things for him. Good then. Best to transfer his registration out too. Don't leave it on your family's registration book. Zhou Jingwo nodded and said no more. At noon the family had a meal together. At the table, my uncle kept piling food onto my plate. Eat more, look how thin you are. I refused nothing and cleaned my plate. Several times Zhou Shui wanted to bring up the registration, but Zhang Huayuan stopped her each time with a look. After the meal, my uncle had to catch a train back to the northeast. Before leaving, he took my hand again and gave a long stream of instructions. Nanjo, your uncle's leaving now. Live well in the city. If anything comes up, just call your uncle. I'll back you up. Don't worry, uncle. I'll take good care of myself. He shot Zhang Huayuan and Zhou Shui another glance, his gaze meaningful. You too. Mind how you conduct yourselves. With that, he strode off in great, sweeping steps. After seeing my uncle off, I went back to my room and closed the door, the smile slowly fading from my face. I knew that although this visit from my 2 uncles had put pressure on Zhang Huayuan and his wife, it had also made them more desperate. They had to get the countryside business done in the shortest time possible. And the breakthrough point was the registration book. That night, I lay in bed without sleeping. I was waiting for an opportunity. At 2 in the morning, the whole building fell silent. I opened my eyes, slipped out of bed quietly, opened my door, and stepped out. The hallway was pitch black, only the moonlight filtering in through the window, casting blurred shadows across the floor. I went to the study door and gently turned the handle. Locked. I pulled a thin wire out of my pocket, something I'd prepared back in the countryside. In my past life as a doctor, I had a hobby of picking locks, purely for fun, I never imagined it would come in handy in this world. I slid the wire into the keyhole and turned it a few times. Click. Open. I slipped into the study and pulled the door shut behind me. The room was small, a desk, a filing cabinet, a row of bookshelves. I switched on a flashlight and shone it at the desk drawers. All three were locked. Same method. I opened them one by one. The first held documents and letter paper, useless. The second, receipts and loose change. In the third, I found a manila envelope with the words registration book written on it. I opened it to find 3 registration books inside. One for Zhang Huayuan and Zhou Shuyi, one for Fu Mingyuan, and one more. Mine. I swept my eyes over it by moonlight. Fu Nanzhou, male, XX Production Brigade, XX Commune, Daxing County, Beijing Suburbs, agricultural registration. Rural registration, just as I'd thought. I sneered inwardly, just as expected. And hidden away in my space was an identical one. Except mine had an extra page for my second sister, since she hadn't married out yet. These Ministry of Metallurgy officials were something else. They'd even had my registration prepared without needing me to lift a finger. I quickly figured out how. Zhang Huayuan's clout was one part, and the other was an introduction letter issued by the village brigade leader. I hadn't expected the couple to have thought of even that. I pulled out an identical manila envelope from my pocket, prepared in advance. Inside was a registration book, a fake. Over these past few days in the city, I'd long since studied the format and contents of the registration book. Using paper and pen I'd drawn from the All Things cards, I'd forged one. Except for the photo, which was real, all the information was fabricated by me. I tucked the real one into my pocket, put the fake one in the envelope, stuffed it back in the drawer, and locked it. The whole process took no more than 10 minutes. Back in my room, I lay down and pulled out the real registration book, flipping through a couple of pages. Agricultural registration. With it, I could handle plenty of things, like transferring my registration somewhere else. Zhang Huayuan wanted to use me as Fu Mingyuan's stand-in for the countryside? Keep dreaming. Early the next morning, I got up and made breakfast as usual, everything ordinary. Seeing me so obedient, Zhou Shuyi breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't know that this seemingly obedient boy had that crucial registration book tucked in his pocket, while the one in her study drawer was nothing but a meticulously crafted counterfeit. After moving into the big south-facing bedroom, my days grew a lot more comfortable. Sunlight streamed through the window, falling on the asparagus fern, lush and green. Every day I'd turn on the radio, listen to the news and model operas, and pass the time at leisure. But I knew this was merely the calm before the storm. On the surface, Zhang Huayuan and Zhou Shuyi treated me better and better, fussing over my every comfort with meticulous care. Zhou Shuyi even cooked something different every day: stewed chicken today, braised fish tomorrow, dumplings the day after. The neighbors saw it and praised them. Old Zhou and his wife are really attentive to Nanzhou now. That's right, blood is blood after all. Only I knew that every meal, every word of concern, was paving the way toward that unspeakable goal. They wanted me to let my guard down, to willingly hand over the registration book and obediently go down to the countryside. Too bad, they'd miscalculated. That afternoon, Zhang Huayuan came home early for once, and the moment he walked in he was all smiles. Nanzhou, come here. Dad has something to tell you. I came down from upstairs and obediently sat on the sofa. Dad, what is it? It's like this. Zhang Huayuan cleared his throat. Your mom and I have gotten your registration taken care of, transferred to the city neighborhood office. From now on you're an urban resident, eating state-supplied grain. No more going back to the countryside. His tone was sincere, his eyes kind, the very image of a good father who'd worn himself out for his son. I sneered inwardly, but on my face I showed delight. Really? Dad, you're amazing. So I can find work in the city now. Of course. He nodded. But city jobs aren't easy to come by. You'll have to wait for an opportunity. Just stay home for now, no rush. No rush again. I nodded obediently. Okay, I'll do as you say, Dad. Oh, right. He pulled a form out of his briefcase. This is the Educated Youth Countryside Registration Form. Fill it out for me. I froze. The countryside? Dad, aren't I an urban resident now? Why would I still go to the countryside? His smile stiffened slightly. Then he explained, oh, this is a quota from the work unit. Someone has to go support rural construction. Your dad's an official, so I have to set an example and answer the call. Don't worry, it's just a formality. You won't actually have to go. Then who goes? I asked innocently. Your brother Mingyuan. He said as if it were the most natural thing in the world. He has rural registration. He was always meant to go down to the countryside. Now that you're back and your registration's been transferred to the city, his side has to follow policy. This form is for him to fill out. Just write it up for me, and I'll have him sign it later. I took the form and flipped through it. Written boldly across the top were the words, Educated Youth Countryside Registration Form. The address field was blank, and in the notes field was a line of small print. recommended destination. Heilongjiang Province Construction Corps. Heilongjiang. One of the harshest, coldest educated youth postings in the entire country. He said it was for Fu Mingyuan to fill out, but I knew full well whose name this form would ultimately bear. As long as I signed it, with the registration book in his hands, one small alteration and the one going down to the countryside would be me, Fu Nanzhou. As for Fu Mingyuan, he'd already gone off to be a comfortable factory worker, report in papers from the Ministry of Metallurgy factory in hand. Okay, I'll fill it out for you. I smiled sweetly. He nodded with satisfaction and went upstairs. Back in my room, I closed the door and the smile instantly vanished from my face. I spread the form out and read it over carefully. The Educated Youth Countryside registration form required the applicant's signature, a copy of the registration book, and a stamp from the neighborhood office. He'd given the form to me for one reason only, to lower my guard, to make me think it really was for Fu Mingyuan. Once I'd filled it out, he'd find some excuse to ask for my registration book, claiming it was to process the paperwork. The moment that registration book was in his hands, I'd be completely at his mercy. Need to pick up the pace, I muttered to myself. I'd been living at the Zhang home for nearly 10 days, and I had the compound situation figured out completely. There was a spare key to Zhang Huiyuan's study in the nightstand of the bedroom, and Zhou Shi went to her work unit for meetings from 9 to 11 every morning, during which the only ones home were me and my second sister, Fu Nanzhou. This was the best opportunity. The next morning, the moment Zhou Shi left, I had my sister keep watch downstairs while I went into Zhang Huiyuan's bedroom. The nightstand drawer wasn't locked, and after a bit of rummaging, I found a ring of keys. Besides the study key, there was a small key, no telling what lock it opened. I pressed the teeth marks onto a piece of paper and put the key back where it was. Back in my room, I took out a set of tools I'd drawn from the cards back in the village, and, following the teeth marks, used a file and wire to make an identical key. The whole process took less than half an hour. Late that night, I slipped into the study again. This time, I wasn't after the registration book, but Fu Mingyuan's work report in papers. Inside the filing cabinet was a locked tin box. I tried the new key on it, and sure enough, it opened. The box held several important documents: Fu Mingyuan's report in papers, Zhang Huiyuan's property deed, several savings passbooks, and a recommended list of educated youth for the countryside. I opened the list, and my pupils contracted. 5 names. The very first was Zhang Mingyuan, recommended destination Heilongjiang Province Construction Corps. But a line had been drawn through the name Zhang Mingyuan, and beside it, in pencil, was written Fu Nanzhou. So it really was a plot to swap the prince for a cat. I gave a cold snort and pulled out Fu Mingyuan's report in papers to examine them closely. The red letterhead document bore the Ministry of Metallurgy's official seal and read, "Comrade Zhang Mingyuan, having passed the assessment, is hereby assigned to work at the Ministry of Metallurgy's No. 7 machinery plant. Please process his onboarding." The date was next Monday. In other words, next Monday, Fu Mingyuan could take these report-in papers to the factory and start work. And around the same time, Zhang Huiyuan would likely come asking me for the registration book. The timing was pinpoint perfect. I tucked the report-in papers into my pocket, took out an identical sheet of paper from my space, and using the fountain pen and ink I'd drawn from the cards, imitated Zhang Huiyuan's handwriting to forge an identical copy, with the name written as Fu Nanzhou. As for the official seal, back in the countryside I'd drawn a set of seal carving tools, and among them was a replica of the Ministry of Metallurgy's official seal. No telling which unlucky official had drawn that card, only for it to change hands and end up with me. I put the forged report-in papers back in the tin box, locked it, and restored everything to its original state. Smooth as flowing water, without a trace left behind. Back in my room, I looked at the real report-in papers again and again, the corner of my mouth lifting. In Zhang Huiyuan's hands, this sheet of paper was worth one factory worker's slot. In mine, it was worth a good deal more. Early the next morning, I told Zhou Shi I wanted to go out and get to know the streets. She thought nothing of it and told me to go early and come back soon. I took my second sister out of the compound and, after winding through several turns, arrived at an old street in the south of the city. The street looked unremarkable, but I'd already asked around thoroughly. This was the biggest black market in the capital. In the mid-1960s, supplies were scarce, and many things were rationed by coupon. Black markets sprang up in response. The government kept cracking down, but they persisted despite repeated bans. I had my sister wait at the street corner and walked in alone. There weren't many people around, and each hurried along with a wary look in their eyes. I found a middle-aged man who looked seasoned and lowered my voice. "Sir, are you buying?" He looked me up and down. "Buying what?" I pulled out that sheet of paper and waved it in front of him. When he made out the words on it, his eyes lit up at once. "Come inside and talk." The two of us entered an unassuming tea house and found a corner to sit. He looked at the report-in papers, then at me, and lowered his voice. The Ministry of Metallurgy's number 7 machinery plant? A good work unit. Where'd you get this? That's none of your concern. I picked up my teacup and took a slow sip. Just tell me whether you're buying. Buying? Of course I'm buying. He rubbed his hands together. Name your price. 1,500. He sucked in a cold breath. Little brother, that's brutal. 1,500 could feed an ordinary family for 2 years. An ordinary job wouldn't be worth it, of course, but the number 7 machinery plant is a military-industrial unit. Its benefits rank in the top 3 in all of Beijing. I was unhurried. You walk in as a permanent worker, starting salary over 40 yuan, year-end bonus, priority for housing allocation. Turn around and sell it to someone with connections, and you'll clear at least 500. 1,500 isn't expensive. He mulled it over for a moment, then held up 2 fingers. 1,200, not a fun more. I feigned hesitation, then finally nodded. Fine, 1,200, but throw in coupons. What coupons? Industrial coupons, cloth coupons, cotton coupons, sugar coupons, as many as you've got. He gritted his teeth, pulled an envelope from his bag, and counted out 12 great unity bills. Hold on, I frowned. The 1,200 I meant was in new currency. There'd been a currency reform in the early 1960s, 10,000 in old currency for 1 yuan of new. What he'd just handed over was clearly old currency. He gave a sheepish grin. Little brother knows his stuff. He pulled out another envelope, and this time it was a genuine 1,200 in new currency, plus a stack of coupons. I counted it. Exactly 1,200 in cash, and no small number of coupons. 30 industrial coupons, 20 feet of cloth coupons, 5 pounds of cotton coupons, 3 pounds of sugar coupons, plus several grain and oil coupons. Deal. I handed over the report in papers, took the cash and coupons, tucked them into my pocket, and stood to leave. At the door I turned and said, "Sir, this thing's hot to the touch. I'd suggest you offload it soon." He smiled. "No need for you to worry about that." Out of the tea house, I found my sister and led her winding through several turns to another street. Here there was a legal department store, as well as a free market for under-the-table trades. Using industrial and cloth coupons, I bought a whole pile of things. 2 new cotton quilts, for new outfits, 2 pairs of leather shoes, an enamel basin, a pair of thermos bottles, and a wool blanket. My sister followed behind me, watching me keep stuffing things into the bags. So anxious, she kept tugging at my sleeve. "Little brother, where'd you get all this money in coupons? Don't spend recklessly." "Second sister, don't worry." I smiled. "These are all for your dowry." She froze. "Dowry? That's right." I browsed as I spoke. "You'll be married off to Suzhou in a few days. You can't very well go empty-handed. These quilts and clothes are your personal keepsakes. When you have your own things at your husband's home, you'll have the confidence to speak up. I prepared these for our older sister before too. So how could I leave you out when it's your turn?" Her eyes reddened instantly. "Little brother, you. Don't cry." I patted her shoulder and lowered my voice. "Second sister, live well once you get to Suzhou. Your husband-to-be is an honest man. He won't mistreat you. But keep this money and these things for yourself, and don't lay it all out for everyone to see." I pulled out 500 yuan and pressed it into her hands. "This is the 500 Uncle gave me. Take it." "No, no." She hurriedly pushed it back. "That's what Uncle gave you. I can't take it. I've got more here." I pulled out another 500 from a different pocket. "Made it at the black market, plenty to go around. Take it. Don't make me worry." Clutching that 500, she finally let her tears fall. She remembered how, when we were little, the family was so poor we couldn't put food on the table. Our parents gave all the good food to our older brother, while she and our sister could only drink thin gruel. I was the one who found ways to scrounge up food and shared it with them. She remembered that winter, when I braved the heavy snow to dig frozen sweet potatoes from the field, my hands cracking from the cold, and the first thing I did when I got back was hand her the biggest one. She remembered how, all these years, I'd shouldered every hardship alone and never once complained. And now that I had money, the first person I thought of was still her. "Little brother, what will you do from now on?" she asked, choking up. "Me?" I smiled, my gaze steady. "I've got a plan, don't worry. Worst case, I'd go down to the countryside, somewhere near Uncle's factory. I wouldn't lose out." I paused and lowered my voice. "Second sister, once we're back, don't tell anyone we bought all this today. If anyone asks, just say we wandered around the city a bit." She nodded emphatically. The two of us carried the bundles back to the compound and ran right into Zhou Shui at the gate. Looking at the things in our hands, her face changed at once. "Nanzhou, where'd you get the money to buy all this?" I smiled innocently. "Mom, it's the money Uncle gave me. He said to buy some things for myself and my second sister. You know, my sister's getting married in a few days. She's got to have some kind of dowry, right?" That choked her. She opened her mouth, but in the end said nothing. Money from Uncle, what could she say? She just stared at the things with an aching heart. 2 cotton quilts, for outfits, 2 pairs of leather shoes, worth at least 200 yuan altogether. Her money was money, but uncle's money wasn't. Yet those words she couldn't bring herself to say. I carried the things inside, and on my way up the stairs, I ran into Zhang Huayuan coming out of the study. He glanced at the things in my hands, frowned, and said nothing. I greeted him obediently. Dad, you're home early today. He nodded. Oh, right, did you finish that form? Finished it, I said. I'll bring it down to you in a bit. All right. Back in my room, I set the things down, took out that educated youth countryside registration form, and wrote Zhang Mingyuan neatly in the name field. I left the address field blank and didn't touch the Heilongjiang Province Construction Corps in the notes field. When I took it down to Zhang Huayuan, he glanced at it and nodded with satisfaction. I've notified Mingyuan. He'll come sign it in a couple of days. Okay, Dad. I turned away obediently. The moment I stepped out of the study, I said silently in my heart, a couple of days? I'm afraid that won't happen. I'd already sold off those report-in papers. The new owner would report to the No. 7 machinery plant next Monday, and Zhang Mingyuan would lose his job. By then, would Zhang Huayuan's clever scheme still hold up? Back in my room, I closed the door, leaned against it, and let out a long breath. Zhang Huayuan thought the registration form was filled out with Zhang Mingyuan, just going through the motions, when his real goal was to lower my guard so I'd obediently hand over the registration book. But he didn't know that I was never one to obediently do as told. Since you want to play, then I'll play a big one with you. I muttered under my breath, the corner of my mouth curving into a cold arc. I sat at the desk and took out from my space the real educated youth countryside registration form. Not the one Zhang Huayuan had given me, but a blank form I'd bought at the black market for 5 yuan a couple of days ago. I spread out the form, picked up the fountain pen, and wrote 3 neat characters in the name field, Zhang Mingyuan. Then gender, age, place of origin, family class background. All the information filled in stroke by stroke, according to the file in Zhang Huayuan's study. In the recommended destination field, I wrote, Heilongjiang Province Construction Corps. The very place Zhang Huayuan had chosen for Funanzhou. The harshest, the coldest, the farthest. Deal with a man as he'd deal with you. I blew on the ink and looked at the form with satisfaction. Zhang Huayuan wanted his fake son to go to the countryside in his place. Then I, the real son, would help the fake son fulfill that wish. I took out another blank form and wrote my own name in the name field, Funanzhou. In the recommended destination field, I thought for a moment, then wrote, countryside near an arms factory in a certain city, Liaoning Province. My uncle, Zhou Zhengwo, was the director of that very arms factory. Close by, someone to look out for me. Even if I did go down to the countryside, I'd leave myself a way out. With both forms filled out, I took out that real registration book and flipped to Zhang Mingyuan's page. Agricultural registration. Just as I thought, Zhang Huayuan had registered Fu Mingyuan in the rural Beijing suburbs, nominally to return him to his ancestral roots, but really so he could use his rural status to dodge being sent down to the countryside. And now, that rural status would come in perfectly handy. I put away the 2 forms and the registration book, closed my eyes, and recalled the compound's daily routine. Getting the neighborhood office stamp required the registration book and a brigade certificate. I didn't have a brigade certificate, but there was a blank one in Zhang Huayuan's study, already stamped with the brigade's official seal. It just needed the contents filled in. That day when I went through the tin box, I'd casually taken one. All the preparations done. I opened my eyes and took out a small pouch from my space, containing makeup tools I'd prepared in advance. Back when I was a doctor in my past life, one of my patients was a film crew's makeup artist. We hit it off, and he taught me a few tricks. I wasn't exactly a master, but for changing my appearance with makeup, it was more than enough. The next morning, Zhou Shuyi went to her meeting as usual, and Zhang Huayuan was away at work. I had my sister keep watch downstairs while I did my makeup in the room. I used glue to fold my eyelids into single lids, darkened my eyebrows thick with charcoal, stuck 2 patches of fake flesh, made from flour and honey, onto my cheeks, mussed up my hair, and put on an old hat. The person in the mirror looked 10 years older and 10 times more rustic, a completely different person from that fair-skinned youth. Then I changed into an old cotton jacket bought at the black market, with 2 patches on the trouser legs, the very picture of a country youth come to the city to handle some business. Second sister, I'm heading out. If anyone asks, say I'm sleeping, and don't let anyone into my room, I said in a low voice on my way down. My sister looked at this stranger before her and took a moment to recognize me, her eyes going wide. Little brother, you're... Don't ask, I'll explain when I'm back. I patted her hand and hurried out of the compound. The neighborhood office was a 20-minute walk from the compound. I arrived just as work was starting, and there weren't many people in the hall. A female comrade in her 40s sat behind the window, reading a newspaper with reading glasses on. I walked over, lifted my hat to reveal my made-up face, and deliberately lowered my voice. laying on a heavy rural accent. Comrade, I've come to handle the paperwork for going down to the countryside. She looked up at me, her gaze pausing for a moment on my patched old cotton jacket, her expression blank. The form, registration book, and brigade certificate, did you bring them? Brought them, brought them. I pulled out the two forms, the registration book, and the blank brigade certificate from inside my coat, and respectfully handed them over. She looked them over one by one. When she got to Zhangming Yuan's, she frowned. Heilongjiang Province Construction Corps? That's a good place. You sure you want to go there? A good place? The construction corps was the most grueling of all, harder than a farm. Perfect for a pampered young master like Zhang Mingyuan, of course. Heh. Sure, sure. I nodded again and again, piling on an honest, simple smile, answering the nation's call to the hardest place there is. She glanced at me, seeming a bit surprised, but said nothing more, picking up the official seal and stamping a bright red mark on the form. Then came mine. She glanced at the recommended location. Liaoning Province. The countryside conditions over there aren't as good as the construction corps. Are you sure you don't want to go to the corps? I've got a relative over there. Easier to look after me, I said with an honest grin. She nodded and stamped another seal. Both forms were approved. I took the stamped receipts, and the stone in my heart finally dropped. From this moment on, Zhang Mingyuan's fate of going to the countryside was sealed. Not preparing to go, not considering going, but a done deal, officially stamped and set in stone. By the time Zhang Huayuan caught on, it would all be too late. I put away the receipts, walked out of the neighborhood office, removed my makeup at a roadside public toilet, changed my clothes, and turned back into that fair-skinned youth. I got back to the compound right at noon. Zhou Shui hadn't returned yet, and Zhang Huayuan wasn't off work. My sister sat in the living room, and seeing me come back, she let out a long sigh of relief. All done? She asked softly. I nodded and smiled, saying nothing more. Some things are better the fewer people know. I didn't go out that afternoon. Lying in bed, I recited silently in my heart. All things cards, today's draw. The card spun and came to a stop. Congratulations. You've received 5 pounds of pork belly, 10 heads of Napa cabbage, and 1 bronze acupuncture figure of traditional Chinese medicine. I looked at that bronze acupuncture figure, and my eyes lit up. Now that was a good thing. Though I'd practiced Western medicine in my past life, I dabbled in Chinese medicine too. With this, I could study the body's meridians and acupoints more thoroughly. Who knew when it might come in handy down the road? I put the bronze figure into my space and looked at the pork belly and Napa cabbage. Living at the Zhang home lately, Zhou Shui did the cooking, but she bought all the ingredients, so it wasn't very convenient for me to pull food out of my space to eat. No matter, though, it'd be fine once I left this place. I put the things away, closed my eyes, and planned that night's operation. Tonight, I'd pay a visit to Fu Dihao and Wang Guilan's place. Nothing else, just for the things that should have been mine. Late that night, at 1 in the morning, I got up again, changed into dark clothes, and slipped out the door soundlessly. Fu Dihao and Wang Guilan lived in a large shared courtyard in the south of the city, a 40-minute bike ride from the Ministry of Metallurgy compound. During the day, I'd borrowed an old bicycle from a neighbor and parked it in the alley outside the compound. The night wind was chilly, rustling through the leaves. I rode through the empty streets, an occasional night shift bus passing by, its headlights carving 2 beams of light through the darkness. 40 minutes later, I reached the shared courtyard. It wasn't big, 7 or 8 households lived there. Fu Dihao's family lived in the innermost room, with a few baskets of coal balls and a pile of odds and ends stacked by the door. I parked the bike at the mouth of the alley and crept quietly into the courtyard. It was deep in the night, dead silent, with only the occasional snore and a cat's meow. At the door, I pulled out the thin wire and popped the lock open in a few quick moves. The door opened with a creak. I slipped inside and pulled it shut behind me. The room was pitch black. By the moonlight through the window, I made out the furnishings. A central room, with a bedroom on either side. The central room held an 8 immortals table, a few chairs, and odds and ends piled in the corner. Several unwashed bowls and dishes sat on the table, the sour smell of leftover scraps hanging in the air. I frowned, ignored it, and headed straight for the kitchen. Kitchen, they called it. Really just a stove in a corner of the central room, with a cupboard and a rice bin beside it. I opened the rice bin. Still a little less than half a bin of white flour, about 20-some pounds. The flour bin next to it held cornmeal, a dozen-odd pounds. In the corner sat several heads of cabbage and a basket of potatoes, and a few strings of dried chilies hung from the ceiling beam. All of these things had been hauled off from the rural Beijing suburbs, bit by bit, over time. I didn't hesitate. With a sweep of my hand, the rice bin and flour bin, the cabbage and potatoes, the pots and pans and utensils, the oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, all of it went into my space. The iron wok and aluminum kettle on the stove went in too. The kitchen was instantly bare. Then I walked into Fu Mingyuan's bedroom. No, I should call him Zhang Mingyuan. The room wasn't big and was kept very clean. The single bed had faded, well-washed sheets folded neatly. A suitcase sat at the head of the bed, holding a few changes of clothes and a well-thumbed novel. I opened the wardrobe. Inside hung 2 wool overcoats, 3 shirts, 2 pairs of trousers, and a pair of leather shoes. These were all things Zhou Shui had bought Zhang Mingyuan over the years. Fine fabric, delicate workmanship, each piece enough to feed an ordinary family for a month. I put the clothes, shoes, and suitcase all into my space. I went through the room once more and, under the pillow, found an envelope with 83 yuan and a few coupons inside. Zhang Mingyuan's private stash. I smiled and pocketed the money and coupons too. With everything gathered, I didn't rush to leave, but stood in the center of the room and looked around. Every single thing in this room was soaked in the privileged life Zhang Mingyuan had inherited from the Zhang family over the years. And all of it should have been mine. It wasn't that I was petty, I just didn't want to leave these things to those hypocritical people. An hour later, I got back to the compound, returned the bike to its place, and crept upstairs soundlessly. Lying in bed, I took the clothes out of my space to check their condition. 2 wool overcoats, 80% new, each worth at least 100 yuan on the black market. The shirts and trousers were a bit worn, but the fabric was good, they'd fetch a few dozen too. The leather shoes were genuine leather, well maintained, worth 30. Add the 83 yuan, and that was another tidy sum coming in. I'll make another trip to the black market tomorrow, I said to myself. Then I thought of the grain and vegetables in my space. 20-some pounds of white flour, a dozen-odd pounds of cornmeal, several heads of cabbage, a basket of potatoes, enough to feed my sister and me for a good while. Zhou Shui provided the meals, sure, but who knew about later? Storing up extra never hurt. Early the next morning, I got up, cooked, and ate as usual, everything ordinary. Zhou Shui had no idea that just the night before, everything the son she'd raised for 16 years had owned at the Fu family's place had been cleaned out by me. After Zhou Shui went out that morning, I made another trip to the black market. This time I didn't bring my sister. I went alone and made quick work of it. The 2 wool overcoats sold for 210 yuan, the shirts and trousers for 45, the leather shoes for 28. Adding the earlier 83, that came to 366 yuan. I put the money away and did the math in my head. Uncle's 500 had gone to my sister. The 1,200 from selling the report-in papers at the black market I'd kept for myself. Add today's 366 from selling the clothes, and I now had 1,566 yuan in cash, plus a pile of coupons. In the 1960s, that counted as a fortune. An ordinary worker earned only 30 or 40 yuan a month. 1,500 was what a worker could save in 3 or 4 years without eating or drinking. That's enough. I nodded with satisfaction. This money was enough to let me live comfortably in the countryside, enough for a respectable dowry for my sister, with some to spare to send to my older sister. On the way back from the black market, I passed a post office and mailed my older sister, Fu Beixian, 100 yuan and a letter. The letter had just one line. Big sister, I'm doing fine in the city, don't worry. Take this 100 yuan and spend it, don't scrimp. My older sister had followed her husband to a military posting. Conditions were decent, but money was still tight. Every little bit of help counted. After mailing the money and returning to the compound, the moment I stepped into the courtyard, I saw Zhang Huayuan's car parked at the door. He was home earlier than usual. My heart lurched, but I kept my composure and pushed the door open to go inside. In the living room, Zhang Huayuan sat on the sofa, that educated youth registration form lying on the coffee table, his face grim. Zhou Shui sat beside him, her eyes red. Clearly she'd just been crying. Nanzhou, come here. His voice was somewhat heavy. I walked over and stood obediently before him. Dad, what's wrong? This form. He picked up the registration form and pointed at the name. Whose name did you fill in? I looked down and understood at once. The form on the table did indeed have Zhang Mingyuan written neatly in the name field. No mistake. But clearly he wasn't angry about that. Rather, something had happened on Zhang Mingyuan's end. Zhang Mingyuan. I looked up, all innocence. Didn't you say to fill it out for Brother Mingyuan? I wrote it just like you said. He took a deep breath, set the form down, and changed his tone. Something's come up on Mingyuan's end. His work report and papers have gone missing. Gone missing? I widened my eyes, my expression surprised to just the right degree. How could that be? Did they get put in the wrong place? I searched the entire study. They're nowhere, he said, rubbing his temples, weary and anxious. He's supposed to report next Monday. If we can't find the papers, this slot is gone. I sneered inwardly, but on the surface I looked concerned. Dad, don't panic, look again. Or, asked Brother Mingyuan. Maybe he took them? Asked already. He says he didn't. He sighed. This whole thing is strange. The study door's been locked the whole time, and only your mom and I have keys. How could things just vanish into thin air? I lowered my eyes to hide my smile. Locked. That thing was as good as non-existent to me. Dad, don't worry too much. I said obediently. If you really can't find them, just get a replacement issued at the work unit, right? A replacement takes time, at least half a month, he shook his head. By the time it comes through, the slot will long since have gone to someone else. He paused, his gaze landing on me, as if calculating something. Nanjo, your registration book. He ventured. Could I borrow it for a bit? I need to take it to the neighborhood office to handle something. Here it comes. I sneered inwardly, but put on a troubled look. Dad, the registration book isn't with me. Did you forget? It's been kept in your study the whole time. He froze, then remembered. The registration book was indeed in his hands. I'd never handled it at all. Oh, right, it's with me. He gave a couple of dry laughs to cover his embarrassment. Just asking off the top of my head. I smiled obediently and let the matter drop. But I knew in my heart that he was already getting anxious. The report-in papers were lost. The educated youth form was filled out with Zhang Mingyuan's name, and the registration book was in my hands. His swap the prince for a cat scheme was spiraling out of control, step by step. And what I had to do was give it one more push. Once the notice came down from the neighborhood office, everything would be settled. By then, even as a Ministry of Metallurgy official, he'd be powerless to turn it around. What's more, he couldn't even report in. Come to think of it, the people at the black market had probably already sent someone to report in, right? The next morning I woke up just as the sky was turning pale. Lying in bed, something I'd overlooked for a long time surfaced in my mind, the portable farm. The portable farm I'd drawn back in the countryside had 4 plots in total, each 1 mu in size. At the time, I'd only given it a quick glance, and after coming to the city, I'd never gotten around to studying it. Today I need to figure out how to use this farm. I closed my eyes and let my consciousness sink into the space. In the corner of the space, there was now a door. I pushed it open, and the view suddenly opened up, 4 neat plots of land, each a mu square, the dark soil rich and loose, the fresh scent of earth hanging in the air. Above stretched a virtual sky, bright but not harsh, the temperature just right. I crouched down and pinched some soil. It felt superb. This soil was more than a cut above the countryside outside Beijing. Fertile, loose, good at holding water and nutrients. It really is a good thing. I remembered that crate of peaches I'd drawn earlier. I still had the pits. After eating them at the time, I'd put the pits into the space, thinking they might come in handy someday. Now was the perfect time. I took out the peach pits, dug a few holes at the edge of the first plot, buried them, and watered them. Then I remembered the seeds I'd bought at the black market. Yesterday when I was selling things, I'd made a detour to the seed shop and bought all kinds of common vegetable seeds. Cucumbers, tomatoes, eggplants, peppers, string beans, cabbage, radishes, everything you could think of. There weren't many fruit seeds, just apples, pears, and jujubes. Southern fruit seeds were hard to come by, so I'd have to collect them slowly. I sorted them by type and planted them across the 4 plots. In the first plot, I planted the peach pits and a few apple and pear saplings. Fruit trees grow slowly, but the farm's special environment should make them grow considerably faster than outside. In the remaining space, I planted cucumbers and tomatoes. The second plot was all leafy greens, cabbage, spinach, rapeseed greens, lettuce. The third plot was root vegetables, radishes, potatoes, sweet potatoes, carrots. The fourth plot got string beans and eggplants, with a small patch left for scallions, ginger, and garlic. After planting, I patted the soil off my hands and looked at the land with satisfaction. Just don't know how fast it'll grow, I muttered. I'll check again in a couple of days. Coming out of the farm, it was only just past 6 in the morning. Zhang Huayuan and Zhou Shiyi weren't up yet. I crept out of the room quietly and began today's big project. Since we'd already fallen out, there was no need for courtesy. I wouldn't leave them a single thing from this house. I started on the first floor. The living room's rosewood furniture, leather sofa, radio, grandfather clock, the paintings and calligraphy on the walls. With a sweep of my hand, all of it went into the space. Then the dining room. The dining table, chairs, cupboard, dishware, tea sets. I didn't even spare the tablecloths. The kitchen was the main event. The rice in the rice bin, the flour in the flour bin, the oil in the oil pot, the salt in the salt jar, the cured meat and sausages hanging on the wall, the canned goods and white and brown sugar in the cabinets, the pots and pans and utensils on the stove, all of it gone. The refrigerator. Yes, Zhang Huayuan's family had a small refrigerator, a rare item in this era. I took it too, no exceptions. With the first floor cleared out, I went up to the second. First was their bedroom. In the jewelry box on the vanity, 2 gold necklaces, 3 gold rings, a pair of jade bracelets, 1 pearl necklace. I took them all. From the wardrobe, not a single piece of their clothing was left. Even if I didn't wear it myself, I could sell it at the black market. There's no way I'm letting this pair of shameless dogs off easy. Don't cherish your own flesh and blood son, just favor the adopted one. Look at how that couple over at the Fu family did things. I rummaged through his pockets and found a stack of bills in the inside pocket of one of Zhang Huayuan's overcoats. Over 160 yuan. In the bedside drawer, there were also some coupons and loose change, a few dozen yuan altogether. Then the study. I'd gone through the tin box once before, but time was tight that day, and I'd only taken the report-in papers and the blank certificate. Today I had plenty of time, so I moved the entire tin box into the space to go through slowly at home. Besides what I'd seen before, a few things in the box caught my attention. A stack of letters, the envelopes addressed for the personal attention of Zhang Huayuan, signed with a woman's name. I pulled out two and read them, then sneered coldly. Never thought Zhang Huayuan had someone on the side. These letters were intimate and suggestive in tone, spanning at least 5 or 6 years of correspondence. I put the letters away. No use for them now, but they might just become a trump card down the road. There was also a ledger, recording in detail the perks Zhang Huayuan had collected over the years. Watches, bicycles, radios given by such and such work unit, cigarettes, liquor, tea, and fabric given by such and such factory, cash given by such and such enterprise, ranging from a few dozen to a few hundred yuan. I flipped through a few pages and secretly clicked my tongue. A Ministry of Metallurgy official, plenty of fat to skim, sure enough. This gray income added up to more than a dozen plus years of his salary. In a hidden compartment of the box, I also found a small cloth bundle. Opening it, I found 5 gold bars, each about an ounce in weight. There were also 2 pigeon blood rubies of superb quality. Saving these to enjoy in his old age? I put away the gold bars and gems without a trace of guilt. None of these things had come by honest means. Even if he lost them, he wouldn't dare make a fuss. There were a few unremarkable old books on the shelf. I flipped through them casually, and my eyes lit up. 2 were Ming Dynasty woodblock editions, one a Qing Dynasty manuscript. The condition was ordinary, but in later generations they'd be worth a fortune. Into the space. There was also a small locked cabinet in the study, set into the wall. You'd never notice it without looking closely. I picked it open with the wire, and inside were 2 wooden cases. One held a dozen odd silver dollars, the other some property deeds. Property deeds. I took them out for a closer look. 4 in total, corresponding to 4 properties in different parts of the capital. 2 courtyard houses, one in Shikahai, one in Dongqing. The other 2 were ordinary residences, in Nanqing and Xiqing. No wonder he dared to collect so much. Turns out the properties were all lined up. I sneered, put away the deeds, and decided to go take a look in the afternoon. I found Zhang Huayuan's bank books too. 2 of them, one fixed term, one demand. 32,000 in the fixed term account, over 1,500 in the demand account. I checked the time, 7:30 in the morning. Zhou Shi left at 8, and Zhang Huayuan went to work at 8:30. There was enough time. I restored the room to its original state. Well, its empty original state. I closed the cabinet doors, pushed the drawers back, and relocked the locks. Without opening them to look, you'd never notice they'd already been emptied. I went back to my room, changed into clean clothes, and headed downstairs to make breakfast. At 8 o'clock sharp, Zhou Shi came down. Seeing me busy in the kitchen, she smiled. Nanzhou, Mom's got a meeting today and won't be back for lunch. Fix yourself something to eat. There are vegetables in the fridge. Okay, Mom. I nodded obediently. She ate a couple of bites of congee and hurried out. At 8:30, Zhang Huayuan left too. He was preoccupied today, barely touched his breakfast, his face so grim it could drip water. I stood by the window, watching his car drive out of the compound, and slowly the corner of my mouth curved up. Second sister, I turned to Fu Nanchu. Spend the day at the library today. I've got something to take care of. She glanced at me but didn't pry, just nodded. All right, be careful. After she left, I shut the doors and windows and started moving the upstairs things into the space too. First I went to the big south-facing bedroom Zhang Mingyuan used to have. Now it was mine, but I had few belongings of my own, mostly the furniture and furnishings that had been there already. The bed, wardrobe, bookshelf, desk lamp, radio, the writing set on the desk, all taken. Then the other 2 empty rooms, quilts, sheets, pillows, not one thing spared. Emptying out the entire house took less than 2 hours from start to finish. At 10 in the morning, I changed my clothes, put on a hat and face mask, and headed out. First to the bank. I put on makeup and withdrew all the money using Zhang Huayuan's bank books. Another few tens of thousands in hand. Sit on it a few years, and I could easily buy a 5-courtyard mansion. The teller glanced at me and asked if I was the account holder. I lowered my voice and said Zhang Huayuan was my brother-in-law, that he was sick and couldn't come, so he'd asked me to withdraw it for him. He looked at my get-up, then at the bank book, said nothing more, and handed me the money. Good thing this era has no cameras and no surveillance network. For a bank book, all it takes is showing up in person. This couple didn't even set a password. Isn't that just a gift to me? Coming out of the bank, I went to the 4 properties according to the addresses on the deeds. The first was the courtyard house in Shikahai. The yard wasn't big, but the layout was square and orderly. A single courtyard house, with 3 main rooms, 2 east and west wing rooms each, and 3 rooms in the reverse-facing building. Gray brick and gray tile, a vermilion lacquered gate. It had some years on it, but was fairly well preserved. I opened the door with the key. Weeds had grown in the yard. Clearly no one had lived here for a long time. I crossed the yard into the main rooms. The interior was empty, no furniture to speak of, but I noticed that beneath the bed in the main room, one of the floorboards was loose. I pried it up. Underneath was a cellar. The cellar wasn't big, but inside, 20 chests were stacked in neat rows. Each was about ankle high, 2 chi long and a chi and a half wide, made of red sandalwood, carved with intricate patterns. I opened the first one, silver dollars stacked neatly. The second held copper coins and copper cash. The third held porcelain, more than a dozen bowls, plates, vases, and jars, looking like antiques. The 4th through 10th were all calligraphy, paintings, and books. Flipping through casually, I found woodblock editions of the Ziji Tongjian, the records of the Grand Historian, and the 24 Histories. The 11th through 15th held silk and fabric, stored for years but well preserved, the colors still bright. The 16th through 20th held gold bars, silver ingots, and all kinds of jewelry. I drew a deep breath. Just how much has Zhang Huayuan plundered over the years? I didn't count carefully. With a sweep of my hand, all 20 chests went into the space. Then I went to the second place, the courtyard house in Dongqing. This one was bigger, a 2-courtyard house, with 5 main rooms and 3 east and west wing rooms each. An old scholar tree stood in the yard, its branches and leaves thick. There was a cellar here too, likewise 20 chests, the contents slightly different. More calligraphy, paintings, and ancient books, plus jade and bronzeware. One chest even held a complete set of chime bells, not large in size, but the craftsmanship clearly marked them as no ordinary item. Any single one of these things would be enough to feed an ordinary person for a lifetime. I sighed and took the lot. The 3rd and 4th places were ordinary residences, without the grandeur of the courtyard houses, but their cellars held chests just the same. 20 at each place, the contents much alike: silver dollars, gold bars, antiques, calligraphy, paintings, silk. For properties, 80 chests, plus everything from Zhang Huayuan's home. By my rough estimate, there were over 100 gold bars alone, over 1,000 silver dollars, and countless antiques and works of art. A Ministry of Metallurgy official. Quite some nerve on him. I sneered. Of course I wasn't naive enough to think this was all amassed by him alone. In the early 1960s, a lot of these things had come from the old aristocrats and capitalists whose homes had been ransacked. As a Ministry of Metallurgy official, Zhang Huayuan had skimmed plenty of perks off those campaigns. Only now, all of these things bore the surname Fu. At 3 in the afternoon, having cleared out everything from all the properties, I made another trip to the black market and sold off all 4 deeds. Houses didn't fetch high prices in this era. All 4 together sold for only 4,000 some yuan. But to me, that was pure profit. I had no intention of owning property in this era at all. Once the college entrance exams were reinstated, there'd be no shortage of chances to buy them back. Coming out of the black market, I went to the library to pick up my sister, and we headed back to the compound together. Walking up to the front door, I found it open, with the sound of Zhou Shuyi crying coming from inside. My sister and I exchanged a glance and pushed the door open to go in. In the living room, Zhang Huayuan and Zhou Shuyi stood in the middle of the empty room, their faces filled with shock and fury. All the furniture was gone. The sofa, coffee table, radio, grandfather clock, the paintings and calligraphy, all gone. Not even the dining table and chairs were left. In the kitchen, the pots, pans, utensils, rice, flour, grain, and oil were all cleaned out. Everything upstairs and down that could be carried off had been carried off. Zhang Huayuan's face was ashen. Zhou Shuyi had collapsed to the floor, crying so hard she could barely catch her breath. "Dad, Mom, what happened here?" I stood in the doorway looking shocked, my voice carrying just the right note of panic. How did it turn into this? Zhang Huayuan whipped his head around, his gaze shooting at me like a blade. "Where did you go today?" "I went out first thing this morning." I blinked, as innocent as could be. "My sister and I went to the library and just got back. I was still home when Mom left." "Mom knows. We left one right after the other. The neighbors in the compound all saw us." Zhou Shi nodded through her tears. "Nanzhou was indeed home when I left. The house was still fine then. And he really did leave right around the same time as me." Zhang Huayuan took a deep breath and looked at my sister. "And you?" "I went to the library too." My sister lowered her head, her voice tiny. "I went with little brother." Zhang Huayuan's chest heaved violently, his face flushing red then draining white. He wanted to explode, but didn't know who to explode at. I'd gone out first thing in the morning, even earlier than Zhou Shui. No, Zhou Shui was still home while I was making breakfast, and the house was still fine then, which meant the things had been carried off in the window after she left and before he got back. But had I been home during that window? He thought back carefully. When I left, I seemed to still be in the kitchen, which was to say, I'd been home while the things were being carried off, too. But how could one person carry off an entire houseful of rosewood furniture without disturbing anyone? It was big and heavy. One person couldn't possibly move it. Besides, I'd left at nearly the same time as his wife. I hadn't had the opportunity. Could someone have hauled it away by truck while we were out? Zhou Shui said through her tears. I'll go ask the neighbors. She ran out and asked around, but the neighbors all said they hadn't noticed. There was one old lady, though, who said she'd seen a big truck parked at the compound gate around 10 in the morning, assumed it was a moving company, and paid it no mind. A truck? I sneered inwardly. That truck didn't exist, but my space was more useful than 100 trucks. Zhang Huayuan reported it to the police. Someone from the station came, took a look, asked a few questions, took a statement, and left. A case like this, no witnesses, no leads, was basically unsolvable. And besides, could Zhang Huayuan tell the police? My home lost several gold bars and a few property deeds. No, those things came by crooked means. He wouldn't dare breathe a word. All evening, Zhang Huayuan sat with a grim face, not saying a word. Zhou Shui wept as she cleaned up the leftover bits and pieces, and when she discovered the bedroom jewelry box was gone too, she cried even harder. I sat off to the side obediently, my face full of worry and sympathy, but my heart calm as still water. I knew what was going through his head right now. The report-in papers were lost, the registration book had gone sideways, and the house had been cleaned out, everything piling up at once, like an invisible net drawing tighter and tighter around him. And what I had to do was wait. Wait for the net to close. Wait until he was utterly out of options. Late that night, lying in bed, I let my consciousness sink into the space. I hadn't gotten a chance to draw a card today. All things cards, today's draw. The card spun and came to a stop. Congratulations. You've received 1 copy of the Barefoot Doctor's Manual, 1 set of the Compendium of Materia Medica, 52 volumes total, and 1 set of acupuncture needles. My eyes lit up. The Barefoot Doctor's Manual was one of the most practical medical books of the 1960s and 70s, covering the diagnosis and treatment of common illnesses, first aid, and the identification and use of Chinese medicinal herbs, an essential tool for grassroots medicine. The Compendium of Materia Medica needed no introduction. Li Shizhen's magnum opus, an encyclopedia of Chinese medicine and pharmacology. Looks like the cards know what I need right now. I smiled. I put away the books and needles, then took out the money I'd withdrawn today and counted it. The money from the bank books, plus the 4,000 sum from selling the deeds, plus the 1,566 I'd already had on hand, plus the loose change, gold bars, and antiques dug out of Zhang Huayuan's bedroom. The gold bars and antiques couldn't be counted at face value, but by rough estimate, the assets in my hands now were worth at least close to 100,000. In the 1960s, this was already a staggering fortune. And with antiques and gold set to appreciate, I could probably just kick back and coast from here on. Early the next morning, I didn't go out. I had my sister tidy up at home while I studied the bronze acupuncture figure and the newly drawn medical books in my room. The bronze figure was made with exquisite precision, 365 acupoints across the whole body, each marked with a tiny hole, the paths of the meridians clearly visible. Though I'd practiced Western medicine in my past life, I'd always had a strong interest in Chinese medicine and had studied some acupuncture basics. With this bronze figure, I could grasp the precise locations of the body's acupoints more intuitively. Once I'm down in the countryside, this skill just might come in handy, I said to myself. A little after 9 in the morning, a car horn sounded at the compound gate. I looked out the window. A military green Jeep was parked at the door, and a young man in a military uniform got out, tall in stature, upright in features, his gaze steady. I recognized him at a glance. My second brother-in-law, Zhao Zhigua, a deputy battalion commander in a certain military unit in Suzhou, 24 this year, engaged to my sister last year through an introduction. I'd met him once when I was in the city and helped him catch a spy. We'd corresponded a few times since, and I'd looked into his character and family background. He was a reliable man. Second sister, brother-in-law's here. I called out. My sister came running out of her room, her face flushing all at once. I smiled and went down to open the door. Brother-in-law. I went up to greet him. He froze for a moment when he saw me, then reached out with a smile. You're Nanzhou? You look a lot more spirited than before. We shook hands, and I invited him inside. The living room was empty, not even a place to sit. He looked at the bare floor and walls, somewhat puzzled, but didn't ask. My sister came out of the kitchen carrying a cup of tea, head lowered, and handed it over, her voice as small as a mosquito's. Have some tea. He took the teacup and looked at her, his gaze tender. Thank you. Watching from the side, I nodded to myself. Though these two had only met twice, the kind of natural rapport and mutual affection couldn't be faked. Brother-in-law, have a seat. Like a magic trick, I pulled two folding chairs out of the space, having taken them out while he wasn't looking. The house had a bit of a situation. Everything got carried off, so please make do. He sat down and glanced at the folding chair, a little curious about where it had come from, but didn't dig into it. Nanjo, I've come to take Nanshu back, he said, getting straight to the point. The wedding's set for next Saturday. Everything's ready at home. I nodded, took an envelope from my pocket, and handed it to him. Brother-in-law, this is the dowry I've prepared for my sister. Hold on to it. He opened the envelope. Inside was a stack of bills and a few coupons. He counted them, and his expression shifted slightly. Nanjo, this is way too much. It's not too much. I cut him off, my tone earnest. My sister suffered alongside me in the countryside for a dozen-plus years. Now that she's getting married, she can't go empty-handed. This money and these coupons are for her to buy her dowry with. And also, from behind me, I pulled out several large bundles. Inside were the new cotton quilts, new clothes, leather shoes, enamel basins, thermos flasks, and wool blankets I'd bought earlier, all accounted for. Take these with you and give them to my sister to use in Suzhou. He looked at the pile, his eyes reddening a bit. Though he was a deputy battalion commander, his salary wasn't high, and his family's circumstances were only ordinary. There wasn't much he could give my sister. He'd never expected this brother-in-law to be more attentive than he, the husband, was. Nanjo, don't worry. He spoke earnestly. I promise I'll treat Nanshu well and never let her suffer the slightest bit of hardship. Brother-in-law, I've got a few more things I'd like to say to you in private. I glanced at my sister. Second sister, go pack your things first. She nodded and went back to her room, blushing. Only Zhao Zhigua and I were left in the living room. My expression turned serious. Brother-in-law, my sister is kind-hearted and not good with words. She won't speak up even when she's been wronged. Please be patient with her from now on, and don't leave her to shoulder things alone. He nodded solemnly. I understand. And one more thing. I lowered my voice. My situation right now is a bit complicated, and it's not safe for my sister to stay with me. Take her away first. I'll handle my own affairs here. If anything happens down the line, I'll write to you. He frowned. Something's going on with you here? Do you need my help? No need. I smiled, a hint of cunning in it. I can handle it myself. Just take good care of my sister. He looked at me for a moment, then nodded. He was a smart man. He knew some things shouldn't be asked, and that asking wouldn't help anyway. At 10 in the morning, my sister finished packing and went out with Zhao Zhigua. Just before leaving, she hugged me. Tears she couldn't hold back streaming down. Little brother, you're all alone here. Take good care of yourself. Write to me if anything comes up, and I'll have Zhigua help you. Second sister, don't worry. I patted her on the back. I know my limits. Go live a good life in Suzhou and don't fret over me. She nodded through her tears and got in the car, still looking back at me again and again. I stood at the compound gate, watching the Jeep drive farther and farther away until it vanished at the end of the street. I drew a deep breath and turned to head back. With my sister gone, the last thing weighing on my heart was set down. Now, I could give it everything I had. Just as I reached the front door, I saw a middle-aged man in a mouse suit ride up on a bicycle, a briefcase hanging from the handlebars, and a manila envelope tucked into the rear rack. He stopped the bike and looked me up and down. Are you from Zhang Huayuan's household? Yes. He took the envelope from the rear rack and handed it to me. From the Educated Youth Office, the countryside placement notice. Is anyone home? Yes, my dad's here. I took the envelope, already having a good idea of what was inside. He nodded and rode off. I carried the envelope inside. Zhang Huayuan was sitting in the one chair that hadn't been carted off, his face gray and worn. Dad, the Educated Youth Office sent a notice. I handed him the envelope. He tore it open and pulled out the document. The moment he saw the first line, his face changed completely. His hands trembled slightly, his eyes fixed on that notice, the color draining bit by bit, replaced by an almost savage ashen hue. Comrade Zhang Mingyuan, having passed review and been approved, is to proceed to the Heilongjiang Provincial Construction Corps to participate in rural labor. He read it aloud, forcing it out through gritted teeth. This is impossible. How could this be? I stood off to the side, my expression innocent and concerned. Dad, what's wrong? Is it Ming Yuan's notice? Who registered him? His head shot up, his gaze stabbing at me like a blade. Was it you? I froze, took half a step back, my face shifting from concern to confusion, then to hurt. Dad, what are you saying? How could I register Ming Yuan? I'm not even a member of his household. Without his registration book, what would I use to register him? That left him stumped. I was right. Registering for the countryside required the household registration book, the production brigade certificate, and the person's own signature, none of which I had. And the neighborhood office's records were crystal clear. The one who registered was a rural man in his 40s, not a 16-year-old boy like me. But no matter how he thought about it, something felt off. Tell me the truth. He stood up and pressed toward me, his voice dropping low and threatening. Have you done something behind my back? I didn't retreat. I looked up at him, my eyes gradually reddening. Dad, are you interrogating me? I've only been back half a month. I don't even know where the neighborhood office is. What could I have done? If you don't believe me, go check, go ask, and see whether I've ever been to the neighborhood office. My voice trembled slightly, as if I were struggling to hold back my grievance. He stared at me for a good while, that gaze as if it would see right through me. But my eyes were clear and innocent, carrying a hint of the sorrow of one wrongly accused. Dad, why are you so angry? I sniffled, my voice lowering. Ming Yuan going to the countryside. Didn't you already know about that? You even had me help him fill out the forms earlier. Now that the notice has come, why do you act like you don't want him to go? His face grew even uglier. What could he say? Say that he'd originally meant for me to go to the countryside in Zhang Mingyuan's place? Say that the form filled out with Zhang Mingyuan's name was nothing but a decoy? These were things he couldn't bring himself to say. Zhou Shui wiped her tears off to the side, choking out. What are we going to do? Mingyuan's been pampered since he was little. How will he bear the construction core? It's a world of ice and snow up there. I hear winters hit 30 or 40 below. Mom. I turned to look at her, my tone carrying a note of puzzlement. Why do you only talk about Mingyuan? I'm your son too. Aren't you worried about me? She froze, opened her mouth, but was momentarily at a loss for words. Zhang Huayuan gave a cold snort. What's there to worry about with you? You grew up in the countryside. What hardship haven't you tasted? Mingyuan is different. He grew up in the city from childhood. Halfway through, he suddenly clamped his mouth shut. I lowered my head and said nothing more, but my shoulders trembled slightly, as if straining to hold something back. After a few seconds of silence, I raised my head, my eyes red-rimmed, my lips pressed into a thin line, my voice a bit hoarse. Dad, you finally said it. Said what? He frowned. I grew up in the countryside and tasted every kind of hardship, so I don't need to be worried about. Mingyuan was pampered in the city since childhood, so he can't be sent to suffer. I said it word by word, my voice not loud, but every word clear. You brought me back not because you missed me, not out of guilt, but because Mingyuan needed someone to go to the countryside in his place, right? Zhou Shui's face changed all at once. Nanzhou, what are you saying? Your dad didn't mean it that way. Then what did he mean? I looked up, tears sliding down my cheeks, yet my gaze was unusually calm, so calm it was unnerving. Mom, put your hand on your heart and tell me, did you really want me back? Or did you only remember that you had a flesh and blood son out in the countryside because Mingyuan couldn't go? She couldn't get a word out. Zhang Huayuan's face was ashen. He wanted to erupt, but looking at these eyes of mine, clear to the point of transparency, the words at the tip of his tongue got swallowed back down. Just then, another sheet of paper slipped out of the envelope in my hand. I looked down and froze. It was an identical countryside placement notice, and the name on it was Fu Nanzhou. This. I held the notice, my hands trembling slightly, my expression shifting from shock to bewilderment, then to a kind of bitterness I couldn't quite name. I looked up at Zhang Huayuan, my voice unsteady. Dad, what's going on? I've been registered for the countryside too? Who registered me? He snatched the notice away, his eyes going wide. Comrade Fu Nanzhou, having passed review and been approved, is to proceed to a certain commune in a certain city in Liaoning province for rural labor. Having finished reading, he slumped into the chair as if all the life had been drained out of him. 2 notices. One for Zhang Mingyuan, to the Heilongjiang Construction Corps. One for Fu Nanzhou, to the Liaoning countryside. Both of them had to go down to the countryside. The plan he'd painstakingly plotted for 3 months had utterly gone up in smoke. Who did this? He shot to his feet, kicking over the chair, the veins on his forehead bulging. Who on earth registered them? I watched him rage, my lips moving, but in the end I said nothing. I lowered my head, folded up the notice bearing my own name, and put it in my pocket. Dad, don't be angry. My voice was very soft, carrying a heart-wrenching maturity. Since it's settled, I'll just go. Liaoning is close to Uncle's place, so it shouldn't be too rough. He glanced at me, his gaze complicated. He wanted to say something, his lips moved, but in the end he said nothing. Just then, hurried footsteps came from the yard, followed by Wang Guolan's shrill voice. Old Zhang. Old Zhang. Terrible news. Something awful's happened. Fu Dihao and Wang Guolan came stumbling in, drenched in sweat, their faces pale as ghosts. You too. Zhang Huayuan frowned. What is it? The house, the house. Wang Guolan gasped for breath, unable to get the words out straight. There's nothing left in the house. The grain, the clothes, the money, all gone. Mingyuan's things are all gone too. Fu Dihao stamped his feet in a panic. We got home from work. The door was locked, but the moment we stepped inside, it was completely empty. The rice bin and flour bin scrubbed clean, all the pots and pans gone. Ming Yuan's clothes, shoes, and suitcase all vanished. Even the bedding was carted off. Zhang Huayuan and Zhou Shuyi exchanged a glance, their faces growing even uglier. You too. Zhou Shuyi pointed at the empty living room, her voice trembling. Only then did Wang Guilan notice the state of the Zhang household. Her eyes went wide as brass bells. Your place too, also cleaned out. The two families stood in the empty living room, staring at one another. The Zhangs had lost furniture, grain, bank books, gold bars. The Fuss had lost grain, clothes, and every one of Zhang Mingyuan's belongings. The combined losses of the two households added up to an astronomical figure. It's definitely that little. Fu Jianbao, trailing behind, was about to say something when Wang Guilan clapped a hand over his mouth. I stood off to the side, my face full of shock and sympathy, but inwardly I was sneering. Fu Jianbao had wanted to say, "It's definitely that little brat's doing," but he had no proof. How could a 16-year-old boy clean out every last thing from two households without disturbing anyone? It didn't make sense, and it wasn't possible. Zhang Huayuan drew a deep breath and looked at me. "Did you really go to the library today?" "Yes." I nodded and pulled a library card from my pocket. "I went with my sister and borrowed a few books. If you don't believe me, you can go ask the library." Then I turned to my sister. "Second sister, isn't that right?" My sister nodded, her voice small. "We really did spend the whole day at the library and had lunch at the noodle shop next door." I'd arranged all of this days in advance. My sister and I really had gone to the library and really had eaten at the noodle shop. There was the library card record as proof and the noodle shop owner to bear witness. As for the time spent moving things, I'd done it using the space. In that half hour after Zhang Huayuan and Zhou Shuyi went out and before my sister left for the library. During that half hour, I was home alone. But clean out an entire house in half an hour? Who would believe that if you said it out loud? Zhang Huayuan wouldn't give up. He called a friend in the public security system and asked him to help check the records at the neighborhood office and the bank. An hour later, the man called back. "Old Zhang, I checked. Zhang Mingyuan's and Fu Nanzhou's countryside registrations were done separately, both handled by the same rural man in his 40s. We looked into this guy. He used a fake identity, can't be traced. On the bank side, your bank book was cashed out around 10 this morning. The one who withdrew the money was a man in his 40s, wearing a hat and a face mask. Couldn't make out his features. As for the theft at your homes, the neighbors said they saw a truck, but we checked all the vehicle entry and exit records for the compound, and no truck came or went this morning. There are no leads whatsoever." Zhang Huayuan hung up the phone, his face gray and worn. No leads whatsoever, which meant these things could never be recovered. The bank book with over 30,000, the deeds to 4 properties, the gold bars, antiques, calligraphy, paintings, rosewood furniture, all of it down the drain. What made him even more despairing was that both Zhang Mingyuan and Fu Nanzhou had been registered for the countryside, and he couldn't stop either of them. I looked at his gray, worn face, and there wasn't a ripple in my heart. I stepped forward and said softly, "Dad, don't be too upset. Things that are lost can be earned back. And about Mingyuan going to the countryside, try to take it in stride. The construction core is tough, but it builds character." He looked up at me, his gaze complicated. This son of his, from the very first day he'd walked in the door, he'd been well-behaved, sensible, and considerate. No matter how he was neglected or brushed off, the boy always submitted meekly. But at this moment, he suddenly felt that he'd never truly seen through this son. What was hidden behind those clear eyes ran far deeper than he'd imagined. "Dad," I spoke again, my voice still gentle. "My countryside notice has come, and I leave next Monday. These next few days, could I stay home and spend some time here? I'd like to spend more time with you and Mom." He opened his mouth, but in the end only nodded. He didn't know what else he could say. This son, he'd never truly cared about him. But now, with everything settled, he suddenly realized he'd lost far, far too much. And those lost things might never be recovered. The countryside notice was like a boulder crashing into the calm of the Zhang household. Over the next few days, Zhang Huayuan left early and came home late, pulling every connection and chasing down every avenue, trying to get even one of the 2 countryside notices retracted. He went to his old superiors at the Ministry of Metallurgy, to the director of the neighborhood office, to his contacts at the educated youth office. The answer was always the same. The list had already been reported up to the city, stamped and sealed. It couldn't be changed. "Old Zhang, it's not that I won't help you." The neighborhood office director patted his shoulder, looking troubled. "Look at the situation now. Going up to the mountains and down to the countryside is national policy. No one gets special treatment. Both your kids registered. That's answering the call, a glorious thing. What have you got to complain about?" Zhang Huayuan had a bitterness he couldn't voice. He could hardly say that he'd originally meant for his flesh and blood son to go to the countryside in place of the adopted son, only for the scheme to backfire so badly that both of them now had to go. If those words got out, forget getting help. He'd lose his own position. Back home, he sat with a grim face in that one remaining chair, a chair I'd kindly borrowed from a neighbor's at that. In the living room, Zhou Shuyi was clutching Zhang Mingyuan's hand, tearfully urging him about something. Zhang Mingyuan sat beside her, his face pale, his eyes red-rimmed, looking like the sky was falling. Mom, I don't want to go to the construction corps. It's too rough there. Zhang Mingyuan's voice trembled. I've never suffered hardship in my life. I definitely won't survive there. Zhou Shuyi's heart ached, and the tears kept falling. I know you can't take that kind of hardship. But your dad's been running around for days. It really can't be changed. What about brother Nanzhou then? Zhang Mingyuan lifted his head to look at me standing in the doorway, a hard-to-read meaning in his eyes. He's going to Liaoning. I hear the conditions there are a lot better than the construction corps. Could I go to Liaoning too? Zhang Huayuan and Zhou Shuyi both looked at me at once. I stood in the doorway, a book in my hand, my expression calm as a stagnant pool. But inside I was sneering. Better conditions in Liaoning? Zhang Mingyuan probably didn't know that the place I'd registered myself for was the poorest commune near my uncle's factory. Barren land, poor transportation, not even a decent road. It was only because I'd have my uncle looking out for me that no matter how bad it was, it couldn't get too bad. And the Heilongjiang construction corps that Zhang Mingyuan was headed to. That was a fine spot I'd carefully picked out. 1,000 miles of frozen ground, 40 below in winter, and mosquitoes in summer that could bite you to death. Want to switch? Dream on. Nanzhou. Zhang Huayuan spoke up, his tone unusually gentle. You know about Mingyuan's situation too. He's been frail since childhood. Sending him to the construction corps really is. Dad. I cut him off, my tone obedient, yet carrying a note of puzzlement. Mingyuan's been frail since childhood, but how did he get frail? He ate white flour and rice in the city for 16 years, never went without chicken, duck, fish, or meat. How could he be frail? That left him stumped. Zhang Mingyuan's face grew even uglier. Zhou Shuyi hurried to smooth things over. Nanzhou, you can't put it that way. Even though Mingyuan ate well, he's had a weak constitution since he was little. That's the truth. Mom. I turned to her, my eyes clear and innocent. Then what about me? I ate coarse grain and wild vegetables for 16 years in the countryside, worked the fields from the age of 8, and didn't even have a pair of cotton shoes in winter. Is my constitution good? She opened her mouth, but couldn't get a word out. I sighed, lowered my head, my voice muffled. Never mind, I won't say any more. Dad, Mom, you two are busy. I'll head back to my room first. I turned and went upstairs, my figure lonely and forlorn. In the living room, Zhang Huayuan and Zhou Shuyi stared at one another. Zhang Mingyuan bit his lip, a flash of sinister malice crossing his eyes. Up in my room, I shut the door, and that forlorn look vanished in an instant. I sat on the edge of the bed, took out the barefoot doctor's manual from the space, flipped through a couple of pages, my mood at ease. The act I needed to put on was done, and the trap I needed to set was set. All that was left was to wait. Wait for the Zhang family to reap what they'd sown. Wait for Zhang Mingyuan to walk right into the net. In the afternoon, I went downstairs to get some water and ran into Auntie Lee from next door, cooling off in the yard. She saw me and waved. Nanzhou, come sit. I carried my water cup over and sat obediently beside her. What have your mom and dad been busy with these past few days? Auntie Lee asked. I lowered my head and smiled, a touch of bitterness in it. Busy getting Mingyuan's things ready for the countryside. He's going to the construction corps. It's rough up there, and mom and dad are worried. And you? She frowned. Where are you going? I'm going to Liaoning. I said, choking up. The place is pretty rough too, but it's close to my uncle, so it should be okay. Have your mom and dad gotten your things ready? I shook my head, was silent for a moment, then said softly, Auntie Lee, I've been independent since I was little. In the countryside, I could cook, do laundry, and work the fields by the age of 8. My mom and dad say I'm tough and don't need them to worry about me. I looked up and smiled, my eyes reddening slightly. Actually, I wish they'd worry about me a little too, but then I'm afraid of being a burden to them. Mingyuan's never suffered hardship in his life. He needs looking after. I understand. Auntie Lee's eyes reddened all at once. This child, she took my hand, her voice choking. So sensible in a way that breaks your heart. I shook my head. It's all right, Auntie Lee. I'm used to it. I picked up my water cup and stood. I'll head back now. I still have to make dinner for mom and dad. Watching my thin figure disappear through the doorway, Auntie Lee sighed and turned to go find a few of her old girlfriends. That evening, word spread through the entire compound. Zhang Huayan and his wife cared only about their adopted son and didn't have a single word of concern for their own flesh and blood boy. How pitiful that child was. back from the countryside. He hadn't enjoyed a single day of comfort, and now that he was headed to the countryside, there wasn't anyone to prepare even a decent cotton coat for him. Isn't that the truth? I saw it with my own eyes. That boy said, I'm tough. I don't need anyone worrying about me. And it brought tears to my eyes. Old Zhang and his wife play favorites something awful. The adopted son's a person, but the natural-born one isn't. If you ask me, that Zhang Mingyuan's got no conscience either. He stole 16 years of the good life from that boy, and now that the boy's back, he's still freeloading and won't leave. When the gossip reached Zhou Shuyi's ears, she was so furious her face turned green. That night, she summoned me before her and, lowering her voice, demanded, Nanzhou, have you been out running your mouth to people again? I looked utterly innocent. Mom, I didn't say anything. I just chatted a bit with Auntie Li, told her I was going to the countryside and felt a little reluctant to leave you too. Then why is she going around saying we don't care about you? I lowered my head, my voice getting smaller and smaller. Mom, I really didn't say anything. Auntie Li asked me what you and Dad had prepared for me. I said nothing, because I'm tough. I don't need. She was so angry she was gasping. You, Mom. I raised my head, my eyes reddening. Was I wrong? You really didn't prepare anything for me. Mingyuan's cotton coat and pants are all newly bought. And mine. I'm wearing the old padded jacket I brought from the countryside myself. When I said I didn't need anything, it was so I wouldn't put you in a difficult spot. Did I do something wrong? She was so blocked she couldn't get a word out. Zhang Huayan listened from the side, his face grim as water, yet unable to refute a single word. I sniffled, my voice a bit choked. Dad, Mom, I know you only have room in your hearts for Mingyuan. I don't blame you. No one's loved me since I was little. I'm used to it. You don't have to bother with me. I can take care of myself. With that, I turned and went upstairs, leaving them with a frail, lonely figure. Zhou Shuyi stood frozen in place, an emotion she couldn't quite name suddenly welling up in her heart. Was it guilt? Or a guilty conscience? She couldn't tell. Late at night, I went out. I didn't go anywhere else. I went to Zhang Huayuan and his wife's bedroom. Over these past couple of days, Zhou Shuyi had gathered the household's remaining clothes into several bundles and piled them in a corner. All the valuables had been carted off by me, but these clothes could at least fetch a bit of money. I put the bundles into the space, then went through the wardrobe and drawers once more to confirm I'd missed nothing before slipping away without a sound. Once out of the Zhang house, I didn't go back to my room. I headed to the black market. These few pieces of clothing weren't worth much, but even a mosquito's leg is meat. I found the same middle-aged man as last time and sold the clothes, getting 120 yuan. Just as I was about to leave, I noticed a few shady figures lurking deep in the alley, staring at me. I gave nothing away, walking out as if nothing were wrong. Once out of the alley mouth, I ducked into a narrow lane, took my makeup tools from the space, and in a few quick moves changed my face and my clothes. A few minutes later, I reappeared near the black market and observed from a distance. Those tailing me were still milling around the same spot, clearly waiting for me to come out. A double cross among thieves? I sneered. I quietly followed them, twisting and turning until we came to an abandoned warehouse. It wasn't large. 2 men stood guard at the door, and there was light inside. I circled to the back, picked the rear door open with the wire, and slipped in without a sound. The warehouse was piled full of things: grain, cloth, clothing, shoes and hats, pots and pans, kerosene, candles, everything you could think of. In a corner there were a few large wooden crates. I opened one. It held all kinds of coupons and cash. My eyes lit up. This wasn't a supply warehouse. It was a treasure trove. Without hesitation, I swept my hand, and everything in the entire warehouse went into the space. Grain, cloth, clothing, shoes and hats, coupons, cash, all of it gone. In an instant, the whole warehouse was empty. I left by the back door and vanished into the night. Back at the compound, I lay in bed and tallied up the night's haul. Cash, over 3,200. Coupons, 150 industrial coupons, 80 chi of cloth coupons, 300 jin of grain coupons, 50 jin of oil coupons, 20 jin of sugar coupons, 15 jin of cotton coupons, plus a few bicycle coupons and watch coupons. Grain, over 500 jin of white flour, over 300 jin of rice, over 200 jin of cornmeal, and assorted coarse grains. Cloth, several dozen bolts, enough to make dozens of outfits. The other supplies were beyond counting. This black market boss has stashed away quite a fortune. I nodded with satisfaction. I also took out the wooden crate where the black market boss had hidden his money. Besides cash, there were a few gold bars and some jewelry. These probably didn't come by honest means either. I put them away without giving it much thought. That night, the black market boss was so enraged he smashed up a whole room of things. But he couldn't figure out who'd done it. No witnesses, no leads. Even the lock on the back door was intact. Those things had simply vanished into thin air. Early the next morning, Zhang Huayuan summoned me before him, his face so grim it could drip water. Nanzhou, I hear you've been talking out of turn around the compound again. I lowered my head, my voice muffled. Dad, I wasn't talking out of turn. Auntie Lee asked me, and I told her the truth. The truth. He gave a cold snort. You said we don't care about you and didn't prepare anything for you for the countryside. That's telling the truth? I raised my head, my eyes slightly red. Dad, then did you prepare anything for me? Ming Yuan's cotton coat and pants, his quilt and cotton shoes. You and Mom bought all of those. And mine. My departure date for the countryside is even 2 days earlier than his. Did you ask me a single word about it? He was blocked and couldn't get a word out. Zhou Shi stood off to the side, her lips moving, but in the end she said nothing. I drew a deep breath, my voice trembling. Dad, Mom, I don't blame you. Really, no one's loved me since I was little. I got used to it long ago. You don't have to bother with me. I'll manage on my own. I turned to walk out, stopping at the doorway, my back to them, my voice so soft it was almost inaudible. It's just, don't tell people I'm your natural-born son anymore. I can't afford the embarrassment. With that, I pulled the door open and walked out. Zhang Huayuan and Zhou Shi sat in the empty living room, their faces flushing red then draining white. They wanted to scold me, curse me, tell me to shut up. But every word I said hit the mark. Every syllable struck their soft spots, leaving them without even the strength to retort. Because they really hadn't prepared anything for me. Because they really did care only about Zhang Mingyuan. Because every word I said was the truth. In the morning, I made a round through the compound, found Auntie Lee, and, with a face full of sincerity, said, Auntie Lee, I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? Go ahead. She quickly took my hand. Please don't talk to people about my family's affairs anymore. I lowered my head, my voice small. My mom and dad found out and were very angry, saying I don't care about the family and go around running my mouth. I don't want to anger them, and I don't want them thinking I'm not sensible. From now on, could you just pretend you don't know anything? Her eyes reddened again. This child, it's clearly their fault, and you're still covering for them. Auntie Lee. I looked up and smiled, a touch of bitterness and helplessness in it. They're my parents, after all. No matter what, I want good things for them. With that, I turned and left. Auntie Lee stood there watching my figure recede and let out a long sigh. That afternoon, these words spread through the whole compound again. But this time, the wind had shifted. That boy is truly so sensible, treated like that, and still standing up for his parents. Old Zhang and his wife must be blind, refusing such a fine son, insisting on raising that ungrateful one. I hear old Zhang even wants to send the adopted son to Liaoning so Nanzhou can look after him. Isn't that just bullying the boy? The adopted son lived the good life in his place for 16 years, and now he wants the natural-born son to be his nursemaid. Zhang Huayuan's reputation was thoroughly ruined. That evening, he came home, his face gray and worn. He'd run around all day and still hadn't managed to get Zhang Mingyuan reassigned somewhere else. But the neighborhood office people told him that if two educated youths went to the same place, they could be arranged together for mutual support. So Zhang Huayuan made a decision. Reassign Zhang Mingyuan to Liaoning too, to the same commune as me. Nanzhou, come here. He sat in the chair, his tone brooking no refusal. I walked over and stood before him. Mingyuan's countryside placement has been changed to Liaoning, the same commune as you, he said. You're a bit older than him, and you're the elder brother, so look after him well from now on. I froze. I'm older than him. As I recall, on the hospital birth certificate, he was born half a day before me. We were switched at birth as infants, and you just took that as fact. I looked up at him, my gaze shifting from confusion to shock, then to a kind of grief I couldn't quite name. Dad, my voice was very soft, almost inaudible. What did you say? I said, look after Mingyuan. He repeated it, his tone a bit impatient, and a bit guilty too. You're going to the same place. You can support each other. Mingyuan's never suffered hardship in his life. Help him out more. I was silent for a long time. Then I smiled. There was bitterness in that smile, and sarcasm, and a kind of relief that made your heart ache. Dad, I said softly, you really aren't my birth father after all. His face changed. What did you say? If you were my birth father, how could you have your own flesh and blood son go look after someone who took 16 years of the good life meant for him? I raised my head, my eyes reddening, but I didn't let the tears fall. He ate my white flour and rice for 16 years, wore my new clothes and new shoes for 16 years, lived in my nice house for 16 years. And I gnawed on cornbread buns for 16 years in the countryside, wore patched clothes for 16 years, lived in a mud brick house for 16 years. My voice trembled slightly, but every word landed with weight. And now you want me to go look after him? To be his nursemaid? His face went ashen. Fu Nanzhou, is that any way for you to talk? Then you tell me. How should I talk? My voice suddenly rose, and the tears finally fell. Should I say, yes, father, I'll be sure to take good care of my brother. Should I wait on him like he's some ancestor? Dad, put your hand on your heart. Have you done right by me? He shot to his feet, raising his hand to strike. I didn't dodge. I just looked straight at him, my gaze so calm it was unnerving. That hand froze in midair and never came down. Zhou Shi hurried to grab him. Old Zhang, don't hit the child. I took a step back, wiped my tears, and my voice returned to calm. Dad, Mom, you don't need to hit me, and you don't need to curse me. The countryside matter is already settled. I'll go. But asking me to look after Zhang Mingyuan? Not a chance. You. He was trembling all over with rage. I'm not his nanny, and I'm not his slave. I said it word by word. He's half a day older than me. If anyone's to do the looking after, it should be him looking after me. But I don't count on it. I turned to walk out, stopping at the doorway with my back to them. Dad, Mom, these past few days you've been busy buying this and that for Mingyuan. I won't say anything about it. But my things, I'll prepare myself. You needn't trouble yourselves. And after I go to the countryside, my affairs don't need your attention either. Just take care of your son. You've only got 2 sons, haven't you? One went off to be a soldier, and one is right in front of your eyes. The door closed softly behind me. Zhang Huayuan and Zhou Shi stood in the empty living room, saying nothing for a long time. That night, Fu Dihao and Wang Guilan came. They'd come to ask Zhang Huayuan for help. I was upstairs and heard Wang Guilan's shrill sobbing from below. Old Zhang, you've got to help us. Genbaoyi, Genbao's been taken away. What happened? That was Zhang Huayuan's voice. I don't know. This afternoon a few people came with an arrest warrant and took Genbao away. They said he committed rape and even caused a girl's death. Zhou Shi drew a sharp breath. What? Genbao It's impossible. Genbao would never do such a thing. Wang Guilan wept as if her heart were being torn out. Old Zhang, help us, pull some strings, get Genbao out. Zhang Huayuan was silent for a moment. I'll go make inquiries tomorrow. The words had barely left his mouth when another commotion came from the yard. Several people pushed the door open and came in. They were the leaders from Fu Dihao's factory and people from the security section. Fu Dihao, Wang Guilan, you're suspected of stealing factory supplies and abusing your positions for personal gain. Come with us now. Wang Guilan's sobs cut off abruptly. Fu Dihao's face went white as a sheet. His legs gave out, and he collapsed straight to the floor. No, impossible. You've got it wrong. He stammered. The security section people paid no attention and took the 2 of them away directly. When Fu Jianbao was locked up, he was still waiting for his parents to come rescue him. He didn't know that his parents couldn't even save themselves. A few days later, the verdicts came down. Fu Jianbao was convicted of rape resulting in death, with aggravating circumstances, and sentenced to 30 years of reform through labor, exiled to the northwest. Fu Dihao was convicted of theft and embezzlement, sentenced to 5 years of reform through labor, exiled to the northwest. Wang Guilan was convicted of theft but, due to the lesser circumstances, was exempted from criminal punishment, but she lost her job, the factory took back the house, and she was driven back to the countryside outside Beijing. Overnight, the Fu family was shattered. When Zhou Shi heard the news, she went pale with fright. She didn't dare tell Zhang Mingyuan. Zhang Mingyuan was still staying over at the Fu place these days. Even though everything had been carted off, the house was still there. He didn't know that the house's owner had already changed. When I heard the news, I was in my room reading. I set the book down, and the corner of my mouth curved up slightly. I'd known about Fu Gunbao's business for a long time. That day when I went to the Fu place to move things out, I'd found a diary in his room, recording in detail all the filthy things he'd done, including the girl who'd killed herself after he defiled her. I'd organized the diary and some physical evidence and mailed them anonymously to the Public Security Bureau. As for Fu Dihao and Wang Guilan, I hadn't originally intended to act so soon. But since they'd come to ask Zhang Huayuan for help, I might as well handle them all at once. I'd long had the evidence of them stealing factory supplies. Now, of the 3 in the Fu family, 2 were sentenced and 1 was driven back to the village. Just deserts. Zhang Mingyuan no longer had a home. His only support left was Zhang Huayuan and Zhou Shi. But those 2 were about to be unable to save themselves either. That morning, I came out of the post office with a barely perceptible smile at the corner of my mouth. I just mailed 2 letters. One went to the Disciplinary Inspection Department of the Ministry of Metallurgy, its contents detailed and backed with evidence. How Zhang Huayuan had improperly arranged for Zhang Mingyuan to enter the factory, how he'd used his position to accept favors, and the real purpose behind bringing his natural-born son back, not out of flesh and blood affection, but to have his natural-born son go to the countryside in the adopted son's place. The other went to the textile mill where Zhou Shi worked, how she'd used her authority as union chairwoman to improperly process an urban household registration for Zhang Mingyuan, and helped Zhang Huayuan conceal the facts and deceive the organization. With both letters mailed, all that was left was to wait. In the afternoon, I was tidying up in my room when there was a sudden commotion downstairs. I went to the window and looked down. Two black sedans were parked in the yard, and several men in mouse suits got out and walked into the Zhang house with grave expressions. Zhang Huayuan and Zhou Shui hadn't gotten off work yet, so I was the only one home. I went down to open the door, looking utterly innocent. "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" "We're from the Disciplinary Inspection Department of the Ministry of Metallurgy, here to speak with Comrade Zhang Huayuan." The man in the lead produced his credentials. I stepped aside and invited them in. The several of them sat down in the empty living room, looking around and exchanging glances. "You're home. How come there's nothing here?" I lowered my head, my voice muffled. "The house was robbed. Everything was stolen." "Then where do you live now?" "Right here." I smiled bitterly. "Making do." The several of them exchanged a glance and asked nothing more. Zhang Huayuan and Zhou Shui were called home almost simultaneously. The disciplinary inspection comrades spoke with them separately, producing the anonymous letters and the evidence. Zhang Huayuan looked at the evidence, his face white as a sheet, unable to say a word. Those things, only the people closest to him could have obtained them. But he couldn't figure out who. Me? Impossible. That evidence was kept in the most hidden place in the study. I couldn't possibly have known. What he didn't know was that not only did I know, I'd long since moved the entire tin box into the space. The conversation lasted 3 hours. The result: Zhang Huayuan was stripped of his deputy section chief position and demoted to an ordinary clerk. Zhou Shui was stripped of her union chairwoman position and demoted to an ordinary worker. At the same time, the organization decided that 10 yuan would be deducted from each of their monthly salaries, 20 in all, sent directly to the place I was going in the countryside, as a living allowance. "This is the organization's decision, and it's also compensation for your son," the disciplinary inspection comrade said to Zhang Huayuan. "You've owed him far too much over the years. From now on, send the money on time each month. You can't let him suffer any longer." Zhang Huayuan lowered his head, unable to say a word. I stood at the top of the stairs listening to all of this, the expression on my face pitched just right. Shock, grievance, and a trace of relief I couldn't quite name. After the disciplinary inspection people left, I walked over to Zhang Huayuan and said softly, "Dad, I'm sorry. This wasn't me. I know it wasn't you." He cut me off, his voice hoarse. He really believed it wasn't me. Because on the photocopies of that evidence, there were photographs of the tin box in his study. No one but himself knew where the things inside it were kept. But he didn't know that not only did I know, I also had the all things card space, which could spirit away the entire tin box without a soul noticing. Zhou Shi sat off to the side, her face gray and worn, like a frostbitten eggplant. She'd gone from union chairwoman to ordinary worker, her salary cut by nearly half, and now 10 yuan would be deducted every month for me. How were they supposed to get by? "Nanzhou." She raised her head, her voice hollow. "This business, you really didn't know?" I shook my head, my gaze clear and sincere. "Mom, I really didn't know. I grew up in the countryside. I don't know a single person in the city. How could I have gotten those things?" She stared at me for a good while, then finally sighed. Maybe it really wasn't him. Maybe Zhang Huayuan had offended someone over the years. She didn't know that the mastermind behind all of this was this well-behaved, sensible boy right in front of her. Zhang Mingyuan was still in the dark. He didn't know the Fu family had been shattered, didn't know that Zhang Huayuan and Zhou Shi's jobs were both in trouble, and certainly didn't know that all his backers had already fallen. He was still waiting for Zhang Huayuan to change his countryside placement, prepare his supplies, and arrange everything for him in the city. He didn't know he already had no way out. That night, I lay in bed and let my consciousness sink into the space. All things cards, today's draw. The card spun and came to a stop. "Congratulations. You've received 1 copy of the Handbook for Preventing and Treating Common Rural Illnesses, 2 bottles of Yunnan Baiyao, 5 bottles of iodophor, and 10 rolls of bandages." I put the things away and quietly calculated. 5 days left until I went to the countryside. In 5 days, I'd leave this hypocritical home and head to rural Liaoning. There I'd have my eldest uncle looking out for me, a fortune stashed in the space, for plots of land on the farm, and a card draw every day. Life wouldn't be bad. And Zhang Huayuan, Zhou Shui, Zhang Mingyuan, what would become of them? I didn't care. All I knew was that I'd played this drama well. So well that everyone thought I was the victim. And the real winner was me alone. The day to go to the countryside finally arrived, just as I'd been looking forward to. The night before departure, I lay in bed and took stock of everything in the space once more. Grain, medicine, clothing, books, cash, coupons, all of it, everything I could need. On the farm's 4 plots, the vegetables had sprouted tender shoots, and the peach pit had broken through the soil to grow 2 emerald green leaves. Everything's ready. All that's missing is the east wind. I nodded with satisfaction, closed my eyes, and drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, As the sky was just beginning to lighten, I got up. I put on a set of half-new blue cotton clothes I'd bought at the black market. The fabric was ordinary, but its strength was that it was sturdy and durable. On my feet were a pair of liberation shoes, and I carried a small bundle on my back containing only a few changes of clothes and a copy of the Barefoot Doctor's Handbook. Everything else was in the space. The whole building was dead quiet. Zhang Huayuan and Zhou Shuyi's bedroom door was shut tight, without the slightest sound. I stood at the top of the stairs, glanced at that tightly shut door, and the corner of my mouth curved up slightly. No farewell, no parting words, not even a single "be careful out there." There had never been a place for me in this home. I turned and went downstairs, gently pulled the door open, and walked out. The early morning compound was very quiet, the air carrying a chill, dewdrops hanging on the leaves and glinting in the morning light. Carrying my bundle, I walked out along the path. "Nanzhou, where are you off to so early?" Auntie Zhang from next door was coming out with a basin of water to dump when she saw me and paused in surprise. "Morning, Auntie Zhang." I stopped and smiled. "I'm heading to the countryside today. Got a train to catch." "The countryside? Leaving today?" She set down the basin and came over. "Where are your mom and dad? Why aren't they seeing you off?" I shook my head, my voice soft. "My mom and dad are still sleeping. Their work is tiring. I didn't want to disturb them. I can get to the train station myself. It's not far anyway." Auntie Zhang's eyes reddened at once. "This child. You wait right here. Annie will get you a couple of eggs to eat on the road." "No need, Auntie Zhang. I've brought dry rations I made myself." I quickly waved her off. "Don't trouble yourself. I'm in a hurry. I'll be going now." With that, I hurried off, afraid she'd chase after me. At the front gate, I ran into Grandpa Li, who was out for his early morning walk. "Nanzhou? So early? Leaving today?" Heading to the countryside today." I nodded. "Grandpa Li, I'll be going now. Take good care of your health." He looked at me, then looked at the empty road behind me, and frowned. "Your mom and dad aren't seeing you off?" "They're busy." I looked back and smiled, a smile with some relief and some bitterness in it. "I can manage on my own, Grandpa Li. I've been on my own since I was little." With that, I turned and strode off. Grandpa Li stood there watching my figure disappear around the street corner and let out a heavy sigh. By the time I rushed to the train station, it was already broad daylight. The waiting hall was buzzing with voices, full of young people shouldering bundles and lugging luggage, some in little groups, some clinging to family members in tearful goodbyes, sobbing together. I found a corner and sat down, set the bundle on my knees, took the enamel mug from inside my jacket, and drank a couple of sips of cold boiled water. "Comrade, are you going to the countryside too?" A round-faced girl next to me leaned over, looking at me curiously. "How come you're all by yourself? Where's your family?" "They're busy, didn't come." I smiled, my tone flat. She paused, opened her mouth to say something, then swallowed it back, only looking at me with a bit more sympathy in her eyes. I didn't mind. I'd long grown used to such looks. I put away the mug and closed my eyes to rest. The train was at 8:30. When they checked tickets, I moved toward the platform with the crowd. Most everyone around walked in pairs or groups, chatting and laughing. Only I walked alone at the very back. I boarded and found a window seat. Putting away my bundle, I sat down and watched the platform gradually receding out the window, and an emotion I couldn't quite name suddenly welled up inside me. It wasn't reluctance, it wasn't sadness, it was relief. I'd finally left that hypocritical home, left those hypocritical people. From here on, the sky was vast and the sea was wide. I was free to roam. Meanwhile, in the Ministry of Metallurgy compound, Zhang Huayuan and Zhou Shuyi had just gotten up. Zhou Shuyi went downstairs yawning and, out of habit, headed for the kitchen. Halfway there, she suddenly remembered. Nanzhou was leaving for the countryside today. She paused, hesitated on the stairs for a moment, and then turned and went to the living room after all. Zhang Huayuan was already sitting in that borrowed chair, a newspaper in his hands, his expression as calm as if nothing had happened. "Nanzhou, is he leaving today?" she asked tentatively. He turned a page without even looking up. "Then, should we go see him off?" "See him off for what?" He gave a cold snort. "He's a grown man, not a child. Besides, isn't he so independent? He doesn't need us seeing him off." She opened her mouth, but in the end said nothing. The two of them ate breakfast in silence, then each changed clothes and left for work. As they walked out of the compound, they happened to catch the neighbors coming back from buying groceries. Auntie Li saw them, her brow furrowed so deep it could crush a mosquito. "Old Zhang, you're off to work." "That's right." He nodded, unruffled. "Isn't Nanzhou going to the countryside today? Aren't you going to see him off?" His steps faltered for a moment. Then he said, as if nothing were amiss, "He left early. We didn't catch him." Auntie Li looked at him, then looked at Zhou Shuyi, her lips moving, but in the end she said nothing, shook her head, and walked off. Zhou Shuyi felt there was something hidden in that look, but she didn't dare think too deeply about it. When she got to work and had just sat down, a coworker leaned over and asked mysteriously, "Sister Zhou, is your son going to the countryside today?" "That's right. I saw him at the train station this morning, all by himself, carrying a little bundle, without a single person to see him off." The coworker sighed. That child looked so pitiful, thin as anything, sitting alone in a corner, not even a soul beside him to talk to. Zhou Shi's face flushed at once. A few coworkers nearby all pricked up their ears, their eyes full of various expressions. "He left early. We didn't have time to." She tried to explain. "How early could it have been? I got to the station after 7, and he was already in the waiting hall. You weren't even up by 7. There was a note of disapproval in the coworker's tone. "Sister Zhou, I don't mean to lecture you, but that child is your own flesh and blood. After all, how could you?" She didn't finish, but her meaning was already clear. Zhou Shi's face flushed red, then drained white, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Over at the Ministry of Metallurgy, Zhang Huayuan's situation was no better. The moment he stepped into the office, he sensed the atmosphere was off. Several coworkers looked at him strangely, seeming to want to say something, but holding back. In the end, it was the section chief who called him into his office, closed the door, and sighed. "Old Zhang, is that natural-born son of yours going to the countryside today?" He nodded. "Why didn't you go see him off?" "He left early." "Old Zhang." The section chief cut him off, speaking earnestly. "I'm not trying to interfere in your family affairs, but you have to think. What will people outside make of this? Your own son goes to the countryside, and you don't see him off. That adopted son is going in a couple of days too. Will you see him off?" He opened his mouth, but couldn't get a word out. The section chief shook his head. "If you see off the adopted son, but not your natural-born son, that'll be even harder to justify. Old Zhang, weigh it out for yourself." Zhang Huayuan came out of the office with a livid face and didn't speak to a single person all day. Zhang Mingyuan's departure time was 2 days later than mine. Zhou Shi had already requested leave to see him off. But after today's incident, she wavered. See him off or not? If she did, people would say she neglected her natural-born son while lavishing care on the adopted one. If she didn't, she couldn't bear to. She was caught in a dilemma. On the train, I leaned against the window, watching the fields fly by outside. The car was packed with educated youths heading to the countryside, most of them 17 or 18, their faces carrying apprehension and anticipation about a life unknown. 3 people sat across from me, 2 girls and a boy. The boy was named Sun Jiangwo, early 20s, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, wearing an army green jacket that gave him a rather dashing air. Beside him sat a girl with 2 braids, named Lin Xiaoyan, round-faced, with 2 dimples when she smiled, gazing at Sun Jiangwo with adoring eyes the whole time. The other girl sat across from Sun Jiangwo, named Song Yulan, with long hair, an oval face, fair, clear skin, and a touch of aloofness about her features. She'd glance at Sun Jiangwo now and then quickly look away, but I noticed her earlobes were always red. A love triangle. I saw the situation at a single glance. Sun Jiangwo liked Song Yulan. Song Yulan kept him at arm's length, blowing hot and cold. Lin Xiaoyan liked Sun Jiangwo. Sun Jiangwo was merely polite to her. The 3 of them exchanged and clashed glances in the air, and that subtle atmosphere. Others might not have picked up on it. But I'd been a doctor for 10 years in my past life. What kinds of patients and family members hadn't I seen? I had at least that much perceptiveness. "Are you going to Liaoning too?" Lin Xiaoyan broke the silence, looking at me curiously. "How come you're all by yourself? Where's your family?" "They're busy," I answered curtly, not wanting to chat. "Oh." She nodded, then turned back to Sun Jiangwo. "Brother Jiangwo, did your family come to see you off?" Sun Jiangwo nodded, a hint of pride in his tone. "My mom and dad and my sister all came, saw me all the way to the platform." Lin Xiaoyan's eyes were full of admiration. "That's so nice." I rolled my eyes inwardly. After chatting a bit, I learned their basic situations. Sun Jiangwo was a Beijing local. His father was a neighborhood cadre, and his family was fairly well off. Lin Xiaoyan was also from Beijing. Her father was a factory worker. Song Yulan was also from Beijing. Her father was a middle school teacher. As it happened, all 4 of us had been assigned to the same commune. I groaned inwardly. Same commune. And if we ended up assigned to the same brigade too, well, that would be interesting. Neither of these women was a pushover. Lin Xiaoyan was the type with romance for brains, the kind who'd get sold out and still help the seller count the money. Song Yulan looked aloof, but she was actually deep and calculating, every frown and smile carrying a scheme. I certainly didn't want to get dragged into their mess. I hope we don't end up in the same brigade, I silently prayed. At noon, the train pulled into a large station with a longer stop. People in the car got off one after another to buy food. I didn't get off. I took 2 lunch boxes from my bundle and opened them. One held braised pork, marbled with fat and lean, glistening red, steaming hot. The other held white rice, each grain distinct, the fragrance wafting up. I'd bought these ahead of time from a state-run restaurant. I had several hundred portions stored in the space, each wrapped in wax paper and packed into lunchboxes, identical to freshly made. The aroma of the braised pork spread through the car. People all around looked over, their eyes full of envy. Lin Xiaoyan swallowed and said quietly, "It smells so good." Sun Jiangwo frowned, but said nothing. Song Yulan glanced at me, a note of scrutiny in her eyes. "Comrade." Song Yulan spoke up, her voice not loud, but carrying a preachy tone. "We're educated youths going to the countryside, going to receive re-education from the poor and lower-middle peasants. Eating this well now, isn't that a bit hedonistic? A relapse into petty bourgeois habits." The car fell silent for an instant, everyone looking at me. I raised my head, looked at her, unhurriedly chewed a bite of braised pork, swallowed, and then smiled. "Comrade Song, let me ask you a few questions." She was taken aback. "What questions?" "First, is there a dining car on this train?" "There isn't there?" she said uncertainly. "And does the dining car sell braised pork?" She couldn't get a word out. I picked up another piece of braised pork and waved it in front of her. "Second, if the dining car sells braised pork, then are all the people who bought it also hedonists? Also relapsing into petty bourgeois habits?" Someone in the car couldn't help but laugh out loud. Song Yulan's face flushed crimson. "The dining car is the dining car. That's a service provided by the railway department. It's not the same as what I'm talking about." "How is it not the same?" I set down my chopsticks, leaned back against the seat, my tone lazy. "The dining car selling braised pork is serving the people. But braised pork I brought myself makes me a petty bourgeois? Comrade Song, your logic doesn't quite add up." I looked around and raised my voice. "Are there any other comrades who bought braised pork? Or meat buns, meat pies, Rigiamo? Everyone stand up and let Comrade Song give you a good criticizing." The car erupted in laughter. Someone jeered playfully. "I bought meat buns. I'm a petty bourgeois too. I bought braised pork in the dining car. Who's going to criticize me?" Song Yulan's face went as red as a boiled shrimp, and her eyes reddened too. Sun Jiangwo couldn't stand to watch anymore and frowned at me. "Comrade, you're a grown man bullying a female comrade like this. Where's your gentlemanly bearing?" I turned my head, sized him up, and smiled. "Comrade Sun, let me ask you a question." "What question?" "Is equality between men and women a basic national policy of the country?" "Of course it is." "Then since men and women are equal," I said unhurriedly, "how does my pointing out Comrade Song's mistake become bullying a female comrade?" "She's a female comrade, so she can't be told when she's wrong? Or is your so-called equality between men and women just talk?" The car burst into applause and cheers. "Well said. That's real equality between men and women." Sun Jiangwo's face flushed red, and he couldn't get a word out. Lin Xiaoyan got flustered and stepped up to back him. "What's the matter with you? Brother Jiangwo was kindly giving you a word of advice. Did you have to go that far?" I glanced at her, the corner of my mouth curving up in a meaningful smile. "Comrade Lin," I said slowly, "you really are loyal through and through to Comrade Sunday." Lin Xiaoyan was taken aback, not catching my meaning. But Sun Jiangwo and Song Yulan both understood. Sun Jiangwo's expression changed, and Song Yulan's turned even uglier. I said nothing more, lowered my head, and went on eating the braised pork. Those three never dared to provoke me again. By night, the car quieted down and most people were asleep. I wasn't. I leaned back in my seat, seemingly closing my eyes to rest, but actually observing the movements around me. 10 years in the ER in my past life had given me an almost instinctive intuition for danger. At the connection between cars, a few figures were moving about. Their movements were off, not the casual wandering of ordinary passengers, but carrying a deliberate purpose, their eyes always circling around other people's pockets and luggage. Bag slashers, I noted inwardly, giving nothing away, continuing to pretend to sleep. After a while, those few people did indeed make their move. Taking advantage of the darkness, they wove through the car, slicing open passengers' pockets and luggage with lightning-fast skill, pilfering the money and coupons inside. I didn't move, not out of cold-bloodedness. Acting now would only tip them off. Those people had razor blades on them, and if they were cornered and turned desperate, harming innocent people, the consequences would be unthinkable. I closed my eyes, sank my consciousness into the space, and activated a special scanning ability. This was a function that came with the All Things cards, able to scan the people and objects within a certain range. With this scan, my eyes snapped open. In the corner at the connection between cars sat 3 men. Their clothing was no different from ordinary passengers, but the scan showed there was a thick layer of calluses on their hands, not the calluses of farm work, but the calluses at the base of the thumb left by long-term gun handling. Gun handling calluses. My heart skipped a couple of beats. Spies. My space ability could clearly sense that those 3 had something hidden at their waists, not knives, but guns. There were spies on the train. I drew a deep breath and forced myself to calm down. I slowly stood up, pretending to go to the restroom, and walked from one end of the car to the other. Passing through one car, I noticed several people in military uniforms, soldiers. For in all, sitting together, with bulges at their waists. I stopped beside them, pretended to tie my shoelace, and lowered my voice. Comrades, there are 3 men at the car connection. Calluses at the base of the thumb, weapons at the waist. Be careful. With that, I stood up and walked on ahead as if nothing had happened. The 4 soldiers exchanged a glance, their eyes instantly alert. The one in the lead stood up without giving anything away and followed me. The 2 of us happened to meet at the connection between cars. Comrade, is what you just said true? The young man in the lead asked in a low voice, his gaze sharp. I nodded and lowered my voice too. It's not just those 3. There are some bag slashers in the car up ahead, with razor blades on them. Those 3 spies aren't with the bag slashers, but they're probably keeping an eye on each other. How do you know? I've got good eyes. I can see clearly. I smiled. Comrade, my suggestion is that you deal with the spies first. I'll keep watch on the bag slashers for you. Once the spies are subdued, then handle the bag slashers. He hesitated a moment, then finally nodded. What's your name? What unit are you with? Fu Nanzhou, an educated youth going to the countryside, headed to Liaoning. I extended my hand. And how should I address you, comrade? Fong Weigua. He shook my hand. A certain unit of the Northeast Military Region, Deputy Battalion Commander. Something stirred in my mind. Deputy Battalion Commander, the same rank as my brother-in-law, Zhao Zhigua. Commander Fong, what do you need me to do? He thought for a moment, took a small notebook from his pocket, tore off a sheet, wrote a few words, and handed it to me. Keep watch on the bag slashers for us, but don't act rashly. When we've finished, we'll give you a signal. I took the note and looked at it. On it was written, stay safe. Don't blow your cover. I nodded, tucked it away, and turned back to my seat. The next hour was the longest hour of my life. I pretended to sleep while secretly observing. Over there, Fong Weigua and his 3 comrades had quietly closed in on the car where the spies were. They pretended to go to the restroom, get water, look for someone, bit by bit tightening the encirclement. I did one thing to help them. Using my space ability, I silently transferred the pistols hidden at the spies' waists into the space. Without their guns, the spies were toothless tigers. At 2 in the morning, Fong Weigua and his men struck. Before the 3 spies could react, they were pinned to the ground, arms twisted behind their backs, unable to move. What are you doing? What right do you have to arrest us? One spy shouted, struggling. Fong Weigua yanked open his clothes. His waist was empty. He frowned. I'd clearly said they had weapons at their waists, so how was there nothing? But he didn't hesitate. He quickly frisked the 3 of them and found several razor blades tucked into their shoe soles and collar linings, along with a coded letter sealed in a wax pill. The evidence was ironclad. The 3 spies went ashen. Fong Weigua had his men cuff the 3 of them to their seats, then walked over to my car and gently patted my shoulder. I opened my eyes, pretending to have just woken up. The bag slashers are over there, he asked in a low voice. I jerked my chin toward the middle of the car. The one in the gray jacket, and the one wearing a hat next to him, and the one at the far end in the blue cotton coat, 3 in all. He nodded and led his men to quietly surround them. This time went even more smoothly. The 3 bag slashers were still busy in the car up ahead, never expecting that at this hour of the night someone would be awake and coming to arrest them. With my help, the soldiers pinned them down easily, searching their persons and turning up more than a dozen razor blades, several straight razors, plus several dozen yuan and a pile of coupons, all stolen. The train conductor and rail police rushed over at the news, and when they saw the 3 cuffed spies and 3 cuffed bag slashers, their faces went pale with shock. Commander Fong, this? The conductor wiped the sweat from his forehead. Fong Weigua gave a brief account of what had happened and pointed at me. Thanks to this young comrade spotting them in time and helping us, we captured these 3 spies and 3 thieves. The conductor hurriedly grasped my hand, thanking me over and over. Young comrade, thank you. What unit are you with? An educated youth going to the countryside. I smiled. The passengers in the car had been woken up and crowded around to watch the excitement. When they heard that spies and bag slashers had been caught, there was an uproar. Oh no, my wallet's gone, an old man suddenly cried out. My grain coupons are gone too. A middle-aged woman stamped her feet in a panic. A crowd of people started rummaging through their luggage and discovered they'd lost quite a few things. Under interrogation, the bag slashers confessed that some of the stolen money and coupons had been tossed out the windows as the train slowed down, with accomplices waiting below to catch them. Those things could never be recovered. That included the belongings of Sun Jiangwo, Lin Xiaoyan, and Song Yulan. Sun Jiangwo's wallet was gone, with over 100 yuan and dozens of jin of grain coupons inside. Lin Xiaoyan lost the 30 yuan her mother had tucked away for her and cried her eyes out. Song Yulan lost the 2 wristwatches she'd brought from home. the ones her parents had scrimped and saved to buy, and her face went white. Lin Xiaoyan cried and cried, then suddenly raised her head and glared at me viciously. You knew all along there were thieves, didn't you? Why didn't you say something sooner? If you had, we wouldn't have lost our things. The car fell silent for an instant, everyone looking at me. I sat in my seat, arms folded across my chest, my expression as calm as still water. Comrade Lin. I spoke, my voice not loud, but every word crystal clear. Do you think if I'd shouted it out right then, what would those 3 bag slashers have done? She was taken aback. They had razor blades. I reached out and pointed at my own clothes. At that moment their blades were right on you, right at the small of your back. One slash, and there'd be a gash in your side. A little deeper, hitting your kidney, and your life would be over. Lin Xiaoyan's face went white. And you, Comrade Sunday. I turned to Sun Jiangwo. Those 3 bag slashers, 2 had razor blades, 1 carried a straight razor on him. Why do you think they struggled when they were caught? Because they felt wronged? No, they were looking for a chance to pull out a blade. Sun Jiangwo's lips trembled. If I'd shouted it out then, their first reaction wouldn't have been to run. It would have been to hurt people. My voice was calm and cold. The car would have been in chaos, blades flying everywhere, and at least several people would have died. Would you have wanted to die? Lin Xiaoyan bit her lip, tears flowing even harder, unable to say a word. I wouldn't have either. I leaned back against the seat and closed my eyes. So I chose the safest way. You lost your money, but you're still alive. If you think money's more important than your life, then I've got nothing to say. The car fell silent. No one blamed me anymore. Though the passengers who'd lost things ached over it, they knew I was right too. Life and money. Of course life mattered more. From then on, Sun Jiangwo, Lin Xiaoyan, and Song Yulan never dared to say another word to me. Their belongings weren't recovered. How were they going to get by in the days of countryside life ahead? When the train pulled into a large station, several public security officers boarded and hauled off the 3 spies and 3 bag slashers. Before leaving, the conductor called me to the dining car and, in front of Fong Weigua and several rail police, solemnly handed me an envelope. Comrade Fu Nanzhou, this is a reward from the railway public security for you, the conductor said with a smile. 20 yuan in cash, plus a certificate for courageous action. I took the envelope and opened it. Inside were 2 10 yuan bills and a certificate stamped with an official seal. Comrade Fu Nanzhou assisted in capturing enemy spies and thieves aboard the train and is hereby commended and encouraged. Thank you, leader. I put away the certificate and the money, smiling from ear to ear. The conductor patted my shoulder. Well done, young comrade. Work hard when you get where you're going, and if you run into any trouble, you can seek out the local railway public security. Will help. I nodded and thanked him. Fong Weigua pulled me aside and lowered his voice. Comrade Fu Nanzhou, the spy matter involves national security and can't be publicly commended. Later I'll report your situation and get you a merit citation issued. Thank you, Commander Fong. I thanked him sincerely. He smiled. Don't thank me. You earned the merit yourself. If anything comes up down the road, you can write to me. Here's my address. He took a slip of paper from his pocket and handed it to me. I glanced at it and carefully put it away. Back at my seat, I leaned against the window, watching the fields flying by outside, the corner of my mouth curving up. 20 yuan was nothing, but this certificate carried real weight. A courageous action certificate in the 60s and 70s was as good as a talisman. With it, anyone who wanted to bully me out in the countryside would have to think twice. As for that merit citation from Fong Weigua, that carried even more weight. I closed my eyes, listening to the sound of the train wheels striking the rails, feeling utterly at ease inside. I had plenty of supplies. I had plenty of money. And now I had the certificate too. Once I got to Liaoning, I'd have my eldest uncle looking out for me, the space to rely on, and freedom as vast as the earth and sky. Just thinking about this life made me happy. The train continued on through the night, carrying me toward a brand new beginning. The train clattered along the rails for 2 days and 2 nights. On the morning of the 3rd day, just as the sky was beginning to lighten, the conductor's voice rang through the car. Attention, educated youth comrades. The next stop is Liaoning XX Station. Please gather your luggage and prepare to disembark. I opened my eyes, stretched lazily, and worked out the stiffness in my neck. 2 days and 2 nights in a hard seat. Even with my decent constitution, it was a bit much. But my spirits were high. I'd finally arrived. The scenery outside the window was already completely different from Beijing. The vast black earth stretched out in the morning light, rolling hills in the distance, patches of harvested cropland close by. The air carried the scent of soil and straw stalks, an earthy, honest smell that belonged to the land. I drew a deep breath, and the corner of my mouth curved up. This was the place where I was going to live. I shouldered my bundle, stood up, brushed the wrinkles from my clothes, and strode toward the door. Fu Nanzhou, wait for us. Lin Xiaoyan's voice came from behind me, shrill and urgent. Help us carry our stuff. We can't manage it. My steps didn't stop, and I didn't even turn my head. Give me a break. Help them carry their stuff? Those three each had 2 big bundles plus a mesh bag, a whole heap of odds and ends, adding up to at least 100 gene. I only carried one small bundle, traveling light. Why should I be their pack mule? Fu Nanzhou, did you hear me? Song Yulan's voice rang out too, tinged with exasperation. We all came from the same place. Shouldn't we help each other out? I still didn't turn around, just raised my hand and gave it a wave, my voice drifting back neither too soft nor too loud. Help each other out? Then let's talk about it once you've helped me. Someone in the car burst out laughing. Lin Xiaoyan stamped her feet in fury, Sun Jingwo's face was livid, and Song Yulan bit her lip. The three of them fumbled with their big and small bundles and staggered toward the door. By the time they finally got off the train, I'd already walked far ahead. The platform was bustling with people coming and going, educated youths shouldering bundles everywhere. I wove through the crowd, my eyes scanning the signs, and quickly found the educated youth reception point. I walked briskly over. A middle-aged man wearing a red armband was sitting behind a desk drinking tea. Hello, comrade. I'm an educated youth coming to Liaoning for the countryside, Fu Nanzhou. I took out my assignment notice and letter of introduction and handed them over. He took them and looked them over, found my name on the roster, and made a check mark. Fu Nanzhou, assigned to Red Star Brigade, Dakingshan Commune. Wait here. Once enough people have gathered, there'll be a vehicle to take you to the commune. I nodded and sat down on a bench off to the side. After about half an hour, another dozen or so educated youths arrived one after another. The middle-aged man counted heads and blew a whistle. Everyone aboard. Those going to Dakingshan Commune. This vehicle. It was an open-bed truck, the cargo bed laid with a layer of straw, red flags planted on either side reading, "The vast world, where much can be achieved." I was the first to hop aboard, found a spot near the front, and sat down, cushioning my backside with my bundle. The others climbed up one after another. Just before the truck departed, the Lin Xiaoyan trio finally caught up. Lin Xiaoyan was drenched in sweat, 2 big bundles hanging off her left and right like she was carrying a mountain on her back. Song Yulan was no better off. The aloofness on her face was long gone, leaving only a bedraggled mess. Sun Jingwo carried 3 mesh bags and 2 bundles, his steps unsteady, his face pale. Wait for us, Lin Xiaoyan shouted as she ran. They stumbled aboard, and when they saw me sitting leisurely up front, Lin Xiaoyan couldn't contain her anger. Fu Nanzhou, you've gone too far. We called out to you. Why did you ignore us? I glanced at her and said calmly, why should I pay you any mind? We came together, she said, seething. Shouldn't we help each other out? But no, you ran off by yourself, didn't even say a word. I laughed, with a touch of amusement. Comrade Lin, this help each other out you're talking about. Why does it sound to me like you all help me? What have you done to help me? Carried my bundle? Bought me a meal? She opened her mouth, but couldn't get a word out. You haven't helped me with anything, yet you demand that I help you. I leaned back against the truck side panel and said slowly, you call that helping each other? That's clearly one-sided taking. All 3 of their faces looked terrible. I paid them no more attention and turned to look at the scenery outside. The truck started up, bumping its way out of the station and heading up into the hills along the dirt road. The road got worse and worse, full of ruts and potholes, the truck swaying left and right like a drunkard. The people in the cargo bed lurched about, and several of the female educated youths turned pale from the jolting, some already starting to dry heave. I sat steadily, both hands gripping the side panel, my body rising and falling naturally with the bumps. I'd lived in the countryside for over a decade in my past life. This bit of jolting was nothing. After more than an hour, the truck stopped in a large courtyard. Dakingshan Commune, everybody off. The driver slapped the roof. I hopped down and looked around. The commune was a small town, a single dirt road running north-south, lined with low brick tile houses and adobe houses. Supply and marketing co-op, post office, health clinic, veterinary station, everything you'd need, humble but complete. Several people were already standing at the courtyard gate, led by a man in his 50s, dark-skinned and burly, wearing a blue cotton jacket faded from washing, a dry tobacco pipe in his hand. Comrade, this is Director Zhao of our commune. The driver introduced him. Hello, Director Zhao. I stepped forward and offered him a cigarette. It was from the black market. Not great tobacco, but pretty good for a place like this. Director Zhao took the cigarette, looked me up and down, and nodded. Sharp-looking young man. Which brigade? Red Star Brigade. He found my name on the roster, then pointed at several other educated youths nearby. You lot are all with Red Star Brigade. This is Team Leader Liu of your brigade. He'll take you back. A middle-aged man in his 40s came over, wearing a gray mouse suit, a smile on his face but a hint of shrewdness and calculation in his eyes. I'm Liu Dihao, Team Leader of Red Star Brigade. He looked us over, his gaze lingering for a moment on the heap of bundles the Lin Xiaoyan trio carried, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. "Hello, Team Leader Lu." I offered him a cigarette too. He took it and checked the brand, his manner noticeably warming. "Let's go." The ox cart's waiting outside. Red Star Brigade wasn't far from the commune, but the road was rough, so the ox cart would take an hour. The group followed Lu Dihao out, with me walking at the very front. "Fu Nanzhou, wait for us." Lin Xiaoyan shouted from behind. "What are you walking so fast for?" My steps didn't stop. "The road's right under your feet. Take your time." The three of them had no choice but to fumble with their things and chase after. The ox cart was parked outside the commune. A flatbed cart already piled with quite a bit of stuff, several gunny sacks, a bundle of farm tools, and some odds and ends. An old yellow ox was tethered at the front, unhurriedly chewing its cud. "Climb aboard." Lu Dihao patted the cart bed. I glanced at the space on the cart. Counting me, the Lin Xiaoyan trio, and two educated youths I didn't recognize, that made 6. The stuff on the cart took up a good deal of room. Squeezing together we could barely fit, but those big bundles definitely wouldn't. "Team Leader Lu, there's not enough room on the cart. Besides, the ox is tired. We'll walk and get a look at the road along the way," I said. Lu Dihao looked at me, somewhat gratified, then looked at Lin Xiaoyan's pile of stuff, his face a bit troubled. At that moment, Lin Xiaoyan sidled up, looking entitled. "Team Leader Lu, we're female comrades. Shouldn't we ride the cart? The male comrades can just walk." Song Yulan nodded too. "Right, we've got a lot of stuff, we can't walk that far." I almost laughed out loud. These two sure weren't shy. Right off the bat, they played the female comrade card. "Comrade Lin, Comrade Song," I said slowly. "You've come here as educated youths. From now on, you'll be working in the fields, way more tiring than today. Are you going to go looking for someone to help you every single day? Then you really must be young ladies from a landlord's household, or heiresses of some capitalist, out to oppress us." Lin Xiaoyan's face flushed at once. What are you saying? Who's oppressing you? Then on what grounds are you demanding that the male comrades walk while you ride the cart?" I said, unhurried. "Equality between men and women is a basic national policy. You ride while the male comrades walk. Do you call that equality?" The two male educated youths beside me gave a thumbs up. A tall, skinny one pushed up his glasses and said quietly, "Well said." The other, round-faced, nodded and cast an approving glance at me. Lu Dihao looked at me, then at Lin Xiaoyan and Song Yulan, and finally made the call. "Here's what we'll do. The stuff goes on the cart, and everyone walks. The ox cart can't pull that many people anyway. It's just a stretch, and we'll be there." Lin Xiaoyan wanted to say something more, but Song Yulan pulled her back. Song Yulan glanced at me, a hint of gloom in her eyes, but in the end said nothing. The 6 of us followed the ox cart down the dirt road toward Red Star Brigade. Along the way, I took out a few pieces of fruit candy and handed them to the 2 other male educated youths. "Here, have some candy. Keep your energy up." The tall, skinny one took the candy, his eyes lighting up. "Thanks. I'm Qin Zhangwo, from Tianjin." The round-faced one took the candy and grinned. "I'm Wang Daong, from Tangshan." "Brother, what you said back there was great. Those 3. He jerked his chin toward the back. "They sure don't treat themselves like outsiders." I smiled and lowered my voice. "Keep it down. We're all in the same brigade. We'll be seeing each other every day from here on." The 2 exchanged a glance and both nodded. The 3 of us chatted as we walked and quickly warmed up to each other. From them, I heard about what had happened back in the commune courtyard. As it turned out, Lin Xiaoyan and Song Yulan had wanted to ride the ox cart the moment they got to the commune, but the cart was already loaded with a lot of stuff, and there wasn't enough room. Lu Dihao told them to find someone to help carry their bundles, so they went to Sun Zhangwo. But there was no way Sun Zhangwo could handle 4 big bundles on his own, so they went looking for other male educated youths. Only nobody was willing to help. They even said male comrades ought to look after the female comrades, that it's what a gentleman does. Wang Daong curled his lip. "The way I figure it, what's this gentleman business? We're all here for the countryside. Who's higher and mightier than anyone else?" Qin Zhangwo pushed up his glasses and said quietly, "I heard they wanted Team Leader Lu to assign them a cart just for themselves, but he turned them down." Hearing this, the corner of my mouth curved up. Sure enough, they weren't easy to deal with. Fortunately, Lu Dihao wasn't so easily fooled. After about 20 minutes of walking, a group of people appeared on the road ahead. There was another ox cart, tilted crookedly at the side of the road, one wheel sunk into a pothole. Several people were gathered around it, all talking at once, the atmosphere tense. Lu Dihao frowned and quickened his pace to step forward. "Lao Sun, what's going on?" The man called Lao Sun was in his 50s, his face knotted with worry. "Team Leader Lu, don't even get me started. Something's wrong with our brigade's ox. It suddenly took sick halfway here and can't walk anymore." I glanced over. A big yellow ox lay on the ground, white foam dribbling from the corners of its mouth, its limbs twitching. eyes bloodshot, breathing rapid and labored. I narrowed my eyes and studied the ox's symptoms carefully. Then I looked to the side. A young fellow in a cadre's uniform stood off to one side, his face deathly pale, forehead beaded with sweat, lips trembling, looking every bit like someone with a guilty conscience. Who fed the ox something? I suddenly spoke up. Everyone turned to look at me. The young fellow in the cadre uniform went even paler. Lao Sun was startled. How'd you know? I walked over, crouched down beside the ox, pried open its mouth for a look, then gave it a sniff. It was fed bean cake. I stood up, my tone certain. And a large amount of it, not properly soaked first. Bean cake swells up when it meets water, ferments in the ox's stomach and produces a lot of gas, causing the rumen to bloat rapidly, which presses on the heart and lungs and causes breathing difficulties. Nobody there understood that string of technical terms, but the words bean cake, everyone understood. Lao Sun whipped his head around toward the young fellow in the cadre uniform. Xiaozhou, you fed the ox bean cake. Xiaozhou's legs nearly buckled, his voice quivering. I just saw the ox was walking slow, wanted to give it some extra feed. I didn't know. You didn't know what? Lao Sun stamped his foot in fury. You can't feed an ox raw bean cake. That's common sense. You're from the city and don't know. Fine, but couldn't you have asked me? Xiaozhou's eyes reddened, his mouth opening and closing, unable to get out a single word. A female educated youth beside them said anxiously, never mind all that now, what about the ox? If this ox dies, our brigade's whole harvest this year is finished. The crowd was frantic, running around in circles. Some said to go find a vet, some said to haul the ox back first, but nobody had a good solution. I stood off to the side and said nothing. It wasn't that I didn't want to help, it was that I knew, in a place like this, the person who rushes in to volunteer usually isn't valued. I had to wait until they got desperate themselves and came begging to me before I stepped in. That's how you build goodwill. Lu Dihao came over to my side and asked in a low voice, Xiao Fu, you know medicine? I've studied a bit. I said modestly. Back when I was in the countryside before, I learned from an army doctor. Common illnesses in people and livestock. I know a thing or two. Lu Dihao's eyes lit up. Lao Sun heard it too and hurried over. Young comrade, you can treat the ox? Then hurry, help us out. I glanced at him, but didn't move. Team leader son, it's not that I don't want to help. I'm worried that if I can't fix it, you'll pin the blame on me. No. Lao Sun waved his hands quickly. You go ahead and treat it. And if it doesn't work, we won't blame you. If this ox doesn't get treated soon, I'm afraid it really will die. I looked over at Lu Dihao again. Lu Dihao thought to himself, this young fellow has a lot more sense than those three. So he nodded. Xiao Fu, if you know how, give it a try. I'll cover you if anything goes wrong. Then I'll give it a try. I rolled up my sleeves and walked over to the ox. First I took a dagger out of my bundle. Actually I pulled it from the space, but using the bundle as cover, nobody noticed. Then I took out an enamel basin and a roll of gauze. The Lin Xiaoyan trio stood off to one side, each with a different expression. Lin Xiaoyan muttered under her breath. Does he really know how to treat it? He's probably just putting on a show. Song Yulan sneered. Sure, he's faking it. It's not our ox that dies anyway. Sun Zhengwo said nothing, but the doubt in his eyes was impossible to hide. I heard them, but paid them no mind. I crouched beside the ox and gently pressed on its left flank with my hand, feeling the bloated rumen taut as a rubber ball. Then I picked up the dagger, located the right spot on the ox's left flank, and swiftly cut a small incision. A sour, foul stench of mixed fodder and gas hit us in the face. Everyone around took a few steps back and covered their noses. My expression didn't change. I reached my hand into the incision and slowly guided the gas and contents out of the rumen. Once the pressure had eased, I took a bottle of iodine from my bundle, pulled from the space, of course, carefully disinfected the wound, and then bandaged it up with gauze. The whole process took less than 10 minutes. The ox's originally tightly shut eyes slowly opened, and its breathing gradually steadied. It struggled to its feet, shook its head, and let out a low moo. It's fine. Lao Sun was so excited he nearly jumped. It's fine. The ox is standing up. There was a round of cheers all around. Lu Dihao clapped me hard on the shoulder, unable to hide the delight in his eyes. Good lad. You really do know your stuff. The faces of the Lin Xiaoyan trio looked like they'd swallowed flies. Lao Sun gripped my hand tightly and shook it hard. Young comrade, what's your name? Which brigade are you with? I've absolutely got to thank you properly. Fu Nanzhou, Red Star Brigade. I smiled. Team leader's son, no need to be so polite. It was nothing. Nothing. Lao Sun's eyes went wide. You saved our brigade's life. This ox is the strongest laborer in the whole brigade. If it had died, I don't know how we'd have gotten through the fall harvest. He pulled 20 yuan from his pocket and pressed it into my hand. Take it. This is a token of thanks. I pushed it back. Team leader's son, I don't want money. If you really want to thank me, next time I come to your brigade on business, Just give me a drink of water, and that'll do. Lao Sun was taken aback, his eyes a bit red around the rims. Good kid. You're really a good kid. Lu Dihao stood off to the side, looking at me with growing satisfaction. This young fellow, capable, with a sense of proportion, and he understood how to handle people, not greedy or grasping. A rare find. Xiao Fu. Lu Dihao spoke up. You said you studied medicine? I studied some. I said modestly. I can handle common illnesses, treat simple injuries. Can you treat people then? Simple cases, yes. But I don't have a medical license, so I can only handle minor ailments. Lu Dihao's eyes lit up. The license is easy to arrange. You can take the exam at the commune health clinic. Our brigade's been short a barefoot doctor all along, and the veterinary station is short-handed too. If you're willing, I'll arrange for you to work at the clinic and the veterinary station. I'll log you 12 work points a day. 12 work points. I did a quick calculation in my head. In the brigade, a full day's work points for a strong laborer maxed out at 10. 12 work points, higher than a strong laborer. In the countryside, that was already extremely generous treatment. Several of the educated youths nearby heard it, and their eyes nearly popped out. Lin Xiaoyan's mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg. Song Yulan's face changed color again, and Sun Jiangwo clenched his fists so hard the nails nearly dug into his flesh. I pretended to think it over, then nodded. Thank you, Team Leader Lu. I'll give it a try then. Lu Dihao clapped my shoulder happily. Good. I'll get you set up once we're at the brigade. Team Leader Lu, one more thing. I said, I'd like to live over by the clinic instead of squeezing into the educated youth quarters. It'd be more convenient for the work. He agreed without a second thought. Sure. There's an empty room next to the clinic. The old accountant used to live there, but he moved away and it's been empty ever since. Tidy it up and you can move right in. I was quietly delighted. Not staying at the educated youth quarters meant I could avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. Quietly tend my land, read my books, draw my cards. Most importantly, it'd be convenient for taking things out of the space. Thank you, Team Leader Lu. I thanked him sincerely. The group continued on the road. The Lin Xiaoyan trio had barely walked ashore, while before they started constantly complaining about being tired and wanting to stop and rest. I watched coldly, not getting involved and not saying a word. Either way, I wasn't going to ride. It was a little over an hour's walk. Was I supposed to be scared of that? Then Song Yulan shot Lin Xiaoyan a look, and Lin Xiaoyan pretended to twist her ankle and fell over. Unfortunately, she must have misjudged it. The spot where she fell was right in the ox's path. Now she was in trouble. Lin Xiaoyan let out a scream and, amid everyone's cries of alarm, quickly rolled out of the way. That roll actually did twist her ankle for real, and she picked up a few scrapes on her body too. Lu Dihao quickly pulled the ox to a stop, his face very dark. But this wasn't the moment to blow up. Song Yulan sobbed a couple of times. We didn't mean to. It's just that we're so exhausted. This was a blatant jab at Lu Dihao for not letting them ride the ox cart. Seeing how dark Lu Dihao's face was, I knew these three had thoroughly offended the brigade leader. From now on in the brigade, they could forget about having it easy. How naive. Thinking that coming from Beijing made them a cut above. Offending your future leader the moment you arrive. Just wait for the reckoning. I let out a scoff. What's this? So once we get to the brigade, you're not going to work the fields at all? Do a little extra and you'll fall down. Something bad will happen? Then how could our Red Star Brigade dare take you in? Song Yulan's face went pale, and Sun Jiangwo snapped coldly. Fu Nanzhou, I've put up with you long enough. You're from the capital too. We're all city people. How can you turn your back on your own kind? Lu Dihao's face darkened. Own kind? City people? A cut above? This guy really had no read on the situation at all. Once you get somewhere new, how can you get by without building good relationships? I said with righteous conviction. The elders told us to answer the policy, to go up to the mountains and down to the countryside. We came here to help, not to make trouble for the local farmer uncles. Now that I'm here, I'm one of the brigade. How can you go dividing us up? What's this city folk versus country folk? We're all people of Red Star Brigade. Only then did Lu Dihao's face recover, his impression of me turning excellent. Now that's what I call a person of our Red Star Brigade. Beside us, Lin Xiaoyan was already in too much pain to speak. Sun Jiangwo's face was pale. He'd been so anxious just now that he'd misspoken, and who'd have thought I'd twist his words? Well, it wasn't really twisting. That was exactly what he'd meant. It just hadn't been so obvious until I spelled it out. You did that on purpose. Sun Jiangwo ground his teeth. Song Yulan's face didn't look good either, but she was better at putting on an act than the other two. Her face went pale, and, whimpering, she said, Comrade Fu, you've got it wrong. Brother Jiangwo didn't mean it that way. He's just left home for the first time and is a little homesick. What he meant was, we're all from the same hometown, and we ought to help each other out. Brigade leader, Brother Jiangwo isn't looking down on Red Star Brigade. Since we answered the call to come to the countryside, we certainly support the policy. It's just that we rode the train for days and got a little tired, which is why she fell. It won't happen again. With a few sentences, Song Yulan smoothed things over. Though Lu Dihao still didn't like them, it was awkward for him to keep pressing. He couldn't be bothered with the three of them anymore and turned to me. Comrade Fu, please take a look at her. We can't just stay stuck here. Let's hurry back, and we can still make it in time for lunch. I nodded, but after a moment's thought, I said in advance, from now on in the brigade, when I treat female patients. I turned to look at Lu Dihao. There must be at least 2 women present, or I won't treat a woman alone. Also, Lin Xiaoyan, I'm about to look at your foot now. By the looks of it, your ankle's probably dislocated. This is necessary contact, not me trying to take advantage of you. After saying that, I muttered, as if I'd be interested in the likes of you. My voice was quiet, but everyone could hear it. Lin Xiaoyan's and Song Yulan's faces instantly flushed red, then went dark enough to turn purple. Sun Jiangwo clenched his fists, while the other 2 male-educated youths and Lu Dihao struggled to hold it in, nearly bursting out laughing. Lin Xiaoyan bit her lip and said nothing, while Song Yulan demanded, Comrade Fu, just get started already. Don't measure a gentleman's heart with a scoundrel's yardstick. We wouldn't do such a thing. Who's to say? I shrugged. Don't I have to wait for her to say so herself? You agree now, but then later you flap your lips and say you can't speak for her. And if she turns around and falsely accuses me, where do I go to plead my case? Song Yulan was furious. I'd laid out everything she'd wanted to do before she could do it. How was she supposed to work with that? As long as Lin Xiaoyan didn't speak up, I wasn't going to move. Lu Dihao urged, are you getting treated or not? If not, Comrade Sun, you all take her back to the commune. The commune has a health clinic. But getting treated there costs money. I asked, how do things work at our clinic? Is everything free? Lu Dihao thought about it. Barefoot doctors assigned by the commune charge 1 mao per visit, and that money has to be turned over to the commune. I nodded. Then we'll charge the same, starting now. By the way, Comrade Lin, are you getting treated or not? Or do you think my medical skills aren't up to par, and you'd rather have Comrade Sun carry you to the commune for treatment? Though Lin Xiaoyan was in pain, the moment she heard she could have Sun Jiangwo carry her, she instead turned to look at him with a hint of anticipation. Sun Jiangwo ground his teeth in frustration. He didn't want to carry her, because that would make Song Yulan angry. This love triangle was really something. I looked around and realized Lu Dihao and the other 2 male-educated youths had these 3 all figured out. Yet these 3 still thought they were the picture of innocence, that no one could see through them. Sun Jiangwo gritted his teeth and said to Lin Xiaoyan, you'd better let Comrade Fu take a look. You know how weak I am. Lin Xiaoyan bit her lip and, in the end, couldn't bring herself to have Sun Jiangwo carry her. She nodded and said to me through gritted teeth, you treat me. I pursed my lips. How rude. You need me to treat you, and yet you've got the nerve to give me attitude. Lin Xiaoyan gritted her teeth, nearly bursting into tears. Who had ever put her through this kind of grief before? Sun Jiangwo clenched his fists, itching to hit someone. Though he didn't like Lin Xiaoyan, she was his money bag. At home, he was loved by neither his father nor his mother. He was the second son, stuck in that awkward middle position. His father favored the eldest, his mother doted on the youngest, and he was caught in between. Why else would the eldest not have been sent down to the countryside, the youngest not sent down, and yet he was the one who came? As for his sister, she'd long since married out, so of course she didn't have to go. Seeing this, Song Yulan hated me too, her teeth itching with anger, but she still hurried forward. Comrade Fu, Xiaoyan's just in too much pain. She's not giving you attitude. That's what she said out loud, but in her heart she wished she could tear me limb from limb. Yet on her face, she still had to put on that pitiable, delicate look to win sympathy. Too bad. Apart from Sun Jiangwo and Lin Xiaoyan, everyone else had these people's temperaments pegged, and no one took the bait. Only then did I get ready to treat her, though I still added, remember to pay the consultation fee. It's for the commune, not for me. Song Yulan's face changed. Comrade Fu, well, the thing is, our money was stolen on the train. You know that. You even saw them do the stealing with your own eyes. Couldn't you? I scoffed and turned to Lin Xiaoyan. Bear with it. I think I heard your ankle pop just now. It's probably dislocated. I kept talking to myself, but my hands moved quickly. With a crack, Lin Xiaoyan let out an ouch, and then started screaming wildly. I'd already stood up and looked at Song Yulan with contempt. Don't talk nonsense. Yes, I saw it, but at the same time, my own things were stolen too. They were a whole gang, all holding razor blades, and one of those blades was pressed right against Sun Jiangwo's kidney. If I'd shouted, I might have been fine, but Sun Jiangwo could have ended up short one kidney. How little do you think of Sun Jiangwo, that you'd have had me provoke those bag slashers into giving him a slice? What's the matter? Figure your future together will be too blissful, so you want me to trim down Sun Jiangwo's assets ahead of time. TSK, TSK, TISK. The two male, educated youths immediately brightened up. So it was you who tipped off the conductor about the thieves. All our things got stolen too. Good thing you tipped them off. They caught the thieves afterward, and our money and belongings were all returned. Song Yulan's face turned bright red, annoyed that she'd failed to distort the facts and ruin my reputation, embarrassed that I'd said such a thing in front of everyone, and even angrier that other people's money and belongings had all been recovered, like the two guys next to me, while only the three of them couldn't get theirs back. The three of them still didn't even know how they were going to get by going forward. Sun Jiangwo, on the other hand, was caught between pain and pleasure. Me praising him for a blissful future and being so capable made him feel a bit guilty, but at the same time it swelled his vanity, and he was smug. Fu Nanzhou's got a good eye after all. He actually figured out that Song Yulan and I are a couple. He thought smugly to himself, so caught up in it that he'd even forgotten about Lin Xiaoyan howling in pain. Song Yulan was both annoyed and irritated by Lin Xiaoyan's noise, but then her eyes lit up and she accused me. Comrade Fu, do you actually know medicine or not? Look at how you treated Xiaoyan. It wasn't even this bad to begin with, and now it's worse. If you don't know what you're doing, we would have gone to the health clinic ages ago. Who's going to dare let you treat them from now on? Lu Dihao's face changed, and doubts began to stir in his mind too. Sun Jiangwo was practically spitting venom. The two male educated youths looked a bit at a loss. I'd done them a favor. If not for me, they'd be penniless right now. But if I really didn't know medicine and had botched someone up, there was nothing they could do to help. Lying with a straight face wasn't something they could do. I took in everyone's expressions and figured I had a good read on these people's characters. I waved my hand and snapped at Lin Xiaoyan. What's all the shrieking about? Setting the ankle back? That's just a split second of pain. Is it worth all this hollering? Then I turned to Lu Dihao and explained. It was dislocated. Setting it back is bound to hurt a little, but not as much as she's making it out to be. She's putting on an act. The moment I finished speaking, no one could tell if it was true or not. Song Yulan opened her mouth and lashed out. You're lying. Xiaoyan's in so much pain she can't help it. Otherwise, why would she be shrieking so shamelessly? Tears and snot running down her face. And then, Lin Xiaoyan stopped screaming. Huh? It doesn't hurt anymore. At that moment, only the sound of the wind remained. The breeze rustled through the willows, gentle and soft. The scene fell into an awkward silence. Lu Dihao immediately understood. It wasn't that my medical skills were lacking. It was that Lin Xiaoyan had frightened herself. Dislocations happened plenty every year in the village. The moment the bone snaps back into place is bound to hurt a little. There's no way it wouldn't. Really making a mountain out of a molehill. Drama queen. Lu Dihao shook his head, speechless. Actually, I had ways to reduce the pain so that even a child wouldn't find it too bad. Find something to distract her attention, then set it back when she wasn't expecting it. But for these three, I couldn't be bothered to waste the effort. I said, now you get it, right? She scared herself, that's all. I already said it would hurt a little. How could setting a dislocated bone not hurt? But it's just for that instant. It's not like Comrade Song said, with tears and snot streaming the whole time. Song Yulan's face looked terrible. Her own words had been slapped right back at her by Lin Xiaoyan. She resented Lin Xiaoyan a bit. If you're going to put on an act, commit to it. I just stuck my neck out for you, and you dropped the act. Lin Xiaoyan was embarrassed too. She'd thought it hurt so much, but it was actually just that one instant. Had all the pain afterward been something she'd imagined? Yet it had seemed real enough. The pain really did linger for a while. And besides, how could Song Yulan say that about her? Lin Xiaoyan felt a bit resentful too. Brother Jiangwo was standing right there listening. What would he think of me? I wasn't about to give them a chance to perform. I said to Lu Dihao, they've got no money on them, so just put it on account. Either way, the money goes to the commune through you, brigade leader. Since they've got no money, it can be deducted from their work points later to settle up. Song Yulan actually thought that when I said they had no money, I was pleading their case, meaning I wouldn't charge this time. Sun Jiangwo frowned. Comrade Fu, how can you be so heartless? Xiaoyan's money was all stolen, and you still want money from her. I scoffed. This is money for the commune. It's public property. You've been going on and on about supporting national policy, saying you're not spoiled young ladies or landlord's sons. What now? You want to cut off the tail of capitalism? Sun Jiangwo's face went bright red, and he didn't dare say anything more. Song Yulan hurriedly explained. That's not it. We really are strapped for cash. Besides, haven't you not even started the job yet? And you didn't use any medicine, so why not just consider it a favor? And you're a man, so ungentlemanly. Tisk, TSK, TSK. I shook my head. And here you claim to be a progressive youth. You're thinking so backward. Equality between men and women, ever heard of it? You won't even uphold the elders' words. So what exactly do you uphold? I paused, and seeing Song Yulan's face turn ashen, I added, what's more, you're only temporarily out of money, not permanently broke. And yet you want to weasel out of paying the commune. Weasel out of paying the collective. I really don't know where you got the idea you were progressive. This is a matter of principle. If I back down for you today and fail to hold the line, then there'll be more and more places I'll have to give way going forward. So what happens to principle? Lu Dihao nodded. Comrade Fu is right. You'll be working the fields sooner or later, and it'll be deducted from your work points then. This is a matter of principle. His word settled it, and no one else dared say anything more. Song Yulan's face looked terrible. She was starting to doubt her own charm. Ever since she'd come to the countryside, starting on the train, why had the male-educated youth stopped orbiting around her? Sun Jiangwo was still the same. But me and these two guys beside me, why did it seem like none of us could see her beauty or appreciate how hard she had it? Lu Dihao shook his head. All right, you two female comrades, get on the ox cart. Everyone else keeps walking. The fall harvest is coming up soon and the ox's strength matters, so the male-educated youth will just have to tough it out. He paused and said to me, Comrade Fu, you're the doctor. From now on the brigade's people and livestock all depend on you. Get on the cart too. I didn't get on the cart. Instead I walked alongside it, chatting on and off with Lu Dihao. Xiao Fu, why won't you ride the cart? Lu Dihao asked. I smiled. I came to the countryside to toughen up, not to enjoy the good life. What kind of skill is riding an ox cart? I'll be working the fields from now on. The more hardship I take now, the less I'll suffer later. By the way, brigade leader, can I open up a little private plot next to the clinic? I've got to grow my own vegetables to eat. I thought of the vegetables in my portable farm space that had already sprouted, lush green, quite a sight. I could bring these out. I just need a little cover. Lu Dihao nodded repeatedly, his impression of me rising another notch. Sure. There happens to be a big open patch right next to the clinic. I'll find someone to help you break the ground. No need, I can do it myself. By the way, are there any big mountains near our brigade? I've just arrived and don't have much medicine on hand. Just some common medicines I bought back in the capital. I'll occasionally need to go up the mountains to gather medicinal herbs. Also, can I apply for some common medicines from the health clinic? The two of us chatted on and off. Lin Xiaoyan and Song Yulan on the ox cart heard this, and neither looked pleased. Lin Xiaoyan couldn't help muttering under her breath, what a show-off. Faking enthusiasm. I've got sharp ears and heard it, but I didn't turn around. I just said with a smile, Comrade Lin, if you're not comfortable riding the ox cart, you're welcome to come down and walk a bit. Good exercise, good for your health. Lin Xiaoyan's face flushed bright red, and she couldn't get out a single word. Song Yulan gave me a cold glance and finally couldn't hold back. Fu Nanzhou, do you think you're really something? Saved one ox, and now you've forgotten your own name. Only then did I turn my head, and I smiled. Comrade Song, I don't think I'm anything special. But you, sitting on the ox cart making snide remarks. Now that's not very high consciousness at all. Song Yulan was left speechless. Sun Jiangwo couldn't take it anymore. Fu Nanzhou, can't you dial it back a little? I glanced at him, my smile unchanged. Comrade Sun, what did I say? I said Comrade Lin could come down and get some exercise, and that Comrade Song sitting on the cart making snide remarks shows low consciousness. Which part did I get wrong? Sun Jiangwo opened his mouth, but couldn't refute a single word. Wang Daong secretly gave a thumbs up from behind, and Chun Jiangwo pushed up his glasses, unable to suppress the corners of his mouth. Lu Dihao, walking up front, heard all of this and his opinion of me climbed a few more notches. This young fellow wasn't just capable, he knew how to talk and how to handle things. Neither servile nor arrogant, and every word made sense. A person like this would do just fine in the future. The ox cart continued on, the dirt road stretching between the white poplars on either side, the village in the distance drawing closer. I drew a deep breath, feeling utterly at ease inside. Once at Red Star Brigade, I'd have the clinic job, 12 work points, my own place to live, my eldest uncle looking out for me, a vast fortune in the space, and vegetables, grain, and fruit from my portable farm. This life was 10,000 times better than back at that home in the capital. The thought put a spring in my step. Lu Dihao looked at me, then at those two educated youths with ashen faces on the cart, and had already quietly made up his mind. Of these 6 people, who was a dragon and who was a worm, he could tell at a glance. The ox cart rolled and swayed its way into the village. Red Star Brigade was a bit bigger than I'd imagined. A dirt road ran east-west, lined with scattered adobe houses and brick tile houses, woodpiles heaped by every door, a few chickens and ducks pecking at the roadside. In the distance were vast fields, corn, sorghum, soybeans, a stretch of lush green shimmering in the afternoon sun. Farther still were rolling green mountains, verdant and lush as far as the eye could see. We're here. Lu Dihao stopped and pointed at a row of houses at the end of the road. That's the brigade headquarters over there, and next to it is the educated youth quarters. I looked where he was pointing. The educated youth quarters were a row of newly built adobe houses, 5 rooms, with brand new doors and windows, walls whitewashed and painted with the red slogan, "The vast world, where much can be achieved." The yard wasn't big, but was kept reasonably clean. Next to it was the brigade headquarters, 3 brick tile rooms that looked considerably sturdier. A little farther west stood a separate adobe building with a wooden sign hanging by the door, Red Star Brigade Clinic. Ludi Howe parked the ox cart at the entrance to the educated youth quarters, hopped down, and dusted off his clothes. "We're here, everybody down." He looked at Lin Xiaoyan and Song Yulan. "You two female comrades have a lot of stuff. Stay on the cart for now. Everyone else, get the things down and I'll arrange the lodgings." Chun Jiangwo and Wang Daong hopped onto the cart to move things without a word, and I lent a hand unloading the luggage too. Lin Xiaoyan and Song Yulan sat on the cart without budging, showing not the slightest intention of getting down to help. Sun Jiangwo stood off to the side, hesitated a moment, then joined in moving things too. Before long, a woman of about 30 came out from the educated youth quarters, wearing a blue floral print blouse, a towel wrapped around her head, a smile on her face and a hint of shrewdness in her eyes. "Team leader Lu, are these the new educated youths?" She looked us over. "That's right." Lu Dihao gestured toward her. "This is the person in charge of the educated youth quarters, Sister Li. She came a few years before you and has lived here for over 4 years. From now on, she'll be in charge of your daily living arrangements." Sister Li nodded with a smile. "Come on in, everyone. The lodgings are all arranged. Male comrades in the 2 rooms on the east side, female comrades in that room on the west side." "Just one room." Song Yulan frowned. "The 2 of us female comrades share one room." "There's only 2 of you. Isn't one room enough?" Sister Li glanced at her, her smile fading a bit. "The female educated youths who came last year had 4 squeezed into one room." Song Yulan opened her mouth to say something but was pulled back by Lin Xiaoyan, who said in a low voice, "Let's take a look first before we decide." The 2 got off the cart and followed Sister Li into the educated youth quarters, with Chun Jiangwo and Wang Daong carrying luggage behind them, and Sun Jiangwo hesitating a moment before following too. I didn't move. Standing by the ox cart, I glanced toward the clinic, then looked at Lu Dihao. "Team leader Lu, about the clinic." "Oh right." Lu Dihao smacked his forehead. "Come with me to the clinic first and get settled in. Then come to my place for a meal. Your auntie's already cooking." "Sounds good." I picked up my small bundle and followed him toward the clinic. Behind me came Lin Xiaoyan's voice. "Why is this Kong so small? How are 2 people supposed to sleep on it?" Then came Sister Li's cool reply. "Too small? Then you can sleep on the floor." The corner of my mouth curved up and my steps were light. The clinic was a separate 3-room adobe building. The center was the consultation room, furnished with an old desk and 2 chairs, with acupuncture point charts and health education posters on the walls. To the left was the pharmacy, medicines and instruments scattered on a few wooden shelves. To the right was an empty room, not big, but kept reasonably clean. "This is where you'll live." Lu Dihao pushed open the door on the right. The room was about 10-some square meters, with a single wooden plank bed, a desk, a chair, and an old wardrobe against the wall. The window faced south, sunlight streaming right in, the room bright and cheerful. "The conditions are humble. Don't hold it against us," Lu Dihao said. "It's already very nice." I set my bundle on the bed, looked around, and nodded with satisfaction. Compared to that storage room at Zhang Huayuan's house, this was far, far better. Quiet, at ease, no one watching me, no one scheming against me. "Team leader Lu, I'd like to open up a private plot next to the clinic and grow some vegetables," I said. "I'll cook my own meals normally. I won't eat with the group at the educated youth quarters." Lu Dihao glanced at me, didn't ask further, and nodded. "Sure, use that open patch next door however you like. If you need tools, get them from the brigade headquarters." "Thank you, Team Leader Lu. Let's go meal first." He patted my shoulder. "After we eat, I'll take you to the brigade headquarters to collect your subsidy grain." The 2 of us left the clinic and headed for Lu Dihao's house. I walked behind, and while he wasn't looking, I took a jean of brown sugar out of the space, wrapped it in craft paper, and tucked it into my jacket. Brown sugar was precious these days. Even with money, you might not be able to buy it. When I went to the black market, I'd specially traded for a few jean, just for moments like this. Lu Dihao's house was behind the brigade headquarters, 3 brick tile rooms, the yard small but spotless. Tomatoes and cucumbers grew in the yard, and a few chickens were kept in the corner. "Kid's mother, we've got a guest," Lu Dihao called out the moment he stepped into the yard. A woman of about 40 poked her head out from the kitchen, apron tied on, spatula in hand, round face, big eyes, a kind smile when she grinned. "So this is the new educated youth?" She looked me over, her gaze lingering on my face, a bit surprised. "My, what a handsome boy. Hello, Auntie." I greeted her with a smile and handed over the brown sugar. "First time visiting. I didn't know what would make a good gift, so here's a bit of brown sugar for you to try, Auntie." Auntie Lu took it, and opened it up, and her eyes lit right up. A whole gene of top-grade brown sugar. In the village, forget buying it. You'd hardly even see it a few times. You child, coming over is enough? Why'd you bring gifts? Her words were polite, but the brown sugar was already tucked away. Come in and sit. The food will be ready in a minute. Lu Dihao glanced at me, a bit more satisfaction in his eyes. This kid had a good head on his shoulders. We went in and sat down, and Auntie Lu brought out a basin of 2-grain flatbread and a basin of big stew, cabbage, potatoes, glass noodles, and tofu all stewed together, steaming hot. No meat, but in the countryside this counted as a pretty good spread for a guest. Nothing fancy in the house, just make do. Auntie Lu ladled out soup for us. It's already very nice. I took the bowl and thanked her. The three of us had just sat down and hadn't even picked up our chopsticks when a commotion rose up in the yard. Team Leader Lu. Is Team Leader Lu here? I looked out, and my brow furrowed slightly. It was Lin Xiaoyan and Song Yulan, followed by Sun Zhengwo, Qin Zhengwo, and Wang Daong, with Sister Li trailing behind too, her face none too pleased. What's going on? Lu Dihao set down his chopsticks and walked out. The moment Lin Xiaoyan stepped into the yard and saw me sitting in the main room eating, her expression instantly changed. Team Leader Lu, we came to talk to you about the subsidy grain. As she spoke, her eyes darted toward the room. Why is Fu Nanzhou here? He's here eating, what about it? Lu Dihao frowned. He's an educated youth. Why isn't he eating with us at the educated youth quarters? Song Yulan cut in, her tone accusatory. We're one collective, and he goes off eating alone by himself. Isn't that being divisive? Exactly, Lin Xiaoyan chimed in. Fu Nanzhou, you've got no sense of collective spirit. I walked out holding my bowl, took a bite of flatbread, and said slowly, how do I have no collective spirit? I work at the clinic. From now on the whole brigade will come to me for treatment. Living at the clinic is convenient for the work, and this is the brigade's arrangement. As for eating, I glanced at Lu Dihao, and he picked up, Xiao Fu is eating at my place, and he paid for it. These days, even eating at a relative's house, you bring your own ration grain. Xiao Fu had no ration grain, but he paid 1 yuan in exchange for this meal. Lin Xiaoyan was stunned. 1 yuan. That's right, 1 yuan. I waved the flatbread in my hand. If you're willing to pay, you can go trade for meals at someone else's house too. Lin Xiaoyan opened her mouth, but couldn't get anything out. Sun Zhengwo frowned. Fu Nanzhou, where'd you get 1 yuan? My own money, what business is it of yours? I glanced at him. What? Do I have to report to you how I spend my money? Sun Zhengwo was left speechless. Song Yulan sized up the food on the table. 2-grain flatbread, big stew, not a piece of meat in sight. She curled her lip and dropped the subject of meals, turning to Lu Dihao. Team Leader Lu, we came about the dormitory. The girls' dorm only has 1 Kong. It's too cramped. We're requesting to be reassigned. There's just 2 of you. What's so cramped about it? Lu Dihao frowned. But, Song Yulan bit her lip. The space is too small. There's nowhere to even put our things. And Sister Li said more female educated youths might come later, and it'll be even more crowded then. We'd like the brigade to reassign us somewhere else. Lu Dihao was so exasperated he laughed. Reassign? Tell me, where would I assign you? The brigade's only got so much space. Being able to free up 1 room is already lucky. If you're not satisfied, you can put up a lean-to in the yard. There's plenty of room there. Song Yulan's face went pale. Lin Xiaoyan wouldn't let it drop. Then why does Fu Nanzhou get to live alone? He's an educated youth too. Why does he get the clinic to himself while we have to squeeze together? Lu Dihao's face darkened. If you knew medicine, could treat people and save livestock, I'd arrange separate lodgings for you too. This is the brigade's reward to Fu Nanzhou, because he's capable and can treat the whole brigade. If you've got that skill too, you're welcome to apply. Lin Xiaoyan and Song Yulan exchanged a glance, neither able to say a word. Sun Zhengwo stood off to the side looking none too pleased, but said nothing more. Qin Zhengwo and Wang Daong stood in the back, keeping quiet the whole time. The two exchanged a glance, neither with any intention of chiming in. They weren't stupid. I knew medicine, and from now on I'd be the brigade's barefoot doctor. When they got sick or hurt, they'd all have to come to me. Speaking up for Song Yulan and her group now would just be making an enemy, wouldn't it? What's more, I'd help them on the train. If I hadn't tipped them off, their money and belongings would have all been stolen clean. Team Leader Lu, about the subsidy grain. Qin Zhengwo spoke up, changing the subject. Right, the subsidy grain. Lu Dihao's tone softened a bit. Come with me to the brigade headquarters to collect it. It was supposed to be a full year's worth, but the commune's tight on supplies and only approved 3 months. 2 gene of fine grain and 18 gene of coarse grain per month. That little. Sun Zhengwo frowned. How long is 3 months supposed to last? If it's not enough, you can borrow from the brigade and it'll be deducted from your future work points. If you can't pay it back this year, we keep deducting next year. If you've got a problem with it, figure it out yourself. The group exchanged glances, and no one said anything more. I walked at the back as we followed Lu Dihao to the brigade headquarters to collect the grain. Song Yulan glanced back at me and lowered her voice to Lin Xiaoyan. This guy, he's too shrewd. Lin Xiaoyan bit her lip and didn't reply. How could she not know I was shrewd? She'd seen it from the train station. But this guy was shrewd in a way that gave you no handle to grab. Every word he said was in the right. Every step of his was ahead. She even regretted it a little. She shouldn't have crossed me back on the train. But it was too late to be saying that now. At the brigade headquarters, Lu Dihao took out several sacks of grain from the storehouse and divided them by head count. I collected 3 months' worth of rations, 6 jin of fine grain and 54 jin of coarse grain. The fine grain was white flour. The coarse grain was cornmeal and dried sweet potato. Xiao Fu, cooking on your own at the clinic. Will you have enough to eat? Lu Dihao asked. It's enough. I loaded the grain into my bundle. Actually, I stashed it into the space while no one was looking. If it really isn't enough, I can grow vegetables. My uncle lives locally and will help me out. My parents will send money too. Even though it was actually the work unit sending it directly, wasn't that still the truth? Lu Dihao nodded and didn't press further. Once the grain was collected, everyone dispersed. Chen Jiangwo and Wang Daong caught up with me and said in a low voice, Comrade Fu, don't take today's business to heart. Those few, we don't care for them either. I smiled. It's fine. I'm used to it. If you ever need any help, just say the word. Wang Daong thumped his chest. We're all in the same boat now. Sure. I patted his shoulder. Come to me if you get sick from now on, free of charge for you. Wang Daong grinned. Chen Jiangwo pushed up his glasses and hesitated. Comrade Fu, I don't think Song Yulan and her group will let this go. Watch yourself. I nodded, my gaze darkening slightly. I knew. Those 3, each one harder to deal with than the last. Lin Xiaoyan was genuinely stupid, Sun Jiangwo was genuinely reckless, and Song Yulan was genuinely scheming. The most troublesome was Song Yulan, gentle and considerate on the surface, all calculation underneath. But I wasn't afraid. I'd lived at Zhang Huayuan's house for half a month. What scheming hadn't I seen? Song Yulan's little tricks were nothing compared to Zhang Huayuan and Zhou Shui. Back at the clinic, I closed the door, set down my bundle, and let out a long breath. Finally, a space of my own. I sat on the bed, closed my eyes, and let my consciousness sink into the portable farm. In the 4 plots of land, the vegetables had already sprouted tender seedlings, a lush green stretch that was a delight to see. The peach pits had germinated, small, but growing well, and the apple and pear saplings had shot up quite a bit too. At this rate, I'll be able to harvest a batch of vegetables in another half month. I nodded with satisfaction. Then I took the bronze acupuncture figure out of the space and set it on the desk to study. The acupuncture points marked on the figure were extremely detailed, the paths of the meridians clearly visible. I ran my fingers over those little holes, silently reciting the point names and locations. Han Lung Meridian, Zhongfu, Yunmin, Tianfu, Xiaobai, Chai's, Kongzue, Like, Jingxiu, Taiyuan, Yuji, Shaoshang. I recited it once, then again. What I'd learned in my past life, plus the aid of this bronze figure, I was confident I could pick this skill back up in a short time. Once I'd finished studying the figure, I went through the things in the space. 80 crates were stacked neatly in the corner. I opened a few and looked through them, silently estimating their value. Over 100 gold bars, thousands of silver dollars, countless antiques and paintings. The porcelain, jade, and bronzeware. Though I didn't understand them well now, I could tell at a glance they were no ordinary pieces. Add in those ancient block-printed books, any one of which would fetch a sky-high price in later generations. Zhang Huayuan, oh Zhang Huayuan, what a fine father you turned out to be. I sneered and covered the crates back up. I wouldn't be in a hurry to sell these off. In this era, antiques and paintings were worthless and might even bring trouble down on my head. I'd deal with them slowly later, once policies loosened up and the college entrance exams were restored. By then, forget a courtyard house. I'd have enough to buy a whole street. Once I'd finished sorting, I drew a card again. Myriad phenomena cards, today's draw. The card spun and stopped. Congratulations, you've obtained 1 copy of the handbook for the prevention and treatment of common rural diseases, 10 moxa sticks, and 1 set of silver needles. I looked at what was in my hands, the corner of my mouth curving up. The card seemed to know I'd arrived in the countryside. Everything I drew was practical. The handbook for the prevention and treatment of common rural diseases was even more concise and practical than the barefoot doctor's handbook, tailored specifically to common rural ailments. The moxa sticks and silver needles were both for acupuncture. With these, I could formally begin acupuncture treatments. I put the things away, took out the pork belly and napa cabbage I'd drawn earlier from the space, and made myself a simple dinner. Braised pork stewed with cabbage, served with 2-grain flatbread. It wasn't as refined as city food, but I ate my fill in contentment. After eating, I sat by the window watching the distant green mountains and the sky gradually darkening, utterly at peace inside. This was the life I wanted. Far away from all that hypocrisy and scheming, quietly living my own days. With the space, the farm, medical skills, money, grain, a house, and freedom. It was enough. The next day, I woke before dawn. The morning light filtered through the paper window, faint, carrying a hint of chill. I lay in bed listening to the birdsong outside for a while, then got up and took out the pork belly and a few bowsy I'd drawn the day before from the space. The bowsy were extras I'd bought at the state-run diner yesterday. They wouldn't spoil in the space. When I arrived, old Joe was crouched in the yard planing a board. He looked up at the sound of footsteps. "You are." He looked me over, not recognizing me for a moment. "Uncle Joe, I'm the new educated youth. My surname's Fu. I'm the barefoot doctor at the clinic." I handed him a cigarette. "I heard you've got ready-made furniture here, so I came to take a look." Old Joe took the cigarette, nodded, stood up, and led me to see it. A cupboard, a Kong chest, a dining table, 2 chairs, a wash basin stand, and a few enamel basins. All made of local pine, not fine work, but sturdy and durable. "How much for the whole set?" I asked. Old Joe did some figuring. 6 yuan for the cupboard, 8 for the Kong chest, 5 for the table, 3 for the 2 chairs, 2 for the wash basin stand, 1.5 for 2 wooden basins. "How many do you want?" "2 wash basins." "Do you have odds and ends like bowls, chopsticks, and dishes?" "Yes. Bowls are 2 fin each, plates 3 fun, chopsticks 1 fin a pair. The iron wok's pricier, for yuan." I did the math. All told it came to under 20 yuan. "All right, I'll take it all." I pulled out the money, counted out 20 yuan, and handed it over. "Uncle Joe, is this enough?" Old Joe counted it once and gave me back 2 mao. "That's enough. I'll deliver the stuff to you. A scrawny fellow like you can't carry it." "Thanks, Uncle Joe. Just deliver it to the clinic and I'll move it in myself." Old Joe was about to hitch up the cart when a few more people came into the yard. I turned to look. It was Lin Xiaoyan and Song Yulan, with Sun Zhengwo behind them. The moment Lin Xiaoyan stepped in and saw that pile of furniture, her eyes went wide again. "Fu Nanzhou, you bought all this stuff?" Her voice was piercingly shrill. "What about it?" I looked at her. "Is my buying things some kind of problem for you?" "This is hedonism," she declared self-righteously. "We came to the countryside to toughen up, not to enjoy the good life. You buy all this furniture and live alone at the clinic. Did you come here to endure hardship or to play the young master?" I almost laughed from sheer exasperation. "Comrade Lin, you live at the educated youth quarters. The Kang's already there. The quilts are already there. The pots and pans are borrowed from the brigade. And me? That room at the clinic has nothing but an empty bedboard. If I don't buy things, do you expect me to sleep on the floor at night? Eat with my bare hands?" Lin Xiaoyan opened her mouth, but couldn't get anything out. Song Yulan picked up the thread, her tone a bit gentler. "Comrade Fu, that's not what Xiaoyan means. She just feels that we're all educated youths, all in the same tough circumstances, and it's not quite right for you to buy so much on your own. We should share the good and the bad together, don't you think? Share the good and the bad." I looked at her. "The 3 of you clique up every day and shut out the other educated youths. You call that sharing the good and the bad? If you want me to share the good and the bad with you, then first pay the consultation fee for me treating you, and then we'll talk." Song Yulan's face went pale again. Chen Zhengwo and Wang Daong came in around this time, there to buy tables and chairs. Seeing this scene, Wang Daong spoke right up. "Comrade Fu buying his own things. What's it got to do with you? It's not your money he's spending." Chen Zhengwo pushed up his glasses. "Exactly. The 3 of you are together every day, and when you buy things it's each for yourselves. I've never seen you sharing the good and the bad with anyone. So how come when it's Comrade Fu's turn, it suddenly becomes hedonism?" Song Yulan bit her lip, her gaze sweeping across everyone's faces, and suddenly said, "You're forming a clique. Chen Zhengwo, Wang Daong, are you 2 in league with Fu Nanzhou, deliberately targeting us?" Wang Daong was taken aback, then flared up. "Who's forming a clique? We're speaking the plain truth. The 3 of you have been cliqued up since the train, and you're still cliqued up here in the village, shutting out other people. If anyone's forming a clique, it's you." Chen Zhengwo added. "Comrade Song, speaking a fair word counts as forming a clique? Then what do you call the 3 of you being together every single day?" I stood off to the side watching, the corner of my mouth curving up slightly. I glanced at Song Yulan, then at Lin Xiaoyan, and suddenly said, "If we're talking about forming a clique, who's worse than the 3 of you? The 3 of you go around together every day, never more than a step apart from morning till night. Is that some improper relations between men and women?" The moment those words came out, the 3 of them exploded like cats whose tails had been stepped on. Sun Zhengwo's face flushed bright red. "Fu Nanzhou, what nonsense are you spouting?" Lin Xiaoyan shrieked. "Who's carrying on improperly? You're slandering us." Song Yulan's face went white as paper, her lips trembling. unable to get out a single word. I spread my hands, all innocence. I was just saying it offhand. What are you all so worked up about? If you've got nothing to hide, is there any need for such a big reaction? The three of them were furious and flustered, unable to refute a word. The people around were all watching, curiosity and scrutiny in their eyes. These days, improper relations between men and women was no small matter. If word got out, your reputation was finished. I'd only said it offhand, but the thorn was already planted. From now on, whenever those three went around together, they'd be the subject of pointing fingers. Song Yulan gritted her teeth, grabbed Lin Xiaoyan, and headed out. Sun Zhengwo glared at me and followed. The three of them left in a great hurry, as if pursued by ghosts. Wang Daong watched their retreating figures and burst out laughing. Comrade Fu, that move of yours was brilliant. I smiled and didn't reply. I wasn't out to ruin people's reputations on purpose, but I wasn't going to indulge these people either. Song Yulan wanted to incite others against me, so I'd let her know. Targeting me came at a price. Coming out of old Zhou's place, since more people had come to buy things, I just borrowed a handcart and pulled the furniture back myself. The cart was loaded with the cupboard and Kong chest, about 100-some gene, but with the strength I'd built up in the countryside, pulling this was no strain. Wang Daong and Chen Jiangwo wanted to help, but I didn't let them. They had their own things to move. I pulled the cart up to the clinic entrance and carried everything in piece by piece. The cupboard went in the corner of the consultation room, the Kong chest into the bedroom, the dining table by the window, a chair on each side, and the wash basin stand by the door. Once everything was in place, the room instantly had a lived-in feel, not empty like the day before. I stood in the middle of the room, looked around, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. It's looking more and more like a home. With the furniture arranged, I took another look around inside and out, tallying up what was still missing. The Kong was usable, but the stove wasn't. That stove the old accountant had used was cracked in several places, belching smoke when you lit a fire, and the iron wok had rusted beyond use. I circled the yard and found a busted iron pail in a corner, covered in rust, its bottom nearly rotted through. This'll work. I carried the iron pail over to the water vat and rinsed it clean, knocked out the rotted bottom with a stone, and punched a few ventilation holes in the body with a nail. Just like that, I had a makeshift little stove. I took out the small iron wok from the space, ostensibly brought from the capital, though in truth it had been in the space a long time. The wok wasn't big, but it was plenty for one person. I fetched a bundle of firewood from the woodpile, chopped it into short pieces, lit a fire in the stove, set the wok on it, and boiled a pot of hot water. I added a bit of salt and a few Sichuan peppercorns, then secretly pulled a few of the just sprouted little Napa cabbages from the farm. The farm vegetables grew fast, planted yesterday, and already today they'd pushed up tender green seedlings, crisp and fresh. I washed them, gave them a couple of chops, and tossed them into the wok for a quick stir-fry. Then I took out a portion of braised pork from the space. The mouse-style braised pork I'd drawn earlier, kept warm and fresh the whole time. Taken out, it was still hot, glistening with oil, marbled with fat and lean, its aroma boring straight into my nose. I dumped the braised pork into an enamel basin, ladled the little cabbage into a bowl, grabbed 2 white flour steamed buns, and sat down at the table to eat with great relish, all on my own. Delicious. I bit into a bun, picked up a piece of braised pork, and squinted my eyes in satisfaction. There were 5 portions of braised pork in the space. Back in the capital it hadn't been convenient to eat them, but now that I was in the village, I could finally enjoy them without a care. I was in the middle of eating when hurried footsteps sounded at the courtyard gate. I looked up. Brigade leader Lu Dihao pushed open the door and came in, followed by a man in his early 30s, wearing a worn blue cloth jacket, his trouser legs covered in mud spots, his face anxious and afraid, his lips trembling. Nanzhou, Lu Dihao called out the moment he came in. Someone in the village is about to give birth. The midwife says the baby's positioned wrong and can't come out. Can you treat it? I set down my chopsticks and stood up, my mind racing. Had I performed obstetric surgery in my past life? No. But during my residency rotations, I'd spent 3 months in obstetrics and gynecology and learned to handle basic obstetric emergencies. Later, after awakening the myriad phenomena cards, I'd drawn a copy of the Handbook of Obstetric and Gynecological Emergencies and read it through several times. More importantly, the bronze acupuncture figure I'd drawn a few days ago had both the points forbidden for pregnant women and the points to aid delivery. I'd specifically studied acupuncture therapy for difficult labor. I can. I nodded. I've studied traditional Chinese acupuncture and massage. I can help adjust the baby's position. Lu Dihao breathed a sigh of relief, but the expression on that man's face grew even more complicated. He looked at me, then at Lu Dihao, his lips moving as if he wanted to say something but couldn't get it out. I knew what he was worried about. Rural attitudes were conservative in these days. When a young woman gave birth, the room was all women. Men weren't allowed in. Me, a young unmarried fellow, and an outsider-educated youth at that, going into the delivery room to help with the birth. Word getting out would definitely set some tongues wagging. This. I hesitated. I can go, but it's a woman giving birth after all. A young fellow like me going in, is that really appropriate? The man's face grew even worse, and he wrung his hands without a word. Lu Dihao got so anxious he cursed. Wang Shulin, do you want your wife and child to come through safely or not? Or do you want other people's gossip? Wang Shulin gritted his teeth and lifted his head, resolve in his eyes. I want them both safe, mother and child. That's more like it. Lu Dihao slapped his thigh. Don't be afraid. Nanzhou's going to save lives. I'll have your Auntie Lu go in with you. Add in the midwife and your mother. With that many people there, who could gossip? And if anyone in the brigade dares spread rumors, I'll deal with them. Wang Shulin nodded and turned to me, his voice choked. Comrade Fu, I'm begging you, save my wife and child. Seeing him like this, I felt a pang of sympathy. I turned and walked into the consultation room and took out the medical kit from the space, also brought from the capital ahead of time, containing acupuncture needles, gauze, iodine, a stethoscope, a thermometer, and common medicines. The kit was a replica of a barefoot doctor's medical kit, with the 5 characters, "Serve the people," printed in red paint. It looked official. In reality, most of the things inside had been drawn from the space and were used under the pretext of being brought from the capital. Let's go. I shouldered the medical kit and followed Wang Shulin out. Wang Shulin's home was at the east end of the village, not far from the clinic, a 7 or 8-minute walk. Before I even got to the door, I heard waves of pained moaning from inside, the voice hoarse, as if she'd been crying out for a long time. An old woman of 50 or 60 stood in the yard, wearing a gray cloth jacket, her hair streaked with white, the wrinkles on her face like they'd been carved with a knife. The moment she saw me, her eyes went wide. Shulin, why'd you bring back a big young fellow? The old woman's voice was shrill. Is he going into my daughter-in-law's room? Ma, this is the brigade's barefoot doctor. His surname's Fu, and he knows medicine. Wang Shulin hurriedly explained. The midwife says the baby's positioned wrong and can't come out. I asked Comrade Fu to come take a look. The old woman's face changed instantly. No way. A grown man going into the delivery room. Does my daughter-in-law still get to keep her dignity? How's she supposed to face anyone in the village afterward? Ma, Wang Shulin grew frantic. Is now the time to be talking about that? Shilon's been in pain for almost a full day and night in there. The midwife says if the baby doesn't come out soon, both mother and child are in danger. Even so, you can't let a man in there. The old woman was adamant. If word gets out, where does that leave our Wang family's face? Lu Dihao arrived at that moment, and one look at the situation had him speaking right up. Old Mrs. Wang, let me ask you one thing. Do you want your grandson or not? The old woman was stunned. What your daughter-in-law's carrying is your Wang family's flesh and blood, your own grandson. Lu Dihao's voice wasn't loud, but every word struck home. If you let something happen to your grandson over saving face, how are you going to live with yourself for the rest of your days? The old woman opened her mouth, but couldn't get anything out. What's more, Lu Dihao continued, Comrade Fu is a doctor, and a doctor heals the sick and saves lives regardless of whether they're male or female. Go take a look at the commune health clinic. There are plenty of male doctors in there too. If something really happens to your daughter-in-law and she's sent to the clinic, it'll be a male doctor treating her too. Do you want her gone right now, or do you want her safe and sound, giving you a big, chubby grandson? The old woman's eyes reddened at once. Her lips trembled for a long while, and finally she nodded. Then go on in. Lu Dihao shot me a look. I nodded and stepped into the room. The light inside was dim, the earthen walls papered with yellowed newspaper. On the Kong lay a young woman, 25 or 26, her face ghastly pale, her forehead drenched in sweat, her lips cracked and peeling. She looked like she'd been fished out of water. The midwife was a Granny Lee in her 50s. She was startled to see me come in, but quickly recovered and made room. Doctor, take a look, quick. Midwife Lee's voice was panicked. I've been delivering babies for 20 years, and I've never seen one this difficult. The baby's head is up, face forward, bottom sideways. No way to turn it around. This is a transverse lie. I crouched down at the edge of the Kong and first took the mother's pulse. The pulse was thin and rapid, deficient qi and blood, and with the prolonged labor, her strength was already exhausted. I took the stethoscope out of the kit and listened to the fetal heartbeat. Thankfully, the heartbeat was still there, a bit fast, but no immediate danger to life. Sister-in-law, I'm the brigade's new barefoot doctor, surname Fu. My voice was gentle. Don't worry, I'll help you. The mother, Wang Shulin's wife, Zhao Xiulan, opened her eyes and looked at me. There was terror in them, and shyness, but even more, a desperate will to survive. Doctor, save me. Her voice was so faint it was almost inaudible. Don't talk for now. Save your strength. I took a cloth pouch from the kit and opened it, revealing rows of gleaming silver acupuncture needles. Then I took 2 ginseng rootlets from the space, snipped from an old mountain ginseng I'd found in one of Zhang Huayuan's crates. Those 2 ginseng plants were of no small age. The rootlets carried a rich medicinal fragrance. Back in the capital, I'd snipped some off and dried them to keep on hand. Sister-in-law, hold this under your tongue. Don't chew, just hold it slowly. I brought the rootlets to her lips. Zhao Xiaolan held them, and before long a trace of color returned to her pale face, and her breathing steadied a bit. The old mother-in-law stood off to the side, and watching me take out ginseng rootlets for her daughter-in-law to hold, her expression grew complicated. Though she knew nothing of medicine, she knew ginseng was a precious thing. In these days, any household with a ginseng root treated it as a family heirloom. Doctor, this ginseng. The old woman probed cautiously. Saving the patient comes first. I replied curtly, my hands never pausing. I disinfected several points on the mother with alcohol-soaked cotton balls. Then, twirling the silver needles, inserted them one by one. Higu, Sinyinjio, Jean. Every needle precisely placed, the depth just right. 3 needles in. Zhao Xiaolan's contractions strengthened noticeably, but the baby's position still hadn't turned. I drew a deep breath and said to Zhao Xiaolan, Sister-in-law, I need to press on your belly to turn the baby's position around. It might hurt a bit, bear with me. Zhao Xiaolan nodded and bit her lip. I placed my hands on her abdomen, first feeling carefully all over to confirm the baby's head and buttock positions. It was indeed a persistent occiput posterior position. The back of the baby's head pointed toward the mother's tailbone, face forward. This position made natural delivery very difficult. The Handbook of Obstetric and Gynecological Emergencies said this position could be corrected by manual rotation, but it required enormous patience and precise technique. One slip could injure the baby or the mother. I held my breath, pressed the upper end of the baby with one hand, and with the other gently and slowly performed a rotation on the abdomen. The first time, nothing moved. The second time, the baby turned just slightly. The third time, it turned a little more. Time ticked by minute by minute. Fine beads of sweat seeped from my forehead, but my hands stayed steady and gentle throughout. Auntie Lu handed over a towel from the side and asked in a low voice, How is it? Almost there. I answered. Another dozen or so minutes passed, and I finally felt the baby's position come right. There. I let out a breath and removed the needles. The baby's position is corrected now. She can deliver normally. Midwife Li took over again. After a while, Zhao Xiaolan's contractions strengthened noticeably, and her cries grew forceful too. It's coming, it's coming. I can see the head. Midwife Li cried out. The old mother-in-law and Auntie Lu both crowded in to help, the room a flurry of activity. I stepped aside, turned my back, and wiped away the sweat. An hour and more later, a loud, ringing cry echoed through the whole room. It's a boy. A big chubby boy. Midwife Li held the baby, grinning from ear to ear. The old mother-in-law took the child, tears streaming down her face, muttering, The Wang family has an heir at last. Hearing the cry out in the yard, Wang Shulin's legs gave out, and he sank to the ground, tears pouring down. Zhao Xiaolan lay weakly on the Kong, gazing at the child, tears sliding down her cheeks. She turned her head to look at me in the corner, her voice very soft. Dr. Fu, thank you. I smiled. No need for thanks, sister-in-law. As long as you and the baby are safe, that's what matters. I packed up the medical kit, gave midwife Li and Auntie Lu a few instructions about postpartum care, left behind some anti-inflammatory medicine and hemostatic powder, and told Zhao Xiaolan to take them on schedule. The old mother-in-law's attitude was now completely different. She clutched my hand and wouldn't let go, insisting I stay for a meal. No, Granny. I still have to go back and tidy up my place. I declined with a smile. Sister-in-law just gave birth. You take good care of her. Dr. Fu, about those ginseng rootlets. The old woman hesitated. How much? I'll pay you. Never mind. No charge. I waved my hand. This household didn't look well off. I've only got these few rootlets left anyway. I dug them up in the mountains before. The ginsengs, all used up. Saving lives is what matters. Let's not talk about this. The old woman's eyes reddened again, and she said over and over, A good man, truly a good man. Lu Dihao stood in the yard and patted my shoulder, his eyes full of approval. Good lad, you've got some real skill. I smiled and said nothing more. Coming out of Wang Shulin's home, the moon had already risen, round and bright, hanging on the treetops, casting silver light all over the ground. The village dogs barked a few times, then fell quiet again. Walking back to the clinic, I was in a fine mood. The second day in the countryside, I'd finally done something worthy of a doctor. The road ahead as a barefoot doctor had gotten off to a good start. The next day I woke before dawn again. It was a habit built over many years. In my past life as a doctor, my schedule was irregular, but in these years in the countryside, I'd actually gotten into the habit of early to bed and early to rise. I heated 2 baozi on the stove, extras I'd bought at the state-run diner yesterday, kept warm in the space, ready to eat as soon as I took them out. Pork and cabbage filling, thin skin, and plenty of stuffing. One bite filled your mouth with flavor. After finishing the baozi and drinking a bowl of hot water, I tidied up, locked the door, and headed for the threshing ground. Red Star Brigade's threshing ground was in the center of the village, a flat patch of yellow earth where grain was threshed and dried during the fall harvest, and where villagers gathered the rest of the time. I arrived at just 6:30. The brigade leader had said 7 o'clock for assembly, but I was used to arriving early. A scattering of people had already come to the threshing ground, mostly commune members, shouldering hoes and shovels, chatting in twos and threes. The moment I appeared, someone recognized me. "Hey, isn't that the new Dr. Fu?" A man in his 40s greeted me with a smile. "That business at Wang Shulin's yesterday, we owe it all to you." I nodded with a smile. "Morning, uncle, you're too kind. It's what I ought to do." "What ought to or not?" A woman beside him chimed in. "Even the midwife said it was hopeless, and you went and pulled her through. I heard you know acupuncture too? Now that's real skill." I said modestly. "Just learned a little of the surface. Can't call myself an expert." Dr. Fu's too modest. An old fellow in a blue jacket walked over, pinching a dry tobacco pipe. "I heard from old Lu that you even gave ginseng rootlets to Wang Shulin's wife to hold under her tongue. That stuff's precious. Can't even buy it in the city, and you just gave it away for free." Something stirred slightly in my mind, though it didn't show on my face. I kept smiling. Those few rootlets I dug up in the mountains before, not many left. In a situation like yesterday's, with a life at stake, who has time to worry about that? TSK, Dr. Fu's a truly righteous man. The old fellow gave a thumbs up. Isn't that the truth? These days, who'd be willing to give away something so good for free? Dr. Fu's kind-hearted. Our brigade's blessed from now on. I smiled and handled a few of the remarks, but my mind was calculating rapidly. I noticed a problem. Though these people praising me all meant well, the focus seemed to keep landing on those few ginseng rootlets. Gave it away for free, wouldn't be willing, kind-hearted. It sounded like praise, but savored carefully, the flavor was off. Someone was deliberately steering the topic toward the ginseng rootlets. My gaze swept across the crowd and quickly locked onto a few people. Not commune members, a few young faces standing on the fringes of the crowd, seemingly chatting, but their eyes kept darting this way. Educated youths. I didn't recognize them, but from where they stood and their demeanor, they must be old, educated youths who'd come before us. One of them, tall and thin, wearing a faded army cap, was saying something to the person beside him, but his gaze kept falling on me. I had it figured out now. Someone wanted to make me lose my shirt. Whether I'd offended someone, or someone was jealous that I lived alone at the clinic with capital city parents sending me money. Either way, someone wanted to make it impossible for me to stay in the village. The method was simple, killing with kindness. Hoisting me up onto a pedestal as a man of righteous generosity, so that from now on, any household in trouble would come to me. Help them, and I'd be bankrupted. Don't help, and my reputation was ruined. Yesterday's refusal to take money had indeed been rash. I sighed inwardly. At the time, I genuinely just wanted to save a life and hadn't thought that far. But in this era, in this kind of environment, there were certain rules you couldn't break. Medical fees could be reduced, but they couldn't be waived entirely. Even if I only charged 1 fun, that was the rule. Charging nothing broke the rule. It was too late to say anything now. I could only set the rules going forward. The crowd on the threshing ground grew larger. I noticed the ranks of educated youths swelling too. Besides the 5 newcomers, there were several earlier batches of old, educated youths. Over 20 in all, men and women standing in a cluster, an invisible line separating them from the local commune members. There was distance between the old and new educated youths too. The 5 old-timers who'd arrived first formed their own little circle and didn't much bother with the newcomers. And the new arrivals each had their own agendas. Lin Xiaoyan, Song Yulan, and Sun Jiangwo clumped together, while Chun Jiangwo and Wang Daong, the 2 outsiders, stood off to the other side. Zhang Mingyuan hadn't arrived yet. I figured by the time that he should be showing up soon too. I wondered what his face would look like after he discovered he'd been sent down to the countryside. Just as I was thinking this, a commotion rose up in the crowd. Dr. Fu. Dr. Fu's here. Wang Shulin's mother, the old woman from yesterday, came striding, squeezing through from the back of the crowd, a cloth bundle clutched in her hand. The old woman's surname was Ma. The villagers called her Wang Masher. I'd heard Auntie Lu mention yesterday that her maiden name was Ma, and she'd been quite a formidable figure in her youth. Granny Ma. I greeted her with a smile. Dr. Fu, there you are. Granny Ma grabbed my hand, her eyes reddening again. Thanks to you yesterday. Otherwise my Sholon and the baby might not have made it. This old woman was muddle-headed yesterday and said some ugly things. Don't take them to heart. Granny Ma, don't say that. In a situation like yesterday's, you were worried about your daughter-in-law's reputation. I understand. I patted the back of her hand. You're a good boy. Granny Ma wiped her eyes and pressed the cloth bundle into my hands. These are a few eggs we saved up at home. Take them back and eat them. It's not much, just a token of my heart. I declined a couple of times, but finally accepted. I'd taken no money. If I refused a few eggs on top of that, Granny Ma's conscience wouldn't rest easy. Thank you, Granny Ma, I said with a smile. Once sister-in-law's finished her confinement month, I'll come by to check on the baby. Good, good. Come by and I'll slaughter a chicken for you. Granny Ma nodded again and again. A few commune members crowded over again, praising my righteousness in a chorus of voices. I responded to each with a smile and worked in a line throughout. Yesterday was a special case. From now on, treatment still costs money. The medicines in my kit were bought with money too, and I can't be expected to cover it out of my own pocket. These words were for everyone to hear. Put up the fence first, to save trouble later. A few minutes before 7, Lin Xiaoyan, Song Yulan, and Sun Jiangwo finally arrived, dawdling and late. The three came from the direction of the educated youth quarters, all with a touch of reluctance on their faces, as if headed to the execution ground. The moment they arrived, the atmosphere on the threshing ground turned delicate. Yesterday's scene at Old Zhou's had already spread through the village. Lin Xiaoyan had accused me of hedonism. Song Yulan had said I was forming a clique, and in the end they'd been driven off in disgrace by a single remark of mine. Quite a few people knew about it. Lin Xiaoyan stood in the cluster of educated youths, gave me a sidelong glance, and tugged the corner of her mouth into an ill-intentioned curve. Oh, Dr. Fu's here? I heard you delivered a baby yesterday? A grown man doing that kind of thing. Didn't even think to keep his distance for propriety's sake. She deliberately raised her voice so everyone around could hear. The threshing ground fell a few degrees quieter, dozens of pairs of eyes swinging over in unison. I didn't rush to speak. I slowly turned to look at her, my expression calm, even with a touch of a smile, but the smile didn't reach my eyes. Comrade Lin, let me ask you a question. My voice wasn't loud, but it was clear. If a relative of yours fell acutely ill and needed immediate emergency treatment, and the only ones on the scene were a female doctor and a male doctor. The female doctor's skills weren't up to it. The male doctor was skilled, but you wouldn't let a man touch her. Would you choose to let your relative die, or let the male doctor save them? Lin Xiaoyan opened her mouth. You'd choose to let your relative die, because you're keeping proper distance. I answered for her. Right. Lin Xiaoyan's face flushed bright red. You're talking nonsense. I never meant that. Then what did you mean? My tone stayed flat. Yesterday Wang Shulin's wife had a difficult labor. The midwife said the baby couldn't come out, and that both mother and child would be in danger if not saved soon. I'm the brigade's barefoot doctor. I don't have my certification yet, but I have emergency medical skills. If I hadn't gone to save them and had let mother and child die at home, would that have satisfied you? Lin Xiaoyan was left speechless. At this point Song Yulan stepped forward, her voice soft. Comrade Fu, Xiaoyan didn't mean that. She just feels, you're a man, and going into the delivery room really isn't quite proper. And it's not just her who thinks so. Everyone feels this way. As she spoke, her gaze swept around, looking for a few people who'd agree. No one spoke up. The commune members watched her one by one with blank faces, and some even frowned. Comrade Song. I looked at her. Are you saying that Wang Shulin's wife's life is less important than what you feel? Song Yulan's face went pale. That's not what you meant. I cut her off. Then what did you mean? You said everyone feels this way. Are you speaking for everyone? Are you the brigade party secretary, or the brigade leader? Song Yulan was left unable to answer, her eyes reddening, her lips trembling slightly, the very picture of someone who'd suffered a grave injustice. Watching her like this, I sneered inwardly. Here it comes again. This green tea routine, I'd seen plenty of it from Zhang Minyuan. Too bad the villagers didn't buy it. I summed up with one final line. It figures, types like you and Lin Xiaoyan care too much about reputation. Well then, from now on if you fall ill, I won't treat you. I'm afraid that if I cure you, you'll use reputation as an excuse and insist on marrying me, come hell or high water. That wouldn't be repaying a kindness. That'd be revenge. The moment those words came out, Song Yulan and Lin Xiaoyan's faces turned terrible, and they stammered without being able to speak. Sun Jiangwo wanted to say something, but didn't get the chance. All right, enough squabbling. Only now did Lu Dihao step out from the back of the crowd, a notebook in hand, his face none too pleased, cutting Sun Jiangwo off at just the right moment. He'd been standing at the back watching all along, in no rush to step in, precisely because he wanted to see what these new educated youths were made of, and the result had left him quite displeased. Lin Xiaoyan. Lu Dihao called her out by name. What was it you said just now? Lin Xiaoyan shrank her neck. I didn't say anything. You said Comrade Fu, a grown man, delivered a baby and didn't think to keep proper distance. Lu Dihao repeated it word for word. Let me ask you, what did you mean by that? Are you saying Comrade Fu shouldn't have gone to save a life? Lin Xiaoyan's face went pale. Comrade Fu went to save a life with Wang Shulin's consent, with my consent, and with his mother's consent. The midwife, your Auntie Lu, and Wang Shulin's mother were all in the room. 3 people watching with their own eyes. What have you got to say? Lin Xiaoyan opened her mouth, but couldn't get out a single word. This kind of thinking of yours is very dangerous. Lu Dihao raised his voice a few notches. Standing by while someone dies, that's a rotten custom of the old society. In our new society, we value, when one place is in trouble, help comes from all sides. Comrade Fu saved a life. He didn't harm anyone. You not only fail to praise him, you stand there making snide, sarcastic remarks. What exactly are you trying to do? Lin Xiaoyan's eyes reddened, and her lips trembled. I just felt. You felt what you felt. Lu Dihao waved his hand. Are you the brigade leader, or am I? Lin Xiaoyan fell silent. Watching from the side, Song Yulan bit her lip and spoke up. Team leader Lu, Xiaoyan didn't do it on purpose. She just speaks before she thinks. There's no malice in her heart. Don't be angry with her. She'll be more careful from now on. Her voice was soft, tinged with a note of pleading, her eyes gazing imploringly at Lu Dihao. This kind of act might have worked in the city. Some men fell for it, going soft at the sight of her looking so pitiful. But what kind of man was Lu Dihao? 20 years as brigade leader. What monsters and demons hadn't he seen? Zip it. Lu Dihao didn't even glance at her. You started the whole thing yesterday. You think I don't know? Song Yulan's face went ashen at once. Yesterday at Old Joe's, you were the one who first said Comrade Fu was forming a clique, weren't you? Lu Dihao's gaze was like a knife. He buys a few pieces of furniture. What's it got to do with you? If you can't stand it, go buy some yourself. If you've got no money to buy any, then don't stand there making snide remarks and embarrassing yourself. Song Yulan's eyes reddened instantly, tears welling up, but Lu Dihao didn't so much as look at her. And you lot, too. Lu Dihao turned his gaze to Sun Jiangwo. The 3 of you have been targeting Comrade Fu since the train, and you still haven't let up now that you're in the village. I'm warning you. You came to the countryside to toughen up, not to run factions. From now on, whoever stirs up trouble again, I'll ship you straight back to the Educated Youth Office. Our Red Star Brigade has no room for you. Sun Jiangwo's face flushed red, then went pale, and he hung his head, not daring to make a sound. Lin Xiaoyan stood there, and the tears finally spilled over. When had she ever suffered such humiliation in all her life? At school she'd been a class officer, favored by teachers, fawned over by classmates. And here, a rural brigade leader was actually cursing her out in front of this many people. She wanted to retort, wanted to argue, wanted to say I was practicing medicine without a license, misusing acupuncture, giving out ginseng rootlets without reporting it. But she opened her mouth and couldn't get out a single word. Because she knew, saying these things would only make her look worse. Song Yulan's tears fell too. She bit her lip, the very picture of pitiful fragility. But this time, no one sympathized with her. The way the village commune members looked at her was no different from how they looked at Lin Xiaoyan. I stood off to the side watching all of this, not a ripple in my heart. I noticed that although Lin Xiaoyan and Song Yulan hung their heads and wiped away tears, the resentment in their eyes couldn't be hidden no matter what. Especially Song Yulan. The way she looked at me was no longer simple dislike, but the bone-deep hatred of someone humiliated in public. I wasn't afraid of their hatred. I even welcomed it. The more people who hated me, the safer I was. Because people who hated me were eager to make a move, and people who made moves often revealed their weaknesses. All right, stop crying. Lu Dihao waved his hand impatiently. Everyone line up. I'm assigning work. He tore a sheet of paper from his notebook and began reading out names. The commune members were assigned to the various production teams, some to weeding, some to repairing irrigation ditches, some to accumulating fertilizer. The educated youths were assigned to Wang Daong and Chun Jiangwo to the 3rd production team to turn the soil, Sun Jiangwo to the 2nd production team to repair irrigation ditches, and Lin Xiaoyan and Song Yulan to the women's team for weeding. He read through the whole list, and only my name was missing. Lin Xiaoyan wiped her tears dry, looked up, her voice still trembling. Team leader Lu, what about Fu Nanzhou? How come he doesn't have to work the fields? Everyone looked at Lu Dihao. He glanced at her, that look as if he were regarding an idiot. Comrade Fu is the barefoot doctor. He doesn't work the fields, he said. Today he's coming with me to the commune to get his barefoot doctor certification and pick up medicine. Otherwise, next time any of you gets a headache or a fever, are you going to wait to heal on your own? Lin Xiaoyan opened her mouth, and only then remembered she still had wounds on her face. Those few scratches from Granny Ma yesterday. She hadn't felt them at the time, but after a night, the scratch marks had started to hurt. She reflexively touched her face and felt several scabbed over gashes, her heart filling with anger and resentment. Song Yulan was in worse shape. Granny Ma's clawing hadn't been gentle. The dirt from under her nails was embedded right into the skin, several bloody gashes stretching from her left forehead all the way to her chin, red, swollen, and shocking to behold. She'd nearly cried looking in the mirror this morning. If these left scars, how was she supposed to face anyone in the future? Dr. Fu. Song Yulan bit her lip, her voice soft and frail. The wounds on our faces, could you take a look? I glanced at her, then at Lin Xiaoyan, and the corner of my mouth curved up slightly. The smile was faint, so faint it was almost imperceptible, but they both saw it. Comrade Song, I just said, my barefoot doctor certification hasn't come through yet, and the medicine in my kit is nearly used up. My tone was strictly business. No certification, no medicine. It wouldn't be right for me to treat you. If something went wrong, wouldn't I be practicing medicine without a license? Song Yulan's face froze. I added, and besides, I'm afraid that if I treated you, I'd be accused of taking advantage of you. Men and women shouldn't be too familiar, so don't come to me for treatment. Lin Xiaoyan flared up. Then why did you deliver Wang Shulin's wife's baby yesterday? Why weren't you afraid of practicing medicine without a license then? Yesterday was an emergency, a matter of life and death. I looked at them. Are the wounds on your faces an emergency? Will you die if they're not treated? Lin Xiaoyan was left speechless. Song Yulan bit her lip, tears falling again. Comrade Fu, we know we were wrong before. We shouldn't have said those things about you. But we are educated youths who came together, after all. Are you just going to stand by and let our faces scar? I looked at her and sneered inwardly. Someone else, seeing her cry like this, might have gone soft and agreed. But I wouldn't. Comrade Song, it's not that I won't help. There's genuinely nothing I can do. I spread my hands, my expression sincere. I don't even have a single bottle of mercurochrome left in my kit. How am I supposed to treat you? If it's really urgent, you can go to the commune health clinic. There are doctors there. The commune clinic is over 10 li from here. How are we supposed to get there? Lin Xiaoyan flared up. Take the ox cart. Uncle Zhao has a cart every day. I answered crisply. The fare's too fun, and treatment won't cost more than a few mao. Lin Xiaoyan and Song Yulan exchanged a glance, each seeing the fury in the other's eyes. It wasn't that they had no money for treatment. They just didn't want to spend it. More importantly, they were unwilling to accept it. Why should I have to pay no price at all? Yesterday, I'd treated Wang Shulin's wife without charge and given away several ginseng rootlets for free, and Granny Ma was overflowing with gratitude. They'd been hit by Granny Ma, and I not only wouldn't help but stood here making snide remarks. Song Yulan bit her lip, her resentment nearly spilling over, but she said nothing more, pulling Lin Xiaoyan aside. Sun Jiangwo watched from the side, his face grim. He looked at me, then at Lu Dihao, his lips moving, but in the end he said nothing. Once Lu Dihao finished assigning work, the commune members dispersed, each shouldering their tools. I followed him toward the village entrance, planning to catch Uncle Zhao's ox cart to the commune. On the way, Lu Dihao glanced at me and said in a low voice, Nanzhou, you treated Wang Shulin's wife yesterday. You didn't charge? I nodded. I didn't. That family looks like they're not well off, so I couldn't bring myself to ask. Lu Dihao was silent for a moment. Not charging was the right call. That family really is poor. But when you treat others going forward, you charge what you should. Even if it's just one fun, that's the rule. Charge nothing, and everyone will want to take advantage down the line, and your clinic won't be able to keep running. I know, I said earnestly. Yesterday I didn't think it through. It won't happen again. Lu Dihao nodded and said nothing more. This kid was kind-hearted and clear-sighted, a good boy. He'd have to look out for him more from now on. A boy like this couldn't be ruined by others. A girl like Song Yulan was no good at all. At the village entrance, Uncle Zhao's ox cart was already parked there, a few commune members going to the commune on business seated on it. Lu Dihao and I got on and found seats. The ox cart rolled and swayed its way out of the village and onto the dirt road. On either side were vast stretches of farmland, the corn grown to the height of a man, a lush green expanse rustling in the wind. On a distant hillside someone was herding sheep, the white flocks scattered like clouds across the green slope. I looked at all of this, my heart calm and at peace. I touched the countryside assignment notice in my pocket. The address on it was a certain commune in a certain city in Liaoning province, right near the munitions factory where my eldest uncle Zhou Jiangwo was. My uncle had received my letter a few days ago and phoned the capital from the northeast overnight, asking what was going on. I'd briefly explained the situation on the phone, not mentioning any of Zhang Huayuan's scheming, only saying I'd signed up to go to the countryside myself and asking him to help find a reliable production brigade. My uncle was silent for a long time and finally said, "Don't worry, I'll arrange it." And so came this assignment notice. Red Star Brigade, only 30 li from my uncle's munitions factory, an hour's bike ride away. I leaned against the cart rail, closed my eyes, and felt the wind against my face. It carried the earthy smell of soil, the fresh scent of corn leaves, and wood smoke drifting from far off. All of it made me feel grounded. I thought of the baby's cry the moment it was born during yesterday's delivery, crisp and ringing, like the first thunderclap of spring. That was the sound of life. I curved my lips into a smile. From today on, I was the barefoot doctor of Red Star Brigade. Life was better than I'd imagined. Zhang Mingyuan, I'm waiting for you right here. The ox cart swayed for nearly an hour before reaching the commune. Called a commune, it was really just a few short streets, lined with a scattering of drab gray buildings. The supply and marketing co-op, the health clinic, the post office, the commune compound, plus a state-run diner and a small inn, and quite a few residences. There weren't many factories at the commune, and it wasn't very lively. The streets were sparse. Occasionally an ox cart or bicycle passed by, kicking up a cloud of yellow dust. I hopped off the ox cart, dusted myself off, and followed Lu Dihao toward the health clinic. The clinic was at the end of the street, a two-story building of gray brick and gray tile, with a faded wooden sign hanging by the door reading, Red Star Commune Health Clinic. The paint so peeled you could barely make it out. The yard wasn't big. A few bicycles were parked there, and empty medicine crates were piled in a corner. A smell of disinfectant mixed with Chinese herbal medicine wafted out, and I reflexively sniffed. I knew this smell all too well. In my past life, I'd smelled it in the hospital for over a decade. It was etched into my bones. "Old Lou," a booming voice came from inside. A man of about 50 came out, wearing a white coat washed pale, his hair streaked with white, vigorous and bright-eyed. He strode up to Lu Dihao and extended his hand with a smile. This was the clinic director, surnamed Chun, named Chen Ziyuan. In his early years, he'd studied Western medicine and also knew some Chinese medicine, and he had a reputation for dozens of li around. "Old Chun, I've brought the fellow." Lu Dihao shook his hand and turned aside to reveal me. "This is the young man I told you about, Fu Nanzhou." Chun Ziyuan looked me up and down, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny and a hint of curiosity. "You're the one who delivered Wang Shulin's wife's baby?" I nodded. "Hello, Director Chun. That was me. I heard you used acupuncture to stop bleeding and had her hold ginseng slices under her tongue to boost her energy." His tone was probing. "Who did you learn medicine from?" I'd already prepared my answer. When I was little, a neighbor was an itinerant doctor. He taught me to identify some herbs and showed me the basic techniques of acupuncture. These past few years, there was a military doctor who came back, and he taught me quite a bit too. Later, I found some medical books to read on my own and picked up bits and pieces. This was half true, half false. The itinerant doctor neighbor was real, but he'd only taught me to recognize a few common herbs. The acupuncture and deeper medical knowledge all came from my past life accumulation and the medical books I'd drawn from the myriad phenomena cards. The military doctor was real too, but even more of it rested on my past life foundation. Chen Ziyuan nodded and didn't dig deeper. In these days, most barefoot doctors came about this way. Study with a master for a few days, read a few books, learn on the job. "All right, let's talk inside." He turned and walked in. "Old Lou mentioned your situation, but you're new after all. The barefoot doctor certification isn't something I just hand over on my say-so. I've got to see your skills." I followed him into the clinic. The first floor was outpatient consultation and the pharmacy. The second floor, a few sick rooms with a dozen or so beds in all. In the consultation room, a doctor was treating a woman holding a child, with 2 or 3 others waiting nearby. Chen Ziyuan led me up to the second floor and into an office. It was as simple as could be: one desk, 2 chairs, a filing cabinet, with a human anatomy chart and a meridian and acupoint chart on the wall. "Sit." He gestured at a chair. I sat down, my gaze falling on that meridian and acupoint chart. The points on it were densely packed. Some positions differed slightly from the bronze acupuncture figure I'd drawn, but by and large they matched. Chen Ziyuan noticed my gaze and asked offhandedly, "You've studied the meridians?" "Studied a bit." I withdrew my gaze. "Studied a bit." He leaned back in his chair, his tone casual. "Then let me test you. Where is Zusanli located?" 3 cun below Doobie Point, 1 finger width lateral to the anterior crest of the tibia. I said it without hesitation. Chen Ziyuan was slightly taken aback. The answer was too textbook, far more precise than he'd expected. An ordinary barefoot doctor doing well to give a rough location. Few could describe the surface positioning so exactly. And Higu, on the back of the hand, between the first and second metacarpal bones, at the midpoint of the radial side of the second metacarpal. Neguan, 2 cun above the wrist crease, between the tendons of the palmaris longus and flexor carpi radialis. He asked in a row about more than a dozen points, and I answered fluently, every location exact to the fraction. The way he looked at me changed, from scrutiny to surprise, and from surprise to seriousness. Did you really only study with an itinerant doctor before? Chen Ziyuan sounded a bit incredulous. I read a lot of books myself, I said. He was silent for a while, then pulled open a drawer, took out a yellowed copy of the Barefoot Doctor's Handbook, flipped to a page, and handed it over. Take a look at this case, and tell me your diagnosis and treatment plan. I took it and looked, a case of fever and cough. Male, 40 years old, fever for 3 days, cough, chest pain, rust-colored sputum. One read through, and I had it figured out. This was textbook pneumococcal pneumonia. In my past life, I'd admitted over 100 cases. Lobar pneumonia, I said, based on the high fever, chest pain, and rust-colored sputum. The first-line treatment is penicillin. If allergic to penicillin, erythromycin or tetracycline can be substituted. Meanwhile, rest, drink plenty of water, and treat the fever symptomatically. If there are no antibiotics, Chinese medicine can be used, a modified Ma Xing Shirgan decoction. When Chen Ziyuan finished listening, he was completely stunned. It wasn't that the diagnosis was so difficult, it was that my answer was too professional, too complete. That composure and certainty didn't belong to a boy of 16. It was more like an old doctor who'd toiled in clinical practice for decades. Especially that line about modified Ma Xing Shirgan decoction. The dosage is precise. And he'd laid out even the added and subtracted herbs in an orderly, thorough way. He opened his mouth, but before the words came out, a burst of urgent shouting suddenly came from downstairs. Director Chen, come down quick. Something's happened. The two of us stood up at the same time. Chen Ziyuan strode out of the office, and I followed behind. Downstairs, a man of about 30 rushed into the clinic carrying an elderly person on his back, followed by a weeping woman and a few villagers helping out. The old person's face was blue-purple, lips cyanotic, breathing rapid, the chest heaving violently, the whole body slumped against the man's back, as if unable to catch a breath. What's going on? Chen Ziyuan strode forward. My mother can't breathe. The man was so frantic his head was drenched in sweat. She was fine this morning, then suddenly she couldn't take it, coughing badly, like something's blocking her. Chen Ziyuan had the man lay the old woman flat on the consultation room bed and stepped up to examine her. The old woman was in her 60s, her complexion gray-white, her breathing rapid, widespread wheezing on auscultation of both lungs, especially on expiration, the wheeze audible even through her clothes. Asthma attack. Chen Ziyuan frowned and turned to ask the young nurse, do we still have aminophylline? None left. It ran out last week, and our clinic's medicine allocation hasn't come through yet. The little nurse was so anxious she was near tears. Epinephrine? None either. Chen Ziyuan's face darkened. An acute asthma attack with no medicine. It simply couldn't be handled with the meager resources of the clinic. The nearest county hospital was 40 li away. By the time she was taken there, the old woman would likely be gone. Director Chen, how is it? The man asked anxiously. Chen Ziyuan said nothing. What could he say? Say the clinic had no medicine and couldn't treat her. Tell the family to hurry and transfer her? But with the jostling on the road, whether the old woman could hold on to that breath was anyone's guess. Let me try. A voice came from behind him. Chen Ziyuan turned. I stood behind him, my expression calm, my gaze steady. You? He was startled. You have a way? Acupuncture, I said. For an acute asthma attack, needling Dingchuan, Feishu, Danzhong, and Tiantu can quickly relieve the airway spasm and improve ventilation. Chen Ziyuan hesitated. He'd heard of acupuncture treating asthma, but never seen it. And this boy had only come today to get his certification, hadn't even gotten it yet. Letting him do it, if something went wrong. Director Chen, my voice wasn't loud, but it was firm. The old woman's condition can't wait any longer. There's no medicine, and there's no time to transfer her. You know this. Chen Ziyuan glanced at the old woman on the bed, then looked into my eyes. Those eyes were steady, clear, and certain, like a deep pool whose bottom couldn't be seen. Give it a try. He gritted his teeth. I didn't hesitate. I turned and took a packet of acupuncture needles from the cloth pouch at my side. I'd taken them out of the space yesterday, silver, in every length and gauge. I walked to the bedside, deftly undid the old woman's collar, had her lie on her side, and quickly disinfected several points with alcohol-soaked cotton balls. The whole process flowed smoothly, without a single wasted motion. The Dingchuan point was on the back, half a CUN lateral to below the spinous process of the 7th cervical vertebra, an empirically effective point for treating asthma. I took a 1.5 CUN filiform needle, inserted it quickly, lifted, thrust, and twirled, applying the draining method. Then Feishu, Danzhong, Tiantu. Every needle precisely placed, the depth just right. My technique was fast and steady. The insertion was almost painless, and the old woman didn't even furrow her brow. Chen Ziyuan stood off to the side, his eyes growing wider and wider. He'd practiced medicine at the grassroots for over 20 years and had seen plenty of Chinese medicine practitioners, no shortage of old hands among them. But someone who needled as fast and accurately, as smoothly as I did, that was truly rare. Especially that composure and certainty. It didn't belong to a boy of 16, but rather to an old Chinese doctor who'd practiced for half a lifetime. A minute later, the old woman's breathing noticeably eased. 3 minutes later, the wheezing weakened, her complexion turning gradually from blue-purple to white, then from white gradually taking on color. 5 minutes later, her breathing was steady, her chest no longer heaving violently, her lips restored to their normal color. I can breathe now. The old woman's voice was weak but clear. The whole consultation room fell silent for an instant, then burst into astonished exclamations. Amazing! The man who'd carried the old woman and stared wide-eyed, gazing at his mother in disbelief. Ma, are you really better? Much better, much better. The old woman drew a breath, speaking far more fluently. Just now I nearly couldn't catch that breath, and now my chest feels loose and easy. Chen Ziyuan stepped up to listen again. The wheezing in both lungs had markedly decreased, ventilation greatly improved. He straightened up and looked at me, his gaze complicated. This acupuncture of yours, you learned it from the itinerant doctor? There was an indescribable note in his tone. Collecting the needles, I said mildly. The itinerant doctor was just the beginning. Later I read some books on my own and practiced for a long time. How long is a long time? Since I was 8, practicing against the acupoint chart every night. I made up a reasonable explanation without changing my expression. Chen Ziyuan didn't ask further. He understood clearly that whether the boy was telling the truth or lying didn't matter. What mattered was that he genuinely had skill, and no small amount at that, at least stronger than any doctor at the clinic. Your barefoot doctor certification, I approve it. He took a red-covered booklet from the drawer, wrote a few lines with a flourish, and stamped it with the official seal. No exam, I'll issue the certification directly. I took the red booklet and looked it over. It read, Barefoot Doctor Certificate, with name, age, and place of origin below, plus the clinic's embossed seal. Thank you, Director Chen. I put the booklet away. Don't thank me. Chen Ziyuan waved his hand, his tone earnest. It's your own skill. Write up a list later of what medicines you need, and I'll help you apply. The commune clinic has limited resources, but I'll do my best to stock you with what you should have. All right. I nodded. Next, I followed Chen Ziyuan on a tour of the pharmacy and registered the medicines I needed: antibiotics, fever reducers, painkillers, disinfectant supplies, filling up 2 full pages. Chen Ziyuan looked a bit pain-watching, but signed off anyway. Head back for now. Once the medicine's approved, I'll have someone bring it over. He put the list away. Do good work at the brigade, and if you run into trouble, come to me at the commune. Thank you, Director Chen. I walked out of the clinic, where Lu Dihao was waiting at the door. All settled. All settled. I waved the red booklet in my hand. Lu Dihao looked at the certificate, and a smile broke across his face. Come on, let's head back to the village. The two of us went to the supply and marketing co-op to buy some daily necessities, then to the post office to pick up a parcel my uncle had sent. Inside were 2 cans of malted milk powder, a packet of brown sugar, and a few pairs of cotton socks. Coming out of the post office, Lu Dihao went to the commune compound on business, and I stood at the roadside alone waiting, silently reciting, myriad phenomena cards, one special draw. This was information the cards had given me earlier, once I'd confirmed I'd be an educated youth and had arrived at my destination. I'd never found the time to draw it. Now that I'd just gotten my barefoot doctor certification, my luck was good, the perfect moment for a draw. The card began to spin, and this time the golden light was richer than any time before. Congratulations, you've obtained 1 spirit spring. The spirit spring has been placed in your portable farm. I was taken aback. Spirit spring? I let my consciousness sink into the space and pushed open the door to the farm. The crops in the 4 plots were growing beautifully. The peach pits had sprouted tender shoots, the vegetables breaking through the soil one after another. And in the very center of the farm, there was now a spring source 3 feet square, clear spring water bubbling up, glittering with ripples in the sunlight, giving off a faint, indescribable fragrance. I crouched down and cupped a mouthful, and the water went right down my throat. This was a new use I'd discovered. I only needed my consciousness to enter, and I could affect my immediate surroundings, only my surroundings. The water was warm, yet fresh and cool, sweet on the tongue, flowing down my throat, my whole body enveloped by a gentle force, the fatigue of days sweeping away. I closed my eyes and felt that warmth flowing through my body, from throat to stomach, from stomach to every limb and bone, every cell, as if awakened, brimming with vitality. This was no ordinary water. I opened my eyes, and the spirit spring's information surfaced in my mind. 1. Cures illness, accelerates wound healing, strengthens the constitution. 2. Prolongs life, long-term consumption slows aging. 3. Promotes plant growth, watering with it greatly shortens crop growth cycles and improves yield and quality. 4. Improves flavor, cooking or brewing tea with spirit spring enhances ingredients taste several-fold. A good thing. I looked at that spirit spring, the corners of my mouth lifting. Curing illness, prolonging life, promoting growth, enhancing flavor. 4 effects, each of them practical to the extreme. From now on, watering vegetables with spirit spring would make them grow fast and well. Cooking with spirit spring would smell good enough to make people weep with craving. Adding a bit of spirit spring when treating people would double the medicine's efficacy. I stood by the spring for a while, then suddenly thought, my daily water could come from here from now on. No more drinking that briny, bitter well water in the village. I took a canteen from the space, filled it with spirit spring, and took a big satisfying gulp. This life is far more comfortable than the last one. I said to myself. Lu Dihao came out of the commune compound and, seeing me drinking water by the roadside, asked offhandedly, "What have you got in the canteen?" "Plain boiled water, brought from the village," I said with a smile. "The village well water tastes bad, salty." Lu Dihao frowned. "I'll have someone help dig you a deep well later." "No need, no need." I hurriedly waved my hand. "I'm used to drinking it." The two of us got on the ox cart and swayed our way back. I leaned against the cart rail, feeling the breeze on my face, in fine spirits. The barefoot doctor's certificate was in hand. I had the spirit spring too. Life had more and more to look forward to. I just didn't know what that fellow Zhang Mingyuan was up to right now. Probably crying and carrying on, refusing to go to the countryside. I curved my lips into a smile, waiting to watch the show. Meanwhile, 1,000 li away in the capital, the living room of Zhang Huayuan's home could no longer be called a home. The furniture was gone, the appliances gone, the paintings gone. Even the curtains had been stripped clean. In the empty room, all that remained were a few borrowed folding chairs and a hastily bought camp cot. Zhang Mingyuan sat in one of the folding chairs, his face pale as paper. He'd been sitting there a whole day. Ever since receiving that countryside assignment notice yesterday, he hadn't closed his eyes. "I'm not going." His voice was hoarse, but his stance firm. "Dad, Mom, I'm not going to the construction corps. It's too far, too cold. I can't take it." Zhou Shi sat beside him, tears streaming down unchecked. "Mingyuan, Mom can't bear to see you go either. But the notice has come down. Not going means dodging the countryside assignment, and that means getting struggled against." "What about Nanzhou?" Zhang Mingyuan snapped his head up. "Didn't Nanzhou go to the countryside too? Why isn't he going to the construction corps? Why does he get to go to Liaoning, so close to uncle? This isn't fair." Zhang Huayuan's face was so grim it could drip water. Fair? Where was there so much fairness in this world? He'd wanted Fu Nanzhou to go to the countryside in Zhang Mingyuan's place, and both ended up going. He'd wanted Zhang Mingyuan to stay in the city as a worker, and the registration papers got lost. He'd wanted to preserve the family's savings, and decades of accumulated wealth got hauled away clean. Fate seemed to be playing an enormous joke on him. Every step missing its footing, every move coming up empty. "Mingyuan, listen to me." Zhang Huayuan crouched down, looked into his eyes, his tone more earnest than ever. "Don't worry. I pulled some strings and changed your placement. You're not going to the construction corps. You're going to Fu Nanzhou's brigade. I've arranged it all. Once you're there, have Fu Nanzhou look after you. If you perform well, there might be a chance to be recommended for university down the road or recruited back to the city as a worker. Dad still has some connections in the ministry, and I'll pull strings for you then. Or once I get a job, I'll help bring you back." Zhang Mingyuan looked at him, his eyes reddening. "Dad, can you really bear to send me away?" Zhang Huayuan opened his mouth, but said nothing. Bear it? Of course he couldn't. A son raised for 16 years, cradled in the palm of his hand from childhood, terrified he'd get bumped or scraped. Now sending him off to the frozen wilds of the great northern wilderness. How could he bear it? But he had no choice. The notice was down, the arrangement set. Unless he wanted to lose his iron rice bowl at the Ministry of Metallurgy, there was no changing it. "Mingyuan, go." Zhou Shi took his hand, her voice choked. "Mom will send you things, a padded jacket, padded shoes, food and supplies. I'll send it all. Write to Mom once you're there, and Mom will come see you when she misses you." Zhang Mingyuan's tears finally fell. He didn't want to go, not at all. In all his life, he'd done household chores only a handful of times. Now going to the great northern wilderness to farm. Wasn't that as good as killing him? But he was even more afraid not to go. He knew all too well what crime dodging the countryside assignment carried. That afternoon, Zhang Huayuan and Zhou Shi saw Zhang Mingyuan off. A Liberation brand truck was parked at the compound gate, several young people carrying luggage already seated on it. All educated youths going to the countryside in this batch. Zhang Mingyuan didn't have much luggage, a canvas travel bag and a quilt rolled up and wrapped in plastic sheeting. Zhou Shuyi carried it for him, weeping the whole way. Mingyuan, remember to write to mom once you're there. When it gets cold, remember to put on more clothes. Don't let yourself freeze. Don't be a picky eater. Eat whatever there is, don't go hungry. Zhang Mingyuan, his eyes red, answered each one. Zhang Huayan stood off to the side, his face heavy, not saying a word. Passing neighbors stopped, standing in twos and threes not far off, watching and whispering. See that? Old Zhang's adopted son is going to the countryside. Isn't that the truth? The real son just left, and now the adopted son's off too. Who knows what the couple was thinking? Didn't love their own son, treated the adopted one like a treasure. I heard the adopted son's going to the Heilongjiang Construction Corps, the harshest place. The real son goes to Liaoning, close to his uncle, at least someone to look out for him. That couple's really foolish beyond hope. Didn't send their own son, but sent the adopted one off eagerly. That adopted son isn't even theirs by blood. Is he going to care for them in their old age and see them to their graves? Who says otherwise? Serves them right. While their own son was suffering in the countryside, they were living it up in the city. And now look, both kids are gone to the countryside. Let's see what they do from here. The chatter was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for Zhang Huayuan and Zhou Shuyi to hear. Zhou Shuyi's face flushed red, then went pale, her tears falling harder. She wanted to retort, wanted to say it wasn't that they didn't love Fu Nanzhou, but the words reached her lips, and she swallowed them back down. What could she say? Say they'd originally wanted Fu Nanzhou to go to the countryside in Zhang Mingyuan's place? Wouldn't that just invite more cursing? Zhang Huayuan's face was ashen, and he said nothing. He'd heard those words, every one like a knife stabbing his heart. But he had no grounds to retort, because everything those people said was fact. The truck started up, the roar of the engine drowning out Zhou Shuyi's sobs. Zhang Mingyuan got on, sitting in a corner of the truck bed, clutching his quilt roll, his lips pressed tight, his eyes red. He looked at Zhang Huayan and Zhou Shuyi at the gate, at those neighbors pointing and whispering. At this place he'd lived for 16 years, and an indescribable emotion surged in his heart. The truck slowly moved off, Zhang Mingyuan's figure growing farther and smaller, finally vanishing at the end of the street. Zhou Shuyi slumped to the ground, crying so hard she couldn't straighten her back. Zhang Huayuan helped her up and said in a low voice, "Let's go home. Stop embarrassing yourself." Embarrassing? Zhou Shuyi looked up, gazing at him through blurred, tearful eyes. What have we got left to embarrass? The home's gone, the money's gone, the son's gone. What do we have left? Zhang Huayuan didn't answer. He wanted to know too. What did they have left? An empty room, borrowed folding chairs, a hastily bought camp cot, and a stack of debts they couldn't repay. It wasn't because of Fu Mingyuan. No, wrong. It was Fu Nanzhou. That boy had gone to the countryside, and who knew if he was adjusting? No, he'd surely adjust. He was used to hard days, just like back in the village. But it was nothing like the village. That was the great northern wilderness, where they said the winter could freeze a man to death. He didn't dare think any further. And at that very moment, I was in the Red Star Brigade clinic, cooking a pot of millet porridge with spirit spring. The porridge was golden, just the right thickness, the rich aroma of grain. A spoonful in my mouth was soft, sticky, fragrant, and sweet, so delicious I nearly swallowed my tongue. Spirit spring plus millet. This combination is out of this world. I contentedly drank down 2 big bowls. Then I watered the farm's vegetables and fruit trees once more with spirit spring. The peach tree's tender shoots shot up a notch. The vegetables grew taller before my eyes, and even the newly planted scallions, ginger, and garlic pushed out green tips. I looked at this land teeming with life, my heart utterly at ease. This was how life should be lived. Unhurried and unruffled, not fighting, not grabbing. What's meant to come will always come, and what's meant to leave can't be kept. I cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks, lay down on the bed, and closed my eyes. Tomorrow would be another new day. I wonder when he'll arrive. I'm actually kind of looking forward to it. My days at Red Star Brigade were far more comfortable than I'd imagined. I lived alone at the clinic, 3 adobe rooms, a consultation room, a pharmacy, and a bedroom. The yard wasn't big, with an old locust tree growing in it. It shade just right in summer. The stove was built under the eaves, set an iron wok on it, light the firewood, and life got humming along. Lu Dihao had his second son, Lu Taizhu, help me build a new stove, and found a few old boards to nail together a cupboard. I took the iron wok out of the space, told everyone I'd bought it at the co-op, set it on the stove. The size was just right. "Dr. Fu, this wok of yours is good quality." Lu Taizhu crouched in front of the stove, sealing the gaps around the wok's rim with mud. "Bought at the co-op?" "Yeah, the last one, cost me 8 yuan. I said with a smile. Lu Taizhu clicked his tongue. 8 yuan, not cheap. But a good wok lasts. No problem using it for 8 or 10 years. I nodded, then brought out 2 enamel mugs from inside, poured water, gave one to Lu Taiju, and held the other myself. Brother Taiju, how are things over at the educated youth quarters? I asked casually. Lu Taiju took a sip of water and frowned. The village well water was salty and bad tasting, but he didn't mind, gulping down most of the mug. Don't get me started. He set down the mug and wiped his mouth. It's a total mess over there. How so? You're an educated youth too. How come you don't live at the quarters? He asked back. I smiled. I'm the barefoot doctor. Living at the clinic is convenient for treating patients. If someone comes knocking at night, I can't very well run over from the quarters, can I? Lu Taiju thought that made sense, nodded, and began telling me about the situation at the educated youth quarters. Red Star Brigade's educated youth quarters were at the east end of the village, a row of old, run-down adobe houses, 2 courtyards front and back, housing some 30 educated youths. The earliest batch had come down in '64, over 3 years ago now. More had trickled in batch by batch afterward, and our group was the most recent. 30-odd people from all over, some from the capital, some from Shanghai, some from Tianjin, some from Shenyang, different accents, different habits, different family backgrounds, and even more different tempers. It would be a miracle if they got along. 2 nights ago there was a fight. Lu Taiju said this in a flat tone, as if talking about something perfectly ordinary. A fight? Who against who? Your batch of newcomers got into it with the old, educated youths. Over a bowl of food. I raised an eyebrow, didn't cut in, and waited for Lu Taiju to go on. Here's how it happened. The grain at the educated youth quarters was allotted by head count, each person getting a set amount of fine grain and coarse grain per month. The old educated youths had come down early, and support from home had long since fallen behind. Some even had to borrow grain to get by. The new educated youths had just arrived, with some money in their pockets and things sent from home, their lives a bit more comfortable than the old-timers. And that bred conflict. 2 nights ago at dinner, Lu Taiju said, the meals at the quarters are cooked by the educated youths in turns. The village originally wanted to send someone. They could earn some work points each month, but the educated youths would have to chip in some grain, and they wouldn't do it. They didn't have enough to eat themselves. So they still take turns cooking, some do it well, some do it badly. Yesterday, it was that group's turn to cook by head count, and the newcomer Lin Xiaoyan complained the food was no good, said the coarse grain flatbread scratched her throat and she couldn't swallow it, insisting on eating fine grain. The educated youth cooking said fine grain had a set quota. They'd already gone over for the month, and eating more would leave next month short. Lin Xiaoyan wouldn't have it, saying she'd eaten fine grain every day in the city, and now in the countryside, she was gnawing on coarse grain flatbread instead. Wasn't that just suffering? Song Yulan chimed in from the side, saying they were newcomers and should be given some consideration. The old educated youths weren't having it. A female educated youth from Shanghai shot right back on the spot. You newcomers are so precious. We've suffered here 3 years. Whoever looked after us? Eat it or don't. If you won't, then forget it. Lin Xiaoyan flushed red at being shot down, and Song Yulan's eyes reddened on the spot, the very picture of someone who'd suffered a grave injustice. At this point, Sun Jiangwo stepped forward to speak for them, saying the old educated youths should show some grace and look after the new comrades. That kicked the hornet's nest. The old educated youths were already stewing with resentment, and hearing this, 7 or 8 of them crowded around, everyone chiming in, leaving Sun Jiangwo tongue-tied. In the end, it was Lu Dihao's eldest son, Lu Taidan, the brigade's militia platoon leader, who charged over and pulled the 2 sides apart before it came to actual blows. So what happened after? I asked. After? Everyone ate and drank as usual. Lu Taiju stood up and dusted off the mud. But the bad blood set. Your batch of newcomers, except for you, Chen Jiangwo and Wang Daong. The rest of them aren't liked at all by the old, educated youths. I had it figured out. Lin Xiaoyan, Song Yulan, and Sun Jiangwo. Those 3 had cliqued up and shut out others back in the capital, and they carried on that same act here. Too bad this place wasn't the capital. The old educated youths weren't buying their routine. Zhang Mingyuan hasn't arrived yet, has he? I asked. Not yet. Lu Taiju shook his head. I heard he went to the construction corps, then somehow got transferred over to us. The brigade leader says he'll arrive in the next day or 2. Mentioning this, Lu Taiju gave me an odd look, probably puzzled how I knew ahead of time. I didn't speak up, and he couldn't very well press. I nodded, the corner of my mouth curving slightly. I'd heard the news of Zhang Mingyuan coming to Red Star Brigade from Lu Dihao a few days ago. Zhang Huayuan had, in the end, pulled some strings and fished Zhang Mingyuan out of the Heilongjiang construction corps, stuffing him into the Liaoning countryside. But the cost hadn't been small. Word was he'd begged plenty of people, given plenty of gifts, and racked up a whole heap of favors owed. I thought of what those neighbors at the capital compound had said and found it funny. neglecting his own son, treating the adopted one like a treasure. Zhang Huayuan and his wife's heads must have gotten slammed in a door. Over the next few days, I stayed focused at the clinic. Occasionally, a villager with a headache or fever would come for treatment, and I diagnosed and treated each carefully, prescribing medicine when needed, giving injections when needed. I didn't use the spirit spring, at least not directly on patients. Not because I couldn't bear to, but because I couldn't. I was a newly arrived educated youth who'd just gotten his barefoot doctor certificate. If I cured everyone I treated, within 3 months people would start getting suspicious. And then I wouldn't be able to explain myself, which would only invite trouble. The spirit spring had to be used slowly, mixed into medicine, blended into water, little by little, so people would think it was quick recovery, not a miracle. As for using it on myself, there were no such worries. The first thing every morning was cooking porridge with spirit spring, millet porridge, rice porridge, corn gruel in rotation, sometimes with a few red dates, sometimes with a few goji berries, all sent by my uncle. I'd planted some medicinal herbs in my portable farm too. They'd all sprouted and grown quite a bit. I figured it wouldn't be long before I could use them. But I was also thinking, in a few days I'd make a trip up the mountain to gather herbs and bag a few wild animals to eat while I was at it. Later generations always said northeastern food wasn't good. Looked like nothing but a pot of big stew. In reality, it was because all the tasty northeastern dishes had been written into the criminal code. Good thing that criminal code isn't out yet. Maybe I can get some to eat. I wanted to satisfy my own palate too. As for whether it was against the law, no way, it wasn't the right time yet. Besides, it was just me eating. How much could I eat? The porridge was cooked to just the right thickness, the aroma of grain wafting everywhere. The neighbor's kid smelled it and perched on the courtyard wall to watch every day. Sometimes I'd scoop out a small bowl and hand it to him. After finishing, his eyes would light up, and he'd go home and tell his mother, "Dr. Fu's porridge is sweeter than sugar." His mother didn't believe it, so the next day she brought over a bowl of rice herself, traded it for a bowl to taste, and was stunned on the spot. "Dr. Fu, how do you cook this porridge?" "I've cooked porridge all my life and never gotten it to taste like this." I smiled. "Probably the water. I get spring water from back behind. The water's sweet." This was of course a lie. My water came from the spirit spring, entirely different from the village well water. But no one else knew. From then on, the villagers all said Dr. Fu knew how to make a good life for himself. Even fetching water, he went to the spring out back to fill up. Occasionally someone would come to borrow water. If it wasn't much, I'd give it. But if it was a lot and not urgent, I wasn't so generous. I didn't want to be treated like a sucker. But I was mulling it over. Maybe I should have the brigade leader dig a well. Otherwise people would come borrowing water from me every day. And where would I get so much? I'd have no time for anything else. Since I drew my water from the space anyway, no cost, no effort, and could earn a good reputation from it too. Why not? That afternoon, I was drying medicinal herbs in the yard, gathered from the foot of the mountain, laid out to dry for later use. I hadn't gone into the mountains yet, but planned to make a bow and arrows. Getting a hunting rifle would be even better, and then head up. I had a lead on the bow and arrows too. There was a hunter in the village, and I planned to ask him for some ox sinew for the bowstring, then go up the mountain to cut timber and make a bow myself. This was bow and arrow making technique I'd gotten from a card draw yesterday. Lu Taiju came riding a bicycle from the east end of the village and skidded to a stop at my courtyard gate. "Dr. Fu." The new educated youths arrived. I set down the herbs and dusted myself off. "He's here?" "Where?" "At the educated youth quarters. Just got off the truck, filthy and disheveled, like he'd been robbed." Lu Taiju grinned with gleeful schadenfreude. Something stirred in my mind. "Rob, isn't that right?" Word is he got hit by a bag-slashing gang on the train, his luggage turned upside down, all the valuables gone. Only a few dozen yuan left that he'd hidden on his body. Lu Tieju's face showed a mix of sympathy and amusement. What rotten luck. First time out and running into something like that. No need to ask. I knew that this unlucky wretch was almost certainly Zhang Mingyuan. I poured a cup of water and handed it to him. "Which ones came?" "Just one, a guy, from the capital, named Zhang Mingyuan." "Didn't you come together?" "How come he arrived several days after you?" "Family matters delayed him." I brushed it off lightly. After a moment's thought, I decided to go take a look at the educated youth quarters. Not to watch Zhang Mingyuan's misfortune. Well, all right, a little bit of that. Mainly I wanted to get a read on the situation. Now that Zhang Mingyuan had arrived, there'd be no avoiding dealing with him going forward, so getting a look at his state ahead of time would give me something to go on. The educated youth quarters were at the east end of the village. By the time I arrived, a ring of people had already gathered in the yard. Zhang Mingyuan stood in the center of the yard, his luggage rolls scattered all over the ground beside him. Clothes, shoes, a wash basin, a tea mug flung everywhere. There was also a canvas travel bag slashed open with a big gash, its contents rummaged into a mess. His face was pale, his lips cracked, dark circles around his eyes, clearly several days without proper sleep. His white shirt was crumpled, the collar visibly stained with sweat, his trouser legs coated with dust, his leather shoes covered in mud spots. The whole man was in utter disarray, a completely different person from the clean, respectable figure he'd cut back in the capital. I'll say it one more time, my things were stolen. Zhang Mingyuan's voice was hoarse, edged with hysteria. Grain coupons, cloth coupons, money, clothes, all gone. Can't you help me file a police report? No one answered. The old educated youths stood off to the side, some watching the spectacle with arms crossed, some expressionlessly gathering up their own things, not one stepping forward to help. On the new educated youth's side, Lin Xiaoyan and Song Yulan stood together whispering, Sun Zhangwo standing nearby with a sour look too. Chen Zhangwo and Wang Daong stood on the other side, neither speaking, but the way they looked at Zhang Mingyuan carried an indescribable something. File a report? One of the old educated youths spoke up. That female educated youth from Shanghai, surnamed Zhou, named Zhou Min, wearing black-framed glasses with a heavy southern accent. File what report? The nearest police station is at the commune, 20 li from here. You go to report it, and they ask what you lost. What proof do you have? Zhang Mingyuan was stunned. What's more, Zhou Min pushed up her glasses. You were robbed on the train, and trains fall under railway police. You'd have to go to the county train station to file a report, not here. Zhang Mingyuan's face grew even worse. This was his first time traveling far. He was a stranger in an unfamiliar place and didn't even know which direction the county town was in, and they wanted him to go file a report at the train station? He couldn't even find the way. Then what do I do? His voice took on a sob. No one answered. Lu Dihao walked out from the back of the crowd, looked at the mess on the ground, and frowned. Don't panic. Things that are lost and can't be recovered. There's nothing to be done about that. But you've arrived, and that's what matters. The brigade will arrange lodging for you, and meals can be sorted out too. Get settled first, and take the rest slowly. Zhang Mingyuan looked up at him, his eyes red, his lips trembling a few times, and in the end only managed one sentence. Thank you, team leader. Lu Dihao had a few educated youths help gather up his scattered belongings, then cleared out an empty room for him to live in. Red Star Brigade's educated youth quarters were already crowded, 30-odd people living in 2 rows front and back, 4 to 6 per room, beds pressed against beds, hard even to turn around. The new arrivals had already moved in, leaving only a small north-facing room, dark and damp, its window paper torn. Zhang Mingyuan looked at that little room, his lips trembling harder, but in the end he gritted his teeth and said nothing. I stood at the courtyard gate, taking all of this in. I noticed that the way Song Yulan looked at Zhang Mingyuan was a bit unusual. That look wasn't sympathy, it was more like, how to put it, like sizing up a piece of merchandise. Lin Xiaoyan had no particular expression, just stood quietly beside Song Yulan, occasionally glancing at Zhang Mingyuan, then quickly looking away, as if thinking something over. Sun Zhangwo's face was the worst. From the capital to the train, he'd waited on Song Yulan hand and foot, and in the village too, he'd defended her at every turn. Yet Song Yulan had always been lukewarm toward him. And the moment Zhang Mingyuan arrived, Song Yulan's eyes had glued themselves to him. Sun Zhangwo wasn't stupid. He could see it. Interesting, I said silently in my heart. I didn't go into the yard. I turned and headed back. A few steps in, a voice came from behind. Comrade Fu. I turned. It was Chen Zhangwo. He wasn't tall, his skin dark, his eyes not big but full of spirit. He wore a blue work uniform washed pale, trouser legs rolled up to the calf, a pair of yellow rubber shoes on his feet. The whole man plain, even a bit rustic. But back on the train, I'd noticed him. He didn't talk much, but every time he spoke, he hit the point. Comrade Chun, something you need? I asked. He walked up to me, was silent a while, then spoke. Do you and Zhang Mingyuan know each other? I didn't deny it. You could say so. He nodded, didn't press, and changed the subject. Your clinic, are you short on hands? I was slightly taken aback. I don't mean anything by it, he explained. I just wanted to ask if you need help. Chopping wood, hauling water, cleaning. I can do all that work. No wages needed, just a meal will do. I looked at him, in no rush to agree. He added, I know you don't lack for help, but I need a place to be. The educated youth quarters are too noisy. I can't stand it there. The words were very down to earth. I thought it over and nodded. All right, come over each evening to help, and I'll give you a meal. Thanks. With that, he turned and left. I watched his retreating figure, deep in thought. This one was no simple fellow. The second day Chen Zhangwo came to help, I noticed some interesting things. He worked deftly, not a put-on deftness, but the kind only someone genuinely used to labor has. Chopping wood, the axe fell with precision. One stroke and the log split evenly down the middle, not off by a hair. Hauling water, The carrying pole rested steady, the buckets neither swaying nor spilling as he walked. When I had him help tend the fire while cooking, he judged the timing of adding wood just right, keeping the flame steady, neither too fierce nor going out. An ordinary city-educated youth wouldn't have these skills. But I didn't ask. Everyone has their own secrets, just like me. For the first 3 days at Red Star Brigade, Zhang Mingyuan barely stepped out of the educated youth quarters. He hid in that dark, damp little room, coming out only for meals, and the rest of the time curled up on the bed staring blankly. Song Yulan came to see him twice, the first time bringing 2 eggs, the second a pair of cotton socks. Zhang Mingyuan accepted them but didn't say much. It wasn't that he was aloof, he genuinely didn't know what to say. All his life, he'd been the one taken care of. At the Zhang household, Zhou Shiyi doted on him like the apple of her eye, and Zhang Huayuan, though stern, granted his every request. He'd never imagined that one day he'd sink to this state, his luggage stolen, penniless, living in a rundown room, without even a soul to talk to. He wanted to phone Zhou Shiyi, but there was no phone at the quarters. The nearest was at the commune, 20 li away. He wanted to write a letter, but couldn't even afford a stamp. All that was left in his pocket was 40-some yuan, hidden on his body and not stolen. Zhou Shiyi had sewn it into his underwear, or it would have been gone too. But what could 40-some yuan do? Stamps, daily necessities, clothes, shoes. Which of them didn't cost money? He began to regret. Regretting he hadn't treated me a bit better back then. Regretting he hadn't left himself a way out in the capital. But what use was regret? Time doesn't run backward. The past was gone, never to return. On the 4th day, Zhang Mingyuan finally came out of the little room. Not because he wanted to. Lu Dihao had someone call him to work. You came to the countryside to labor, not to enjoy the good life. Lu Dihao's tone wasn't harsh, but it brooked no argument. Today you go to the 3rd production team and turn soil with the veteran commune members. Not knowing how doesn't matter. Follow along and learn. Zhang Mingyuan opened his mouth, wanting to say, I don't know how to turn soil, but swallowed the words. There was too much he didn't know how to do. Didn't know how to light a fire, cook, wash clothes, farm, or carry water with a shoulder pole. All his life he'd hardly washed a bowl a handful of times. But no one was going to do these things for him. From today on, he had to learn them himself. Zhang Mingyuan shouldered a hoe and followed the 3rd production team's commune members into the field. The June sun was vicious, baking scalps numb. The soil in the field was sun-baked hard and dry. When the hoe dug in, the shock left the base of his thumb tingling. Zhang Mingyuan worked less than half an hour before 2 blisters formed on his hand. Another half hour and the blisters burst, blood and sweat mixing together, the pain making him hiss. The veteran commune member beside him glanced over, said nothing, took a piece of old cloth from his pocket, and handed it to him. Wrap it up, or it'll hurt worse tomorrow. Zhang Mingyuan took the cloth and clumsily wound it around his hand, his eyes red, but he held back the tears. He couldn't cry. Crying would earn him no one's pity anyway. When work let out that evening, Zhang Mingyuan dragged his exhausted body back to the educated youth quarters, only to find his towel gone and his soap gone too. He asked all around. No one admitted to it. Lin Xiaoyan passed by, glanced at him, seemed about to speak, but in the end said nothing and walked off with her head down. Song Yulan didn't come to see him that day. Zhang Mingyuan stood in the yard, watching the setting sun sink bit by bit. The clouds on the horizon dyed dark red, like congealed blood. He suddenly thought of me. Back in the capital, during the half-month I'd stayed at the Zhang household, he'd never given me a proper glance. In his eyes I was nothing but a country bumpkin, nothing but someone who'd gotten lucky, born to the right womb. But now, I was the brigade's barefoot doctor, living in a private room, with my own yard, no need to work the fields, respected by others. And he, Zhang Mingyuan, was filthy and disheveled, both hands blistered, unable even to hold on to a towel. Heaven above, it wasn't fair. The babies had already been switched. Why not see it through to the end? Why did he have to come here and suffer? But what Zhang Mingyuan didn't know was that heaven had never promised fairness. What it could give you, it could also take back. What you owed others, you'd have to repay sooner or later. I sat in the clinic yard, brewed a pot of tea with spirit spring water, and sipped it slowly. The tea was nothing special, the most ordinary jasmine tea from the co-op. But brewed with spirit spring water, the aroma hit the nose, sweet on the aftertaste, better than the preaching Ming Long Jing from the high-end tea shops in the capital. I took a sip and looked up at the stars. I should get myself some flower tea, and wild tea too. Maybe transplant a few tea trees and water them with spirit spring. Then would I ever run short of tea? The nights at Red Star Brigade had far more stars than the capital, densely spread across the sky, as if someone had spilled a bowl of broken silver. I wonder how Zhang Mingyuan's been getting on these past few days. I murmured to myself. How many things got stolen? Does it pain him? Can he sleep at night? There was a trace of a smile as I said this. Not gloating, a kind of clear-eyed calm, having seen through it all. Whether Zhang Mingyuan fared well or not had nothing to do with me. What I needed to do was live my own life well. As for him, the debt that fellow owed was far more than just a few stolen pieces of luggage. There was plenty of time ahead, we'd see. I just wonder how much longer you can hold out. Better not come looking for me. On his 5th day at Red Star Brigade, Zhang Mingyuan finally broke down. Not physically, though the blisters on his hands had burst 3 times, scabbed over then rubbed raw again, hurting so much he tossed and turned at night, unable to sleep. And not in terms of living conditions, though his towel and soap had been taken and he could only splash some well water on his face. It was mentally. That pent-up frustration, bottled up for 5 days, finally couldn't be contained. Why? The question had been circling in his head since the first day he worked the field, buzzing like a fly. Couldn't be shooed away, couldn't be dispelled. Why should he have to go down to the countryside? He was the one who'd been switched at birth, the innocent one, raised in the city since childhood, never having set foot in the countryside. Why should he suffer this hardship? Even if someone had to go, it should have been me alone. Hadn't I grown up in the countryside? Hadn't I worked the field since I was small? Wasn't I unafraid of hardship? Then send me to the construction corps, to the frontier, to the hardest, most grueling place. Why should Zhang Mingyuan have to come too? And then there was me, that so-called biological son, that country boy who'd taken his place in the Zhang household. Zhang Mingyuan had been here 5 days and hadn't seen me once. The first day he'd assumed no one had told me. The second day he'd assumed I was busy. The third day he'd assumed I'd gone down to work in another production team. On the 4th day, he couldn't hold back and asked an old educated youth in the next room. Fu Nanzhou? You mean Dr. Fu? The old educated youth was darning a sock, not even lifting his head. He's at the clinic. You don't have to work the fields, so of course you don't see him. Zhang Mingyuan was stunned. Doesn't have to work the fields? That's right. He's the barefoot doctor, treats folks in the village. Doesn't work the fields, still earns his work points, and lives in a private room too. The old educated youth looked up at him, an indescribable something in his eyes. Didn't you two come together from the capital? You didn't know? Zhang Mingyuan didn't know. He didn't know anything. All he knew was that he'd been hacking at soil in the fields for 4 days, his hands covered in blisters, his back aching like it would break, without even a clean towel. While I sat in the clinic, sheltered from wind and rain, comfortably living my quiet little life. It's not fair. He clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms. He remembered what Zhang Huayuan had said before leaving. When you get to Red Star Brigade, if anything comes up, go find Fu Nanzhou. He grew up in the countryside and knows the lay of things. You're a stranger in a strange place, so let him take care of you. He's strong. Give all the heavy, tiring work to him. The tone had been so matter-of-fact, as if my taking care of Zhang Mingyuan were the most natural thing in the world. Now he'd worked it out. Fu Nanzhou owed him. Fu Nanzhou had stolen his place in the Zhang household, dragging him down to this state, forcing him to suffer in the countryside. So Fu Nanzhou should take care of me. It's what I deserve. I should give him the clinic to live in, should work the fields in his place, should wait on him hand and foot. The more Zhang Mingyuan thought about it, the angrier he got, and the angrier he got, the more he felt he was in the right. He didn't even eat lunch. Under the blazing sun, he walked all the way from the educated youth quarters to the clinic at the west end of the village. I was sitting in the shade of the old scholar tree, several flat baskets laid out before me, spread with honeysuckle, dandelion, plantain, and mugwort, picking through them stalk by stalk, separating good from bad, unhurried. At my feet, tea steeped in an enamel mug, still steaming. Fu Nanzhou. Zhang Mingyuan shoved the courtyard gate open and strode in, his voice shrill and sharp, startling the sparrows off the branches. I looked up at him, my expression unchanged, a faint smile still at the corner of my mouth. Oh, little brother Mingyuan, you've come? Who's your little brother Mingyuan? He stood before me, chest heaving violently, face flushed red. I'm asking you, why don't you have to work the fields? I set down the herbs, picked up my tea mug, and took a sip, unhurried. I'm the barefoot doctor. I don't work the fields. The brigade leader arranged it. If you've got a problem, take it up with him. You. He choked, took a deep breath, and shifted his angle. Dad said when he came, he told you to take care of me. You're sitting pretty in the clinic while I'm working myself to death in the fields. Is this how you take care of me? I put down the tea mug and looked at him, my gaze as still as a pool of stagnant water. Just looking at him like that, saying nothing, the smile still at my lips but not reaching my eyes. The look made him uneasy, but anger had the upper hand. He craned his neck and waited for my answer. After a good long while, I finally spoke, slow and leisurely, as if making small talk. Little brother Mingyuan, are you sure you want to say our relationship out loud? He froze. I picked up a stalk of honeysuckle and twirled it in my hand, my tone as casual as if discussing the weather. It makes no difference to me. Everyone knows I'm the son of the Zhang family from the capital, anyway. But you? Are you sure you want the people of Red Star Brigade to know that you're the one who got switched with me for 16 years? The fake young master who enjoyed 16 years of good living in the Zhang household. Zhang Mingyuan's face went white in an instant. You tell me. If everyone found out. I dropped the honeysuckle into the basket and clapped the dust off my hands, my expression turning playful, with a trace of a dangerous smile. How would they see you? A fake young master who enjoyed 16 years of good living in the city, now running back to fight the real young master for turf? You think they'd side with you or with me? I knew those people wouldn't pity me. They'd envy Zhang Mingyuan's experience. Someone who should have been a country bumpkin had, by a twist of fate, become the child of a cadre. The real son had been found, yet he hadn't been driven out. Instead, he'd even won the cadre's favor. That kind of good fortune would make people jealous, and would in turn make them sympathize with me. And what Zhang Mingyuan feared most was letting others know he was the fake. He wasn't the real young master, only the false one. That word false was his greatest taboo. His lips trembled, and he couldn't get out a single word. I stood up and took 2 steps forward, closing in on him. I was half a head taller than him, and the look in my downturned eyes held no anger, no threat, no emotion at all. It was precisely this calm that made him feel fear to his very bones. Think it over carefully. My voice was soft as a whisper, but every word stabbed into his ears like a needle. Who is your biological father? Who is your biological brother? Where are they now? What are they doing? Zhang Mingyuan's pupils contracted sharply. His biological father Fu Dihao, his biological mother Wang Guilan, his biological elder brother Fu Jianbao. He didn't dare imagine their fate. But he knew in his heart that once his background came out, he wouldn't be able to hold his head up, not just at Red Star Brigade, but anywhere in the entire Northeast. By then, forget being taken care of. Not getting driven out would be a stroke of luck. So, I stepped back, sat back down in the chair, picked up the tea mug, my tone returning to nonchalance. Are you sure you still want me to take care of you? Zhang Mingyuan stood rooted in place, his face ghastly pale, his lips moving, but in the end not a single word came out. He turned and all but fled the courtyard. As he ran out the gate, he nearly crashed into someone. It was Song Yulan. At some unknown moment, she'd taken up position at the courtyard gate, a bowl in her hands holding 2 cornmeal buns, as if she'd come to pay a visit. But the spot she'd chosen was too clever, right at the side of the gate, where she could hear the conversation inside without being spotted at a glance. Zhang Mingyuan shot her a hurried glance, and without time to think it over, ran off with his head down. Song Yulan stood at the gate holding the bowl, her eyes flickering. She'd come to the clinic ostensibly to deliver the cornmeal buns, but in truth to see me, cozy up, and gather intelligence. Ever since that day Zhang Mingyuan first arrived and I'd stood at the courtyard gate, glanced over, then turned and left, she'd felt there was something between the two of us. Both from the capital, one living in the educated youth quarters, the other in the clinic. One working the fields, the other exempt. One surnamed Zhang, the other Fu, and both from the same place. Surely there was some connection? A woman's intuition told her there was definitely a story here. So when she'd heard Zhang Mingyuan storming off toward the clinic, she'd immediately followed with the bowl in hand. When she arrived, she'd heard exactly that line. Dad said when he came, he told you to take care of me. Dad. Zhang Mingyuan's dad and my dad were the same person? Her heart raced, and then she'd heard what followed. The fake young master, switched for 16 years of good living in the city. And that unfinished line, who is your biological father? Who is your biological brother? I hadn't finished, but Song Yulan had already guessed most of it. In those years, if a family had both a father and a son who'd been, she didn't dare think further. But the look in her eyes had changed. Before, she'd seen Zhang Mingyuan as a well-qualified prospect, from the capital, refined and cultured, clearly educated, from a family in decent circumstances. His luggage had been stolen, but the foundation was still there. But now, if there really was a problem with his background, then he was a time bomb, liable to go off at any moment. Song Yulan hesitated a few seconds, then walked in anyway, bowl in hand. Dr. Fu, she said, piling a smile onto her face, setting the cornmeal buns down in front of me. I steamed too many, so I brought a couple for you to try. I glanced at her and smiled. Thanks, Comrade Song. But no need. Take them back and eat them yourself. A couple of cornmeal buns, and she thought she could buy my favor? She was thinking a little too optimistically. As for what she'd just overheard, that was deliberate on my part. I rather wanted to watch the show. Song Yulan had first taken a liking to Zhang Mingyuan, and now that she knew the details, what would she do next? Would she keep approaching him for his qualifications, or something else? Zhang Mingyuan was a scheming piece of work too, sharp in the head. No one could get one over on him. If Song Yulan wanted to profit off him, there was only one way: marry him. She bit her lip, holding the bowl, somewhat caught in an awkward spot, her gaze sweeping around the yard. Herbs, tea mug, flat baskets, the old scholar tree, everything perfectly normal. But she couldn't shake the feeling that I was far more complicated than she'd imagined. Dr. Fu, I just saw Zhang Mingyuan run out of your place. What's wrong with him? Is he not feeling well? It's nothing. I picked up the tea mug and took a sip. He's just got something choking him up inside. A little running around and he'll be fine. Still trying to fish for information? I gave her an amused glance and lowered my head, saying no more. Song Yulan smiled, didn't ask again, and turned to leave with the bowl. Though I hadn't accepted it, her goal had been achieved. It's just how to choose going forward. That still needs careful thought. The moment she stepped out the gate, her pace slowed. She needed to reassess the situation. Zhang Mingyuan, was he really worth the effort? Meanwhile, back at the educated youth quarters, Sun Jiangwo sat on his bed, a well-worn novel in his hands, unable to take in a single word. He'd seen Song Yulan head out with a bowl toward the west end of the village. The only thing at the west end was the clinic. She'd gone to find Fu Nanzhou, or maybe to find Zhang Mingyuan, who'd gone that way. He'd seen Zhang Mingyuan head out too, in the exact direction of the clinic. Sun Jiangwo frowned, tossed the novel aside, and sat up from the bed. He'd been chasing Song Yulan for years, since middle school, at least 5 or 6 years by now. She'd been lukewarm toward him, neither distant nor close, sometimes giving a little hope, sometimes pushing him away. He'd thought that in this strange, unfamiliar place in the countryside, with no one else around her, surely it would finally be his turn. But then along came Zhang Mingyuan, from the capital, fair and clean, better dressed and better looking than him. Song Yulan's eyes had glued themselves to him at once. Sun Jiangwo wasn't stupid. He could see it. But he wasn't willing to accept it. He'd chased her all these years, spent so much thought, so much money. Why should he lose to a fresh-faced newcomer? But what could he do? Song Yulan's heart wasn't on him. Even if he tore out his own heart, she wouldn't spare it a second glance. Sun Jiangwo buried his face in his hands and let out a long sigh. It wasn't that he'd never thought of giving up. He just couldn't. After all these years, Song Yulan had become a kind of obsession in his life. Not getting her would leave him bitter for the rest of his days. On the other side, after Zhang Mingyuan fled the clinic, he didn't go straight back to the educated youth quarters. He didn't know how to face those people. As he'd run out of my yard, his mind had gone blank, knowing only that he couldn't stay at Red Star Brigade any longer. He wanted to go back to the capital, back to the Zhang household, back to that house with heating, back to the place where someone took care of him. But how could he go back? No money for a train ticket, no face to call Zhang Huaiyuan, and even less courage to let anyone know his true identity. He ran to the small grove behind the village, unable to stop his feet, and took a tumble. Climbing back up, he crouched under a big tree, hugging his knees, burying his face in the crook of his arm, his shoulders heaving, yet not making a single sound. He didn't cry. He hadn't cried in many years. But in that moment, he truly wanted to. He couldn't understand how things had come to this. He'd been switched at birth for 16 years. He'd had such a good life in the Zhang household. He'd assumed he'd live that way for the rest of his life. How had a Fu Nanzhou suddenly appeared? How had he suddenly been sent to the countryside? How had he suddenly lost everything? Why did heaven have to play this kind of joke on me? 16 years of good living, then wiped clean in a single stroke, taken back with interest. Isn't this just toying with people? Zhang Mingyuan crouched under the tree until the sun sank westward, then slowly stood up and limped back to the educated youth quarters. As he left, he didn't notice that on the hillside behind him, someone was watching him. It was me. After he'd fled the clinic, I'd sat a while, then gotten up and come over. I didn't much want to eat what Song Yulan had brought. That woman gave me a bad feeling, too calculating. A calculating woman was often the most dangerous kind. For everything, fate quietly sets a price. Take 2 cornmeal buns today, and tomorrow you might have to pay back 200 white flour steamed buns. I understood these truths deeply. I gathered up the herbs in the flat baskets, took a back basket, and prepared to head up the mountain. It had been nearly a week since I'd come to Red Star Brigade, and I'd only wandered around the foot of the mountain. I hadn't truly gone up yet. I needed some herbs that only grew on the mountain, and a good piece of wood to make a bow. I left the village and walked up along the mountain path. The mountain behind Red Star Brigade was called Green Rock Ridge, not high, but rolling and continuous, stretching all the way to the deep mountains in the distance. At the foot were low shrubs and wild grass. The higher I climbed, the denser the trees. I made my way up the mountain, searching for herbs as I went. Green Rock Ridge had far richer medicinal plants than I'd imagined. In less than an hour of walking, I'd gathered half a back basket, Buplurum, Scutularia, Atractylodes, Siler, and several fine specimens of Astragalus. I was crouched digging up an Astragalus root when, out of the corner of my eye, I spotted a straight length of wood nearby. About 2 fingers thick and over a meter long, straight through, With no extra branches, it's grained fine and tightly packed. Prime material for making a bow. My eyes lit up, and I walked over for a closer look. It was Cudrania wood. Cudrania was one of the best materials for making a traditional bow, hard, with good elasticity, resistant to warping. In ancient times, it was called the king of woods. Bows made from it had long range and powerful force, the most prized bow wood among hunters. Not bad luck at all. I took the saw out of my back basket, carefully sawed off the Cudrania, trimmed away the branches and leaves, and stowed it in the basket. One length wasn't enough. Selecting wood for a bow sometimes failed, so I needed to prepare several. I circled around nearby and found 2 more lengths of Cudrania and one of scholar tree wood, gathering them all into the basket. Having collected the wood, I didn't rush back down. I kept climbing. I hadn't gathered enough herbs yet, and I wanted to see what the depths of Green Rock Ridge looked like. After about half an hour of walking, I suddenly stopped. I'd heard a sound, a rustling, like someone rummaging around in the underbrush. Not gathering herbs. Someone gathering herbs wouldn't be so cautious. I frowned and looked around, fixed on a big scholar tree with dense foliage, and climbed up in a few quick moves, hiding in the canopy, parting the branches to look in the direction of the sound. About 50 meters off, on the hillside, there was a person. Old gray-blue clothes, a straw hat pulled low on the head, the brim so low I couldn't see the face. He was crouched in the underbrush, poking at the ground with something in his hand, as if searching for something. But the manner was strange. Not gathering herbs, not digging wild vegetables. Someone gathering herbs would dig up the whole root. Someone digging wild vegetables would pinch off the leaves. He was turning over the soil, as if searching for something buried underground. I looked him over from head to toe. Lean build, medium height, movements nimble but not showy, clearly deliberately keeping his body low. This person wasn't from Red Star Brigade. I'd seen just about all the villagers, and not one matched. I didn't know if he was from the educated youth quarters, but his movements were too practiced, unlike a student from the city. I memorized his face, square face, high cheekbones, a mole on the chin, half of the little finger on his left hand missing. I quietly slid down from the tree without alerting him and took a side path around to the other side of the mountain. It wasn't that I was afraid of trouble, I just didn't want to tip my hand. This person's appearance at Green Rock Ridge definitely had a purpose. I didn't want to get involved, but I didn't want to be completely in the dark either. Knowing that such a person existed was enough. I gathered enough herbs, circled around by a stream, and knocked down 2 wild hares with stones. My aim was good. 2 stones flew, and 2 hares dropped to the ground. Weighing them in my hand, the 2 together came to at least 5 or 6 caddies, enough for several meals. I stowed the hares in my space, shouldered the herbs, hoisted the wood, and headed down the mountain humming a tune. I'd just reached the village entrance when I saw the brigade leader, Lou Dehao, standing at the clinic door with 2 other people beside him. One was a middle-aged man in his 40s, in a blue work uniform and black cloth shoes, carrying a canvas tool bag. The other was a young man in his 20s, shouldering a shovel, with a coil of rope tucked at his waist. Nanjo, Lou Dehao spotted me from a distance and waved. "You're finally back? I've been waiting the better part of the day." I quickened my pace over. "Brigade leader, Isn't this what you brought up with me last time? Said the clinic's water situation was inconvenient and you wanted to dig a well." Lou Dehao pointed at the middle-aged man. "This is Master Wong from the neighboring commune. His well-digging skills are the best in these parts. And this is his apprentice, Little Lee." I remembered now. I'd mentioned digging a well to Lou Dehao last time. I hadn't expected him to actually take it to heart. "Good day, Master Wong." "Good day, Comrade Lee." I greeted them with a smile, set down my back basket, went inside, and poured 3 bowls of water to bring out. Master Wong took a sip and smacked his lips. "This water's sweet. Is the well water at your Red Star Brigade this good?" "This is mountain spring water. I fetched it from up the mountain," I said with a smile. "The clinic uses the village well water right now. It's salty, doesn't taste good. So I want to dig a well, see if we can strike sweet water." Master Wong nodded, walked a circuit around the yard, then went outside the courtyard wall to study the terrain, pacing off the distances. "The spot works." He walked back. "There should be an underground stream beneath your yard. Dig down 7 or 8 meters, and you'll hit water. But for sweet water, you'll need to go deeper, at least 15 meters. Then let's dig 15. Master Wong nodded and began tallying it up, labor, materials, tools, plus his and Little Lee's wages, and quoted a figure. I listened, nodded, pulled the money from my pocket, and made to pay right then and there. Lou Dehao quickly stopped me. "Nanjo, what's the rush, kid? No harm in paying after the well's done." "It's fine, brigade leader." I smiled. "I'm not short on this bit of money." My tone was casual, as if remarking on nice weather. Lou Dehao was taken aback, and Master Wong looked at me with some surprise too. In those years, most educated youths had tight pockets. A few yuan of spending money a month was considered decent. The cost of digging a well was enough for an ordinary educated youth to save up over several years. My mom and dad send me 20 yuan every month, I said with a smile. They were afraid I'd suffer in the countryside, so they send a little extra. Ludi Hao said nothing, just patted my shoulder, his face showing relief. He knew my biological parents were cadres in the capital, a cadre family. 20 yuan a month was nothing much. But Master Wang and little Li beside him didn't know any of this. The two exchanged glances, envy in their eyes. 20 yuan of pocket money a month was more than what they earned digging wells. That was the kind of treatment city folks got. I paid the money and worked out the timing and plan for the well with Master Wang. Once settled, Lu Dihao took them to the brigade headquarters to register, and I saw them off at the courtyard gate. What I didn't know was that someone had heard every word just now. Zhang Mingyuan stood at the corner of the clinic's courtyard wall, his back against the earthen wall, fists clenched so tight the knuckles cracked. He hadn't come to find me. He'd come for the bowl that the 2 cornmeal buns had been left in, the bowl Song Yulan had brought over. He didn't know I'd never accepted them. He assumed I had. He was a little hungry, short on his own grain rations, and wanted to sneak it away to eat. But he didn't want to see me, so he stood at the corner for a good while, hesitating over whether to go in. And then he'd heard my voice. My mom and dad send me 20 yuan every month. Mom and dad, 20 yuan a month. Zhang Mingyuan's nails dug into his palms. He thought of his time at the Zhang household, when Zhou Shuyi gave him 5 yuan of pocket money a month, with clothes, shoes, and books all accounted separately, never letting him go without. But now, only 40-some yuan left in his pocket. Not enough to buy so much as a stamp once he'd gotten everything he needed. He planned to write Zhang Huayuan a letter, but until then, times were tight. He didn't even dare think about whether Zhang Huayuan and Zhou Shuyi had already given up on him. In the capital, he'd been the Zhang family's precious son. Whatever he wanted, he got, and no one dared give him a hard look. But now, he crouched outside someone else's courtyard wall, without even the courage to go in and grab a bowl. Meanwhile, this country bumpkin from the countryside wore new clothes, lived in a private room, drank tea, and got 20 yuan of spending money every month. Heaven above, how on earth was any of this fair? Zhang Mingyuan didn't know that I'd spotted him long ago. The moment that half a shoe poked out from the corner of the wall, I knew. But I didn't call him out. If he wanted to stand outside, I'd let him stand. Listen if you want, get angry if you want. If he wrecked his own health over it, what was that to me? I went back into the yard, took out 2 white flour steamed buns, and started eating. Zhang Mingyuan, outside, saw it and ground his teeth. I acted as if I hadn't heard, hadn't seen, chewing slowly and deliberately. The steamed buns were soft and fluffy, and their faint milky aroma drifted out, making his stomach growl. I spread out the herbs I'd gathered and set them in a well-ventilated spot to dry. Then I took out those lengths of Cudranea wood, examined them carefully, shaved off the bark, scraped away the extra knots, bound them with cloth strips, and stored them under the eaves to dry in the shade. Making a bow and arrows took a long cycle, from selecting materials to a finished product, at least several months. The drying, sanding, and stringing of the bow body. Not a single step could be careless, and none of it could be rushed. No hurry, I said to myself. I'm not in a rush to use it anyway. Now I had the spirit spring, the portable farm, and enough money and supplies. Life went along at an easy pace, just right. As for Zhang Mingyuan, I glanced at the now empty spot at the corner of the wall, and the corner of my mouth curved up slightly. That fellow wouldn't be able to thrash around much longer. Not because of anything he'd do, but because he was trouble incarnate. Wherever he went, trouble followed. And all I had to do was stand off to the side and watch him dig his own grave. No need to lift a finger, no need to trouble myself, not even a need to use my brain. Just watch. I brewed a cup of fresh tea, lay down under the old scholar tree, and closed my eyes. Cicadas droned from beyond the courtyard wall, exactly like summer in the suburbs of the capital. But I knew this summer, and that one in the capital's suburbs, were now completely different. Zhang Mingyuan's future, I could see that clearly too. Zhang Huayan, I just wonder, if you knew the darling you dote on was living such a hard life out here, what would you think? So interesting. I really want to know. For someone who lives to watch the show, not knowing the outcome really does make you itch with curiosity. Over the next few days, my life was regular and full. Every morning I got up, boiled a pot of congee with spirit spring water, sipped it slowly, then took out the herbs to dry in the sun, slicing what needed slicing, pounding what needed pounding, drying what needed drying. The clinic wasn't big, but I kept it neat and orderly. The consultation table and chairs were wiped spotless, the bottles and jars in the pharmacy arranged tidily, each herb labeled with its name and properties. When villagers came for treatment, whether for a fever and headache or a bump or bruise, I diagnosed and treated them with care, prescribing medicine where needed, doing acupuncture where needed. Some old folks said, Dr. Fu's hands are so gentle, even his needles don't hurt. Some children said, "The pills Dr. Fu gives are sweet." Some women said, "Dr. Fu doesn't mind the dirt or the stink when he treats you. He's even kinder than the doctors at the commune health center." Little by little, my reputation at Red Star Brigade grew. Ludi Hao was very pleased. Privately, he told his wife, "That educated youth, I didn't misjudge him back then. Capable, no fuss, a man who can get things done." His wife pursed her lips. "Aren't you just taken with the cigarettes he gives you? And that he can treat illness, saving you trips to the commune?" Ludi Hao chuckled. "That's a skill too. It's already good enough if the other educated youths don't make trouble for me. Who else could do all this for me?" That was the truth. Red Star Brigade had gone through 3 barefoot doctors. The first 2 were villagers, mediocre skills, plenty of heirs, forever sending people off to the commune health center. The third had at least been serious, but unfortunately she'd married into another county after just half a year. I was the 4th, the youngest, and the most reliable. Over these days I went up the mountain twice more, each time paying special attention to that mysterious figure. The first time I didn't see the man. I roamed the mountain for the better part of a day, gathered half a back basket of herbs, and bagged 2 pheasants to bring back. The second time I saw him again. Still the same old gray-blue clothes, the same straw hat pulled low. This time it was closer, about 30 meters. I got a clear look at the tool in his hand. Not a hoe or sickle, but a short-handled small shovel, its blade heavily worn, clearly used for a long time. The man crouched behind a thicket of shrubs, still rummaging around in that same cautious manner. I noticed the spot he was digging wasn't chosen at random. That patch of shrubs grew especially thick, and the terrain was unusual too, like a place where someone had once lived. On the ground you could faintly make out broken bricks and shattered tiles, and half of a stone foundation buried in the soil. Someone used to live here? I made a mental note of the location. I didn't approach, silently circling away. It wasn't that I was afraid of him. I just didn't want to tip my hand. This person's coming to Green Rock Ridge definitely wasn't about gathering herbs or hunting. He was searching for something. And he was very careful. He always came when there was no one on the mountain, and chose concealed routes. I didn't go to the educated youth quarters to check his identity. If he really was an educated youth living there, I'd run into him sooner or later. If not, then he wasn't at Red Star Brigade at all, and checking would turn up nothing. Better to leave it alone. He'd look for what he wanted. I'd gather what I wanted. No concern of each other's. I just kept a little extra alertness each time I went up the mountain. The third time up, I made a point of going in the direction of the educated youth quarters and took a look from a distance. A few educated youths were at the entrance drawing water and washing clothes. All faces I'd seen, and not one matched. Not an educated youth. I had some idea now, but wasn't certain. There were 30-some educated youths, and I hadn't seen all of them yet. I kept the matter to myself and said nothing. That morning, I got up as usual, boiled congee, and drank it slowly, and was just about to head to the yard to turn the herbs when I suddenly felt a stir in the depths of my consciousness. The myriad phenomena card was flickering. Not the pale glow of a routine draw, but a golden, flowing light, as if something special was about to emerge. I closed my eyes and sank my consciousness into the space. The card hovered spinning in the center, the golden light thickening with each rotation. A tremendous twist of fate has been detected. A special draw is awarded. Another twist of fate. The last time I'd gotten this prompt was when I'd drawn the portable farm, right when my biological parents had come to the village to fetch me, a major turning point in my fate. What was it this time? I thought about it and couldn't figure it out. Zhang Mingyuan coming to Red Star Brigade? Did that count as a twist of fate? It didn't seem so. I'd known about his affairs long ago, but knowing didn't mean fate wouldn't twist. Me becoming the barefoot doctor? That wasn't impossible either. At least I didn't have to work the fields anymore. Discovering that mysterious person? That counted even less. What did it have to do with me? Whatever, I shook my head. It's free. Only a fool would turn down free. Draw. The card spun faster and faster, the golden light growing brighter, until at its peak it abruptly stopped. A pillar of light shot up into the sky, and within it a miniature landscape slowly took shape. A plot of land, not large, an acre or two by the look of it. Wooden fencing stood around it, enclosing it in a neat ring. On one side was a stone-built feed trough, on the other several wooden cages of varying sizes, ingeniously constructed. There was also a small shed, with hay and a few bundles of fodder stacked beneath it. Congratulations, you've drawn the portable livestock pen. Can raise 100 head of large livestock or 200 to 500 head of small to medium livestock. The pen comes with automatic feed troughs, a watering system, and a waste cleaning system. Livestock grow at roughly 3 times the outside rate, with meat quality and flavor improved by 50%. I stared at the livestock pen, my eyes going wide as saucers. A livestock pen? Before this I'd had the portable farm, where I could grow vegetables, grain, and fruit. Now came a portable livestock pen, where I could raise animals. This is telling me to go into animal husbandry. I murmured, the corner of my mouth slowly stretching into a grin, bearing a row of white teeth. Isn't this basically telling me to raise every edible thing there is before the criminal law comes out? In my past life, I'd heard a saying, Northeastern food isn't tasty because all the tasty Northeastern dishes got written into the criminal law. Things like bear paw, deer antler velvet, roe deer meat, wild boar meat, hazel grouse. All these good things became protected animals in later generations, and one bite could land you a few years behind bars. But what era was this now? The 60s. The criminal law hadn't come out yet. Wild animals hadn't been placed on the protected list yet, which meant that right now, I could eat whatever I wanted, as long as I could catch it and raise it. Now this suits me just fine. I looked at the livestock pen, eyes gleaming. The pen was big. It could hold 100 head of large livestock, or 200 to 500 small to medium ones. What did that mean? Raise 100 deer, or 200 roe deer, or 300 wild hares, or 500 pheasants. Enough to eat for a lifetime. But it's still empty for now. I stroked my chin. I'll have to figure out a way to bring some live ones back. Live wild animals weren't easy to catch, but I had the space, the spirit spring, and the bow and arrows. The bow was still being made, but it'd be ready soon. Once the bow's done, I'll take a turn up the mountain and see if I can catch some alive. I withdrew from the space in high spirits, humming a tune as I went to the yard to turn the herbs. Halfway through, I suddenly remembered the bow and arrows. Those lengths of Cudrania would have been drying under the eaves for several days. The moisture had mostly evaporated, so I could begin the work. I set down the herbs, brought over the Cudrania, and sanded it carefully. Making a traditional bow was a complex process with high technical demands: material selection, shade drying, shaping the blank, sanding, stringing, tuning. Not a single step could be careless. I followed the methods in the bow and arrow crafting techniques I'd drawn, step by step. First, I whittled the Cudrania into the shape of a bow blank, wide and thick in the middle, tapering toward both ends. Then sanded it over and over with sandpaper until it was smooth as a mirror, without a single burr. Once the blank was done, I drilled holes in the center to secure the bowstring. For the string, I traded an old hunter in the village for a length of prime ox sinew. Good toughness, not easily broken. I soaked the sinew in water for a whole day and kneaded it hard until it was soft and elastic. Then braided it into a string and tied the two ends to the top and bottom of the bow blank. The last step was tuning. Once the bow was done, I drew it and released the string over and over, letting the bow body gradually adapt to the tension. This process couldn't be rushed. Draw too hard, and the bow would snap. Draw too lightly, and there'd be no power. I drew it dozens of times a day, each time using a little more strength than the last. I also sanded the arrows. Over 100 of them, each whittled from hardwood, the heads wrapped in sheet iron, the tails glued with feathers. The arrows didn't need to be too refined, but I needed quantity. Over 100 would last a good while. While crafting, I also practiced archery. I set up a target in the corner of the yard, tied together a straw man with straw rope, and practiced dozens of shots a day. At first, 3 hits out of 10 was doing well. After a few days of practice, 5 or 6 out of 10. A few days more, 7 or 8 out of 10. And I could even control where they landed. Aim for the head, hit the head. Aim for the chest, hit the chest. Rapid progress. I was quite satisfied with my own capacity for learning. Though I had no master to teach me, the hand-eye coordination I'd honed doing surgery in my past life, combined with the basic archery skills that came with the bowcrafting technique, meant I picked it up far faster than an ordinary person. And I had the spirit spring too. Though it couldn't directly boost physical fitness, drinking it long-term brought subtle improvements to eyesight, strength, and reaction speed. Over these days, Zhang Mingyuan hadn't come looking for me. Occasionally, I'd run into him in the village. I'd glance at him from a distance and then withdraw my gaze. His condition was visibly wretched. Sallow face, dark circles under his eyes, lips cracked and peeling, the whole of him like an eggplant hit by frost. His white shirt was hopelessly wrinkled, his pant legs covered in mud spots, his leather shoes caked with hard dried mud, one shoelace broken and tied with straw rope. He walked with his head down, not looking at anyone, not speaking, like a walking corpse. The people at the educated youth quarters gossiped privately, saying Zhang Mingyuan hadn't been eating much these past days, gnawing on 2 cornmeal buns and a bowl of thin congee each day, then lying on his bed in a daze. Some said he was homesick, some said the labor had broken him, some said he'd been scared witless. I knew it was all of the above, and yet none of them entirely. The true reason for Zhang Mingyuan's collapse was that everything he'd understood over 16 years had been utterly shattered in the span of half a month. He'd thought he was the victim who'd been switched at birth, only to discover he was the one who'd freeloaded off someone else for 16 years. He'd thought Zhang Huayuan would transfer him back to the city, only to be dumped into the Liaoning countryside. He'd thought I would take care of him, only to be left speechless by a single sentence from me. He'd thought there was no problem with his background, only to discover that the criminal records of his biological parents and elder brother were a stain he could never wash off. All of it was too heavy for him to bear. But I didn't pity him. Pity him. Who had ever pitied me? Back in the countryside outside the capital, I'd started working the fields at 8. In winter, I didn't even have a pair of cotton shoes. My feet were covered in chilblains, and come nighttime, they itched so badly I couldn't sleep. In the 8 or 9 years since my adoptive parents had gone to the city, they'd never sent me a single cent, never bought me a single article of clothing, never written a single letter. I'd shouldered all the hardship alone, without a word of complaint. And now Zhang Mingyuan couldn't take a few days of hardship? Poor tolerance. I shook my head and stopped thinking about his affairs. That day was Sunday, and the brigade rested. I got up bright and early, boiled a pot of congee, griddled 2 flatbreads, rolled them up with the shredded potatoes I'd stir-fried the day before, and ate to my heart's content. After the meal, I changed into clean clothes, took out the herbs and set them to dry, then took 2 cans, 2 bottles of baijiu, and 2 packets of brown sugar from the space, and packed them into a canvas bag. I was going to visit my uncle. My uncle Zhou Jiangwo was the director of a munitions factory in a city in Liaoning, not too far from Red Star Brigade. Take an ox cart to the commune, then a long-distance bus from the commune to the county town, then transfer to a train, about the better part of a day. A few days back I'd gone to the commune to phone my uncle, saying I'd come see him this Sunday. My uncle had laughed and answered on the spot. Great. Uncle will be waiting for you. His laugh was hearty. Clearly he was in high spirits. I'd gone to the countryside without any complaint, with a good attitude, and Zhou Jiangwo was quite pleased about that. I shouldered the canvas bag, locked up the clinic, and headed toward the village entrance. At the entrance, an ox cart was already parked there. The driver was old Sun, in his 60s, the wrinkles on his face like old tree bark, a dry tobacco pipe clamped in his mouth, dozing with narrowed eyes on the cart shaft. A few people heading to the commune market sat on the cart. I was about to board the cart when I suddenly heard a shrill, sharp voice behind me. Where are you going? I turned my head and saw Zhang Mingyuan running up from the path at the village entrance, panting, his face flushed red, eyes wide, expression frantic and panicked, like someone whose valuables had just been stolen. He shot a glance at the ox cart, his gaze landing on the canvas bag on my back, and his voice grew shriller. Where are you going? I looked at him and let out a scoff. To see my uncle, of course. Where else? My tone was nonchalant, laced with a hint of mockery. What? Do I have to report this to you too? Or do you want to come along? Zhang Mingyuan's expression darkened instantly. Uncle, Zhou Jiangwo. Of course Zhang Mingyuan knew him. When he was little, Zhou Jiangwo would come to the capital on business trips and occasionally drop by the Zhang household. Every time he came, Zhang Mingyuan would hide far away, unwilling to come out and face him. Not out of shyness, but because Zhou Jiangwo didn't like him. Zhou Jiangwo was a forthright, blunt-spoken man. When he looked at Zhang Mingyuan, there was always a scrutinizing quality in his eyes, as if to say, how is this child not the least bit like us Zhous? Can't take hardship, hedonistic, unwilling to do anything. Poor grades too. What part of him is like our family? Zhang Mingyuan hadn't yet known back then that he'd been switched at birth, but he could sense that Zhou Jiangwo treated him differently from everyone else. His uncle Zhang Jingguo was the same, though not as obvious as Zhou Jiangwo. Zhang Mingyuan could feel that the way his uncle looked at him was never the way you'd look at a true nephew. That sense of distance couldn't be hidden. When the truth finally came out, he understood why. Zhou Jiangwo and Zhang Jingguo must have sensed long ago that he wasn't a blood relative. They weren't his actual parents, so it wasn't their place to say much, but neither elder cared for his looks or his temperament, so they'd chosen silence and chosen distance. On the day it was revealed he wasn't the Zhang family's true son, Zhang Mingyuan had clearly seen the dawning realization in both men's eyes, and a trace of contempt. Before going down to the countryside, Zhang Mingyuan had called his uncle Zhang Jingguo. Uncle, I don't want to go to the countryside. Could you help me find a job in the capital? There'd been a long silence on the other end, and then Zhang Jingguo had said, Mingyuan, you're a child of the Fu family now. A child of the Fu family still has to go down to the countryside if that's what's required. And then he'd hung up. He'd called his uncle Zhou Jiangwo next, but Zhou Jiangwo wouldn't take the call at all. He'd called 3 times. His aunt had answered every time, and every time she'd said, your uncle isn't in. Zhang Mingyuan knew his uncle wasn't out. He just didn't want to answer. None of them were willing to help him. Not a single one. Now that I'd said I was going to see my uncle, the string in Zhang Mingyuan's heart snapped taut. How will uncle treat Fu Nanzhou? Will he be as cold as he was to me? Or, he didn't dare think further. I watched the shifting, unreadable expressions on his face and found it amusing. This fellow clearly knew he wasn't the Zhang family's true son, yet still hoped the Zhangs would help him. clearly knew his uncles didn't like him, yet still shamelessly called to beg them. Are you coming or not? I asked. If not, get out of the way. Zhang Mingyuan opened his mouth, but couldn't get out a single word, and stepped aside. I got on the ox cart, sat down beside old Sun, the canvas bag on my lap. Zhang Mingyuan stood rooted in place, watching the cart slowly roll off into the distance, his face ashen. Everyone else on the cart was quietly sizing up Zhang Mingyuan, then glancing at me, curiosity in their eyes. Dr. Fu, who's that fellow? Old Sun asked indistinctly, the dry tobacco pipe clamped in his mouth. An educated youth, I answered offhandedly. Not from the same place as you. Same place, came from the capital. So you two know each other? I smiled and didn't answer directly. We're acquainted. Old Sun let out an oh and asked no more. But the others were different. There were several villagers on the cart heading to the commune market, and two educated youths, Wang Daong and Chen Jiangwo. Wang Daong and Chen Jiangwo were the only two among our new batch of educated youths, besides me, who hadn't banded together to ostracize others. Wang Daong was introverted and not good with words, but solid at work. He never complained about hardship or fatigue, ate whatever he was given, and never picked and chose. Chen Jiangwo went without saying. Every evening he came to the clinic to help chop firewood and carry water, asking only for a meal in return. Quick and efficient at work, few words, never prying into my affairs. I had a good impression of both of them. Chen Jiangwo glanced at me and said nothing, but there was an I understand quality in his eyes. Wang Daong spoke up. Dr. Fu, Zhang Mingyuan, does he have some grudge with you? I thought for a moment and gave an equivocal answer. Not really a grudge, we just know each other. Wang Daong nodded and didn't press. His greatest virtue was knowing his boundaries, not asking what shouldn't be asked, not saying what shouldn't be said. The ox cart rocked along, its wheels grinding over the dirt road, kicking up a cloud of dust. I leaned against the cart planks with my eyes closed, feeling the cool morning breeze. What I didn't know was that the scene between Zhang Mingyuan and me at the village entrance just now had been witnessed by many. Over at the educated youth quarters, Lin Xiaoyan stood at the courtyard gate, watching the direction the cart had gone, her expression somewhat complicated. Song Yulan was watching too. She stood behind the courtyard wall, only half her face showing, her gaze roving back and forth between Zhang Mingyuan and the ox cart. Zhang Mingyuan walked back with his head down, the whole of him looking drained and hollow, his steps unsteady, as if he might topple over at any moment. Song Yulan watched him, her eyes flickering. She was weighing it. This Zhang Mingyuan, was he really worth continuing to invest her effort in? From the capital, refined and cultured, clearly educated, those were points in his favor. But there were too many uncertainties about him. His unclear relationship with Fu Nanzhou, the fake young master identity that hung like a time bomb, and the criminal records of his biological parents and brother, which were downright fatal. If she got together with Zhang Mingyuan, would any of this drag her down with him? Song Yulan bit her lip, stepped out from behind the courtyard wall, and moved to meet Zhang Mingyuan. Mingyuan, what's wrong? You look awful. Her voice was gentle, laced with just the right amount of concern. Zhang Mingyuan looked up at her, and in his eyes was the feeling of a drowning man grasping a piece of driftwood. Comrade Song. His voice was a little hoarse. Just call me Yulan. Song Yulan smiled and walked naturally at his side. Have you had breakfast? I've still got 2 cornmeal buns. Want them? Zhang Mingyuan was taken aback, his lips moving, the rims of his eyes reddening slightly. Thank you. You're welcome. Song Yulan smiled and shook her head. She walked beside him, her pace unhurried, her manner thoughtful and considerate. But her eyes stayed fixed on the road behind him, the road that led to the ox cart, that led to me. Sun Jiangwo stood behind the second-floor window of the educated youth quarters, watching the backs of Song Yulan and Zhang Mingyuan as they walked back side by side. The enamel mug in his hand crumpled out of shape. The water in it spilled all over his hand, scalding him until he bared his teeth, but he didn't let go. He'd chased Song Yulan all these years, and she'd never spoken to him in that kind of tone. Jiangwo, have you had breakfast? I've still got 2 cornmeal buns. Want them? Just call me Yulan. These words, Song Yulan had never once said them to him. Never once. Sun Jiangwo flung the enamel mug aside, crouched on the ground, covered his face with both hands, his shoulders trembling faintly. He wasn't crying. He was furious, shaking all over with rage. Chased her all these years, spent so much thought, so much money, and in the end came up short against a fresh-faced pretty boy who'd been here less than a week. How was that fair? In what way was he inferior to Zhang Mingyuan? Looks weren't bad. As for education, he was a high school graduate too. As for family circumstances, though not wildly wealthy, they were still comfortable. Why couldn't Song Yulan take a liking to him? Sun Jiangwo couldn't understand it. But some things didn't need understanding. Matters of the heart had never been about getting a return on what you gave. The ox cart traveled for nearly an hour before reaching the commune. I got off, told old son to take it easy on the road, and went to the long-distance bus station to buy a ticket to the county town. From the commune to the county town, the bus took 2 hours. I slept on the ride, and when I woke, the bus had already arrived. After getting off, I went to the train station to buy a train ticket to the city. County town to city, 1 hour by train. I bought a pack of cigarettes at the station kiosk and slipped it to a railway worker on the platform, asking about the train schedule. The worker took the cigarettes and told me which train arrived at what time and which platform to wait on. I thanked him and went to wait. The train rocked along leisurely for an hour and finally reached the city. I got off carrying the canvas bag, walked out of the station, and stood by the roadside getting my bearings. My uncle's munitions factory was in the north of the city, over half an hour away by bus. I'd asked about the route before coming, so I got on and found a seat by the window. The bus swayed its way through the city, past the old district, the commercial street, and residential areas, finally arriving at an area enclosed by a wall. The wall was high, topped with barbed wire, with a sentry post at the gate where a soldier stood on guard, rifle in hand. This was my uncle's munitions factory. I got off, walked up to the sentry post, and took out the letter my uncle had written me and a letter of introduction. The sentry looked at the letters, then at me, had me write my name and the purpose of my visit in the register, and let me through. The munitions factory was huge. Inside were rows of orderly workshops and office buildings, the roads broad, lined on both sides with London plane trees casting dense shade. Following the address in the letter, I found the family residential area. My uncle Zhou Jiangwo lived in a small building on the second floor. I went up the stairs, and just as I raised my hand to knock, the door opened from the inside. Zhou Jiangwo stood in the doorway, wearing blue work clothes washed pale, sleeves rolled up to the elbows, obvious machine oil stains on his hands. Nanzhou, he grabbed me in a hug, his voice booming loud enough for the whole building to hear. Good lad. You've grown taller. Bulked up. He hugged me so hard I could barely breathe, but I laughed anyway. Uncle, ease up. You're about to squeeze me to death. He let go and looked me up and down, his eyes bright. Not bad. You look far more energetic than in the capital. That flush cheek look is gone, and you've filled out. Seems the climate and soil at Red Star Brigade agree with you. You bet. Good mountains, good water, everything tastes great. Zhou Jiangwo let out a hearty laugh and pulled me inside. The living room wasn't big, but was kept very clean. A portrait of Chairman Mao hung on the wall, several enamel mugs sat on the tea table, and an old wool blanket was spread over the sofa. My aunt poked her head out from the kitchen, spatula in hand, her face full of smiles. Nanzhou's here? Sit, sit. Auntie will make you something good to eat. Hello, Auntie. I greeted her obediently. I'd grown up without an aunt on this side. My adoptive family had one, but the two sides weren't close. Times were hard and conflicts had arisen, so they were all but estranged, having nothing to do with each other. On my biological mother's side there was an aunt, but I'd never met her before. Today was the first time meeting her, yet I'd sensed it even in her letters. She was a warm-hearted person. You sit tight. Food will be ready soon. With that, my aunt ducked back into the kitchen. Zhou Jiangwo pulled me down onto the sofa, poured a cup of tea, and asked with a warm smile, "How are things at Red Star Brigade? Getting used to being a barefoot doctor?" "I'm used to it." I nodded. "The brigade leader treats me pretty well, gave me a private room, and a little courtyard too. The villagers are kind, not many people come for treatment, and everyone's easy to get along with." "That's good. You out there in the countryside all alone, your uncle worries. If you run into any trouble, you make sure to tell me." "Don't worry, uncle." I smiled and patted the canvas bag. "I'm living pretty well now. No worries about food or clothing." As I spoke, I took 2 bottles of baijiu, 2 packets of brown sugar, and some wild fruit from the bag. All of it, actually, ripened with spirit spring water, very sweet. I set them on the tea table. "Uncle, these are for you. The brown sugar's for Auntie. And here's some wild fruit. Picked it up the mountain, all very sweet. Give it a try." Zhou Jiangwo looked at the 2 bottles of liquor, his eyes lighting up. "Is this Matai?" "Yes. Brought it down from the capital. Never could bring myself to drink it. Wanted to bring it to you." He picked up a bottle and looked it over, his smile deepening. "Good lad. Thoughtful of you." Setting down the bottle, he took an envelope from his pocket and handed it to me. "This is from your uncle. Take it." I opened it and found a stack of money inside. I counted it, 200 yuan. "Uncle, you already gave me 500 last time. I can't take more." I pushed the envelope back. "Take it." He stuffed the envelope back into my hand, his tone brooking no argument. "Last time was last time. This time is this time. You're out there alone in the countryside. Plenty of places you'll need money. Your uncle isn't short on this bit of cash. Don't stand on ceremony with me." I looked at his earnest face, and a warmth welled up in my heart. This was true family. Wanting nothing from you. Owing you nothing. Just wanting to be good to you. Thank you, uncle. I tucked the envelope away, my voice a little hoarse. He patted my shoulder, then remembered something. Oh right, at Red Star Brigade. Have you seen Zhang Mingyuan? I have. How is he? I thought for a moment and gave an answer that was neither a lie nor exactly a complaint. He's having a rough time. His luggage got stolen on the way, his hands are covered in blisters from working the fields. Looks pretty pitiful. Zhou Jiangwo was silent for a while, then let out a snort. Serves him right. I didn't respond. Your mom and dad sighed. He frowned, his tone displeased. Really or something. Had to go and get that fake son sent all the way to Liaoning. How much money did they spend? How many favors did they call in, just to keep him from suffering? And their own real son? Just tossed him into the countryside and washed their hands of him. I smiled but didn't explain. I knew my uncle was indignant on my behalf, but I didn't need it. I had the Spirit Spring, the portable farm, the portable livestock pen, enough money and supplies. I was living better than anyone. Whether Zhang Huayuan and Zhou Shuyi were good to me or not, I honestly didn't care. In my heart, those two didn't even rate as adoptive parents. Cruel as my adoptive parents were, they'd at least raised me for 8 years. And Zhang Huayuan and Zhou Shuyi, they brought me back to take Zhang Mingyuan's place in the countryside. They bought me new clothes and a new quilt only because my uncle had pressured them into it. The 20 yuan a month? That was something I'd secured myself by writing to the two of them's work units. They'd never actually agreed to it. The way I'd put it was only to preserve what little face those two had left in front of outsiders, and to make Zhang Mingyuan miserable. As for whether they'd actually send that 20 yuan, I didn't care. The factory would certainly send it. I wasn't worried. If the two of them tried to block it, I'd just say Mom and Dad forgot this month. The villagers wouldn't know either way. If it came, I'd take it. I never minded having more money. Either way, in the end, the one people pitted and thought highly of would be me, Fu Nanzhou. That was the beauty of knowing how to talk. After the meal, I sat a while longer, chatting about amusing goings-on in the countryside. My aunt had made a whole table of dishes: red braised pork, stewed ribs, scrambled eggs, cold-dressed cucumber, all laid out in abundance. I ate until my belly was round. As I was leaving, my aunt even stuffed a bag of food into my hands: steamed buns, flour rolls, salted duck eggs, and a packet of fried peanuts. Take it, eat it on the road. She smiled warmly as she pressed the bag into my hands. Next time you come, Annie will make you something good again. Zhou Jiangwo saw me down to the foot of the building and gave a few more parting words. Go back and work hard. If anything comes up, write your uncle a letter. Your uncle's got your back. I know, uncle. I nodded, turned, and left. After a few steps, I looked back and saw him still standing at the foot of the building, hands in his trouser pockets, watching me go. The setting sun shone on him, stretching his shadow long, so very long. I waved at him and strode off toward the bus stop. I still had a train to catch, a long-distance bus to catch, an ox cart to catch. But it didn't matter. I had somewhere to go, and someone waiting for me. That was enough. By the time I got back to Red Star Brigade, the sky had gone fully dark. I got off the ox cart, thanked old Sun, and, carrying the bag of food my aunt had given me, walked along the village road toward the clinic. From a distance, I saw a lamp glowing in the yard, orange-yellow light spilling through the window, especially warm in the darkness. Chen Jingwo sat on the stone block by the courtyard gate, reading by the lamplight. Hearing my footsteps, he looked up, saw me, and stood. You're back. His tone was flat, like greeting an old friend. I'm back. I nodded. Have you eaten? I have. He closed the book. I brought your herbs in for you. The wind picked up this afternoon, and I was afraid they'd blow away. Thanks. I pushed open the door, set my things down, took 2 steamed buns from the bag, and handed them to him. My aunt made these. Give them a try. Chen Jingwo took them, broke one open, and took a bite. The weedy aroma spread through his mouth. His chewing slowed for a beat, then returned to normal. Good, he said. Of course it was good. Pure white flour. People these days rarely got to eat pure fine grain. Even swapping fine grain for coarse grain wasn't enough to fill bellies. Who would dare eat fine grain plain? I smiled and said nothing, went inside and lit the lamp, then took out 2 white flour steamed buns and a bowl of meat dish from the space, and set them on the table. The meat dish was the red braised pork my aunt had sent. She'd made a big bowl of it, packed in an enamel mug, sealed up tight. I opened the lid, and the aroma of the meat immediately spread through the room. Just as I was about to eat, a voice suddenly came from the courtyard gate. Dr. Fu, you're back? It was Song Yulan. She stood in the doorway holding a bowl, in which was some dark, murky substance I couldn't make out. I glanced at her, feeling a bit annoyed inside. Why was this woman here again? On the surface, I still gave a smile. Comrade Song. It's late. Is something the matter? She walked in holding the bowl and set it on the table. I made some black flour dumplings. Figuring you weren't back yet, I brought you a bowl. I glanced at the bowl of black flour dumplings. Black flour was coarse grain, rough in texture, hard to swallow, usually mixed in with fine grain. Dumplings made of pure black flour were hard and gritty, dreadful to eat. Thanks, Comrade Song, but I've already eaten. I pushed the bowl back. Take it home. Give it to Zhang Minyuan. Hasn't he never had black flour before? Let him have a taste. Song Yulan's expression shifted slightly, then quickly recovered into a smile. All right, I'll bring you some another time tomorrow. With that, she picked up the bowl, turned, and left. The moment she stepped out the courtyard gate, her steps paused, and she looked back at the lamplight in my room. In that lamplight was the aroma of red braised pork, the weedy scent of white flour steamed buns, and something indescribable that made her jealous. This Fu Nanzhou, just what kind of life is he living? She bit her lip and, holding the bowl, walked off into the darkness. The next day, I went up the mountain again. This time I got up even earlier than usual, heading out just as the sky was beginning to lighten. The morning mist hadn't yet lifted. Green Rock Ridge was shrouded in a milky white haze, the distant mountains' outlines faintly visible, like an unfinished inkwash painting. I didn't take my usual route, instead making a detour along a more secluded trail. It was rough going, thick with shrubs, dense with thorns, in some places without even a path, so I had to clear my own. But the advantage was the good vantage point, high up, commanding a full view of everything below. I chose this route precisely to avoid that man. No, to be exact, to observe him without being discovered. Crouching low, I passed through a patch of low hazel bushes and squatted down behind a jutting boulder. From here, looking down, I could just overlook that ruin, the place where that man had been digging around before. I took a handful of herbs from my back basket and deliberately scattered them beside me, then set the basket in a conspicuous spot. That way, if anyone looked at me from afar, they'd assume I was just an herb gatherer, crouching down for a rest. I waited for over an hour. The morning mist gradually dispersed, sunlight spilling over from the eastern ridge, dyeing the treetops gold. Birdsong rose and fell, and as the mountain wind blew through, the pines soughed in waves. I didn't move a muscle, even keeping my breathing shallow. Finally, that figure appeared. Still the same old gray-blue clothes, still the same straw hat pulled low. He emerged from behind the woods, glanced around, and only after confirming no one was there did he stride quickly toward the ruin. I held my breath and looked down through the gap in the boulder. The man crouched down and, as before, dug around with the small shovel. His movements were faster than before, carrying a sense of urgency, as if racing against time. The area he searched was also considerably larger than before. He all but turned over the entire ruin. But the result seemed unsatisfactory. He stopped, crouched in place, and stayed motionless for a good while. I couldn't see his expression clearly, but from his rigid posture I could tell he was disappointed. After about a quarter of an hour, the man stood, circled the ruin twice more, then turned and left. This time he didn't take the path from before, but a trail leading toward the north side of the mountain. I'd never walked that path and didn't know where it led. I didn't rush to move, waiting nearly another half hour to confirm he wasn't coming back before I stood up from behind the boulder. I picked up the back basket, gathered up the scattered herbs, and headed down the slope toward the ruin. The ruin sat on a relatively flat stretch of ground halfway up the mountain. I'd only seen it from a distance before. Today was the first time I approached it. Only up close did I realize this ruin was far larger than I'd imagined. The ground was strewn with a great deal of broken bricks and shattered tiles, and in some spots you could still see surviving stone foundations, neatly arranged, revealing the layout of the original buildings. Shrubs and wild grass grew up from the cracks between the bricks, some already taller than a person, covering most of the ruin. I stood in the center of the ruin and looked around. From the layout of the stone foundations, this place had once had at least 3 courtyards in succession, complete with a main house, wing rooms, and a reverse set room. No small scale. To build such a large residence halfway up a mountain, the original owner surely wasn't an ordinary person. Who could it have been? I mused. I didn't rush to act. First I cleaned up my own traces, footprints, scuffed grass, parted shrubs, restoring what I could to its original state. That man would come again. I didn't want him to know I'd been here. Once I cleaned up, I began a careful survey. I didn't use my eyes. Eyes can deceive, and there was no way to tell by naked eye what lay covered beneath the bricks. I used a more reliable method, spatial scanning. This was one of the portable spaces functions. Centered on me, within a 10-meter radius, the underground conditions were laid bare. Soil density, cavity locations, metal responses, all could be displayed within the space. I closed my eyes and sank my consciousness into the space. Within the space, a 3-dimensional topographic map slowly unfolded. The ruin on the surface, the soil layers underground, the rock strata, all presented layer by layer. I carefully scanned every inch of ground. The first time, I found nothing. Soil was just soil, Stone was just stone, no anomalies whatsoever. I didn't lose heart. I walked a few steps forward, changed position, and scanned again. Still nothing. I changed positions twice more and scanned 4 times, finding nothing. Could I have guessed wrong? I had my doubts. But I didn't believe that man would dig around here for no reason. Someone likely not from this village, coming up the mountain every few days to turn over soil. That was absolutely not idle busy work. There had to be something. I walked to the deepest part of the ruin, to a spot that looked like it had been the original main house. Here the ground rose a bit higher than its surroundings, like an earthen platform, overgrown with shrubs and weeds, with several thick elm trees growing up from the cracks between the bricks, their trunks already as thick as a bull's mouth. I stood on the earthen platform, closed my eyes, and scanned again. This time, an anomaly appeared in the space. About 3 meters underground, there was a cavity, not large, roughly 2 meters square, as if deliberately dug out by someone. The top was covered with a stone slab, over which lay a layer of soil, and only above that was the present-day ground surface. I opened my eyes, and the corner of my mouth curved up slightly. There is something after all. But I didn't rush to start digging. That man had searched several times without finding it, which meant this mechanism was hidden very deep. The fact that he couldn't find it didn't mean I couldn't. I had spatial scanning and could precisely locate the underground cavity, sparing me the time of blind digging. But the problem was, how to dig. If I dug a big pit here, there'd be no hiding the traces. That man would know at a glance someone had been at it the next time he looked. Have to be careful. I calculated in my head. I dug out the necessary tools from the space: a shovel, a pickaxe, rope, a flashlight, and several burlap sacks. All these tools came from a time back in the capital when I'd run into a case of thieves double-crossing thieves and had turned the tables, taking all the other party's things. As the quantity piled up, I just stored them. I'd thought about disposing of some, but not now. I wasn't short on money. No need to take risks over these things. I didn't rush to start. First, I went down the mountain to cook, and after eating, I waited until the sky darkened before heading back up. This time, I didn't take the main route, circling up from the other side of the mountain, avoiding all stretches that might be seen by others. By the time I reached the ruin, the sky had gone fully dark. The night in the mountains was black as ink, too dark to see my own hand in front of my face. The moon was hidden behind clouds, not even a star visible. I took the flashlight from the space and covered the head with a piece of black cloth, leaving only a narrow slit of light. The slit shone on the ground, just barely enough to make out my footing, but from a distance nothing could be seen at all. I walked onto the earthen platform, set down the back basket and tools, and got to work. First I had to clear the shrubs and weeds on the surface. I pulled with my hands, scraped with the shovel, careful not to make too much noise. The shrubs' root systems were deep, and some of the thicker ones had to be hacked out with the pickaxe. I worked for nearly an hour before clearing a 2-meter square patch of open ground. Then I began to dig. The shovel bit into the soil 1 scoop at a time, the earth piling up beside me. After digging down about half a meter, I hit something hard. The shovel struck it with a dull thunk. I crouched, brushed away the loose soil with my hands, and revealed a stone slab. Not large, about 1 meter long, half a meter wide, 5 or 6 centimeters thick, its edges rough but its texture hard. The material of a bluestone slab. I pried at it with the shovel. It didn't budge. Then I hacked at the edges a few times with the pickaxe, loosening the surrounding soil, and wedged a thick wooden pole under the slab as a lever, pressing down hard. The slab let out a dull grinding sound and slowly tilted up. I pushed the slab aside, revealing an opening beneath. Not large, just wide enough for one person to pass through. A gust of damp, musty air surged out of the hole, mixed with the smell of earth and stone. I shone the flashlight into the hole. Below the opening was a narrow passage, its stone walls rough and uneven, clearly hewn out with tools. The passage extended downward about 4 or 5 meters deep, with a turn at the bottom, beyond which I couldn't see. I didn't rush to descend. First I took a thin twig, tied a small lit piece of oiled felt to it, and lowered it down through the opening. The oiled felt burned in the hole without going out, the flames steady and stable. There's oxygen. I felt reassured. I clamped the flashlight in my mouth, braced both hands on the edge of the opening, and slowly slid down. The passage was narrower than I'd imagined, my shoulders almost scraping the stone walls on both sides. Underfoot were loose rocks and dirt, a bit slippery to step on. I made my way down step by step, trying not to make a sound. At the bottom of the passage, I stopped and shone the flashlight around. This was a small platform, less than 2 meters wide. Ahead was a passage that continued downward, but its direction had changed, turning off toward the northeast. I crouched, swept the twig over the entrance area to clear my footprints, then continued down. The passage grew wider and wider. Further on, I could already stand up straight. The chisel marks on the stone walls became increasingly regular. The deeper it went, the better the excavation technique. After walking about 200 paces, a light appeared ahead. Not sunlight, the shimmer of water. I quickened my pace, walked out of the passage's end, and the view suddenly opened up before me. An enormous underground karst cavern. The cavern was about a dozen meters high, its area the size of a basketball court. Stalactites hung down one after another from the ceiling, gleaming with a lustrous sheen under the flashlight's beam. The cavern walls were covered in thick moss, glossy green, like a layer of green velvet had been laid over them. On one side of the cavern was an underground river. The water was crystal clear to the bottom. You could see cobblestones of all sizes carpeting the riverbed, and water plants swaying gently in the current. The river was about 3 or 4 meters wide, the flow unhurried, moving slowly forward with a faint babbling sound. I crouched at the river's edge and shone the flashlight into the water. There was something swimming in the water. I focused my gaze, and my pupils contracted slightly. Fish. Not ordinary little fish. These fish were large, the longest by my estimate over a meter, their bodies spindle-shaped, backs gray-brown, bellies silvery white, mouths wide and flat, with 2 pairs of long barbels. Is this a Kaluga sturgeon? My eyes went wide as saucers. The Kaluga sturgeon, scientific name Husodoricus, of the order Acipenseriformes, family Acipenseridae. This fish was enormous, growing up to over 5 meters long and 1,000+ caddies in weight, one of the largest freshwater fish species. Its meat was delicious, its nutritional value extremely high, and its roe, caviar, in later generations rivaled gold. But the Kaluga was mainly distributed in the Heilongjiang River basin. How could it be in an underground river in the mountains of Liaoning? I looked more carefully and spotted another kind of fish. They were smaller than the Kaluga, about half a meter long, their bodies laterally compressed, backs bluish-gray, bellies silvery white, their scales fine and lustrous, glinting silver in the light. Topmouth coulter. The topmouth coulter, scientific name Coulter alburnus, a prized freshwater fish, its meat tender and delicate, dubbed the king of freshwater fish. Wild ones were extremely rare in later generations. One weighing a few caddies could sell for over 1,000 yuan. Both these kinds of fish were delicacies rarely seen in later generations. And right now, they were swimming freely in this underground river and in no small numbers. I swallowed. Only a fool would leave them. I closed my eyes and sank my consciousness into the portable farm. In the farm, all 4 plots of land were fully planted with vegetables and grain. But in a corner, there was a patch of open ground about 3 meters square. Using my consciousness, I dug a circular pond in the open ground, 7 or 8 meters deep, about 3 meters in diameter, the bottom and walls lined with stone to prevent seepage. Then I focused my consciousness on the pond and silently intoned, "Collect water." The water from the underground river was drawn up and poured into the pond. The water was crystal clear, exactly like the underground river. I also deliberately collected some of the river's water plants and algae to put in, providing the fish with food and oxygen. Once I'd collected about 2/3 of a pond's worth of water, I began collecting fish. I didn't catch them one by one. Instead, I used the space's storage function to directly designate a range, taking the water and fish within it together into the pond. The first time, I collected about 20 Kaluga sturgeon of varying sizes, the largest around 1.5 meters, the smallest still half a meter. The second time, I collected over 30 topmouth coulters, gleaming silver, thrashing about lively. The pond came alive at once, the Kaluga and coulters swimming to and fro in their new environment, looking quite happy.